thrown against a wall. In a world where women rule and are strong, while men are weak and passive, here, girls take what they want. They chase after others. Boys are shameless and don't accept. Maintaining his stance is tough when his sister doesn't. Nastra is stunning and gets attention from everyone. Things get worse when she goes to school. His teammates are crazy about him. They all seem to want one thing from him, but he's determined to protect it at all costs. You might think work would be different, but no, his boss is just like the rest of his family. They desire him because he's not like the others. He's the most manly guy in this world of women. The goddess who dragged him into this mess has a clear message. To return to Earth, he must become a man. Real man in this extreme feminist world. Subtitles by the Amara.org community. Easy pity, except masculinity isn't the problem here. His humility is almost extinct. So his mission is to change this chaotic world and show how a real human behaves. A real man. Our protagonist was just an office worker before. Everyone stepped on him, and one night after his shift, he sees a blood moon in the sky. And suddenly, everything goes black. When he wakes up, he's in a completely different place. And to top it off, he's now a handsome guy with a gun. Jamarosa, as he tries to figure out who he is and what the hell is going on. The door bursts open. A man who looks like his dad rushes in, telling him to hurry. They go shopping with a friend named Ji Long. A punch. Jelong used to be a muscular, tattooed monster. Panicked, our hero rips off the piñata. He calls and bolts, not wanting to keep that guy waiting. But as he approaches Jelong, he's shocked. The man in front of him doesn't even look like a man more feminine than Hao himself. When his dad sees them together, he's not happy. He keeps praising Jelong, saying he's what a real man should be. So, Chung Hao goes online and uncovers the truth, the country's history. The great leaders are full of female conquests, while men here are only used for household chores. In this world, male bodies aren't as strong as female ones, and their physical endurance is low. Men are expected to raise children, while women do all the physical work. This preference for women has created a huge imbalance. Men are treated like babies. As they grow older, men adopt hobbies once considered feminine, like makeup, and they have to defend themselves from troublemakers with bad intentions. Tseng Hao has only been in this new world for a few hours, and he's already fed up. Literally, just hours after landing in this strange world, Tseng Hao is done. He's had enough. He takes his friend Yilong and says they're going to reclaim their manhood. Yilong thinks he's gone crazy, but he follows anyway. When they arrive at a tattoo studio, they see only girls, and all of them judge the two for having tattoos on their delicate male bodies. Tseng Hao can't take it anymore. He tries to take a photo to prove it's a problem. He's a real man, and as soon as he shows a bit of skin, all the girls go wild and get excited. On his way back home, he realizes his home hasn't escaped this new torment either. His brother, Chan Chan Kin, is absolutely stunning. Even he's confused, wondering how a woman like her lives in his house. Then he discovers his father's new wife has an older daughter. He quickly composes himself, thinking she probably forgot about him. Haoji casually mentions his brother is a bit shy, but she gives him a strange look. It makes him uncomfortable. When Shang Hao returns to his room, he realizes the day has been exhausting. They dressed him up, forced him to wear makeup, some bullies harassed him, and to top it off, his father and Jilong have become effeminate. He throws a tantrum, but before he can calm down, his stepsister bursts in. She pushes him onto his back to behave. Then she hugs him tight, pressing him to her chest, Sean Harris. Dao realizes that even in this upside-down world, there are perks. At night, Zhong Hao sleeps like a sleeping beauty. He hears something whisper his name as he rests. Waking up, he sees a girl in his room and starts screaming immediately. She calmly asks him to remember her, because she brought him here. San Hao quickly realizes that she's the Blood Moon who called to him that night. He lunges at her face, demanding to know why she brought him here. The girl introduces herself as the Blood Moon Goddess, saying she was just following his own words. He once said he wanted to lose his virginity but couldn't, so she brought him here to solve that problem. She points out that many girls in this world already seem to have feelings for him. Sun Hao panics. The Moon Goddess continues. She tells him he can return to his world, but only after completing a task. In his past life, he always boasted about being a real man, only focusing on outer beauty and never striving to evolve. A real man must win. It's not that he can't turn on a faucet with his hands, he can. In this world full of powerful women, he must become a real man to return. If he fails, he'll have to find a way to fit in. And that's the problem. The idea is unbearable for Shang Hao, but before he can argue, the Moon Goddess disappears, leaving him with more questions. He wonders, what does it really mean to be a real man, and what exactly must he do? The next morning, he wakes up thinking it was all a strange dream. But seeing her scarf on the floor in his room, he realizes the mission is real. He starts to ponder what being a man means in a world ruled by women, but he doesn't get it. He has no idea, but he's sure of one thing: it's daunting. So, whatever mission he has, he must learn about this new world to face the challenges. Later, he opens a biology book to study how that mischievous thing works here. He realizes that here, women are so strong and dominant that men have no choice but to submit to their command. Shang Hao doesn't like that dynamic at all. He wants to return to his world where everything is normal. At the same time, he wants to start his own investigation into the strange astronomical phenomenon that happened that night. It might be just some magnetic anomaly, but not to him. He knows he can only trust himself. He'll have to investigate deeply and maybe even hire a freelancer to work for him. The problem is, he's just a high school student with no money and no way to pay any experts. His only option for now is to get some money first. When he leaves his room, he finds his sexy stepsister in the kitchen. For a few seconds, he just enjoys the view. While Chang Hao gets ready, he realizes he's actually quite handsome. His features are a bit feminine, but he still feels good about his look. It's his first day at school in this strange new world. When he leaves, he sees his dad, being literally groped by his stepmom, while his stepsister Chinian waits at the door. Any respect Shang Hao had for his dad vanishes instantly. He leaves the house fast, not wanting to stay a minute longer. His plan to leave behind the feminine life doesn't work out, as he hoped. After a few years, when he meets his best friend Yilong, he realizes Yilong embodies femininity. Yilong is busy talking about the new lipstick he's committed to. It turns out to be the trend of the year. Senhao asks him to have some dignity, and then he realizes he's hurt Yilong's feelings. Senhudai moves fast, ignoring their words. He just wants to be happy. To be a real man, Yilong doesn't get what he means, but before he can insist, he sees something and warns Shenhao they should leave now, or someone will die. Perverts are watching them. Sure enough, a chubby girl hides behind the columns, staring at all the guys. Her eyes wide. Sunhao finds it hilarious and thinks Yilong is overreacting. Insists they have nothing to fear, they're already men. Why should they be scared of a girl hiding behind the columns? But Yilong disagrees and says they shouldn't take the risk. It has to be this way. He grabs Shenhao's arm and pulls him away. Before Shenhao can protest, he kisses him. The pervert takes another step. Yilong bolts. Runs so fast, Shenhao can't even grab his weapon. They catch their breath, far away, trying to calm down. Yilong is stressed, because she thinks her makeup will get ruined, but she's fine. Sting Hao is focused on something completely different. He studies at Elliston Business School. The girls around him do physical work, sports, and stuff. For a moment, he thinks his family must be pretty wealthy, because that school is clearly expensive and full of rich students. Sanhao starts observing the class dynamics and soon notices how different it is. The guys here are so different. So weak, they can't even open their own water bottles. They rely on the girls, who do it effortlessly. Somehow, he can't accept it. So he steps in confidently and says he can open the bottle. The claw has decided to prove it. But no matter how he twists and turns, it won't open. Finally, with his pride wounded, he hands the bottle back to the girl and admits defeat. The humiliation stings, but it doesn't end there. When the girls see him struggling, they swarm around him. They insist he try opening their bottles too, in exchange for a chance to talk to him. Sunhao feels suffocated and slams to the ground, annoyed and overwhelmed, as the crowd of girls closes in. Elan rushes to his side, waves everyone off, and tells them Sunhao is sick and needs help. The real fight begins. The crowd starts to back off, but Sunhao barely notices. His mind is elsewhere. He thinks about the progress he's made to become a real man, and the answer is painfully clear: 0. Sunhao needs a moment alone and heads to the bathroom. But Yilong yells from behind, asking if he can join him. Zheng Hao steps away, annoyed, thinking he doesn't need a bathroom buddy. But in the end, Jilong was right. When Senhao enters the bathroom, a group of girls follow and start harassing him. They crowd around him. They shout about his most striking features, making him feel more trapped and uncomfortable with each word. He thinks to himself that he can't take it anymore. If this keeps up, he won't be able to complete the mission. He knows he's likable, but he's too weak to find his place in this world. That's when he decides he needs a new training spot. So, he looks for kung fu classes, thinking it might help. He figures building some muscle will do him good and feels motivated. He moves with focus. Suddenly, he realizes a girl has sneaked up behind him. It's Yuan, his seatmate. Shenhao instantly panics. She tells him not to sneak up from behind. She laughs, saying he was so into the lesson, he didn't see or hear her. Yuan tilts her head, asking if he's texting a girl he likes. Before he can answer, she leans in close. Shen Hao starts to blush. From embarrassment, he asks her to back off a bit. But Yuan Yuan grabs his hand. She says his hands are very white, soft, and silky, making Shen Hao even more nervous. Everyone knows girls here are bold and will touch a guy's hand any way they can. He pulls his hand away and asks for some respect. Her eyes well up with sadness. She says he used to be different, but deep down, Shen Hao knows he's always been the same. Wen Yuan tries to lighten the mood, offering a massage if he's tired. Shen Hao panics and tries to get away. But then he realizes just how strong he really is. He can't resist, and it makes him feel even weaker. He struggles until, by pure luck, the classroom door opens. Mrs. Ma, the English teacher, enters and tells them to return to their seats. Zheng Hao breathes a sigh of relief as he sits down and opens the book. The words on the page surprise him. He realizes he can understand everything clearly. It's been a long time since he's been to school, and before coming to this world, he was always the worst at English. But here, the book's content is easy to understand. For the first time since he arrived, Sun Hao feels he's found an advantage in this feminist world. Here, he matters. Filled with newfound confidence, he raises his hand high and asks the teacher to pick him. He wants everyone to see what he knows and prove he's not useless. But how? When it's finally his turn to speak, his face goes blank, pale as milk. The words won't come out. Even the teacher stops and comments that he looks sick and should go to the nurse. Zheng Hao looks around and realizes the whole class is staring at him. Every gaze pins him down, and his chest tightens. The class watches him. The girls start whispering, saying he's acting very differently. The more they talk, the more embarrassed he feels. He lowers his head, wishing the earth would swallow him or that he'd wake up back home. We'll see later. Shang Hao and Yi Long walk together. Yi Long notices how tired Shang Hao looks. Shang Hao admits he didn't sleep well, but he's exhausted from everything, especially the women who surround him every day. They keep asking if he's done something to them and sometimes even grope him in the hallways. To make matters worse, the less attractive, marginalized guys try to falsely accuse Shang Hao of harassment, even though he hasn't done anything. For Shang Hao, school is more stressful than anything else. Secretly, he wishes he could stay home. As he walks, a girl suddenly steps in front of him and says she has something to confess. She gives him a gift and tells him she's liked him for a while and wants to date him. Shang Hao can't believe how bold the women here are, acting like guys and confessing first. He politely rejects her. Ni Jilong can't understand how Shang Hao resists such a tempting offer. Later, while thinking about what to do, what to eat, San Hao notices something odd. The other guys barely eat. Yilong tells him the guys have always been the best, and even asks for cucumbers without rice. Saying he's on a diet, Shen Hao doesn't get how guys eat like birds. Wanting to build muscle and get stronger, he decides to order a large portion. Confidently, he tells the cafeteria lady to give him the biggest plate of pork and rice. Yilong panics, warning he'll gain weight, but Cheng Hao sees it as a step toward getting stronger. The guys around whisper that Shen will soon get fat and ugly. Some bullies watch from a distance, ready to mock. Sen Hao eats without manners, like any normal kid. Jay Long stares, wondering what happened to his best friend. Then, Lu Feng, a third year from class 5, approaches Chen Hao and says, at first, Shen Hao doesn't recognize him, but Feng reminds him they're in the same class. He asks why Shen Hao suddenly looks chubby and tries to prove he belongs in the popular crowd. Feng boasts, calling himself the biggest ladies' man, and smirks, saying Shen Hao looks greasy. Shen Hao is fed up and snaps back, telling Feng to check his eyes. He's perfectly fine. He throws another insult. This makes Feng shed crocodile tears. Soon, all the girls rush to comfort him, calling Shen Hao a bad boy for getting involved in their lives. Feng smiles through fake tears, pleased when one of the girls. A bold girl steps forward. She declares Feng should leave her beloved Shen Hao alone because he can eat whatever he wants, and no one has the right to control his habits. Jen Hao thinks another beautiful girl has entered his life and stirs up trouble. Feng still refuses to leave, so Shen Hao finally looks him in the eye and, with a firm, commanding tone, says the boss is eating and Feng should leave. His words hit the table like thunder, and Yilong nearly falls off his chair in shock because his friend speaks so harshly to another guy, but the new girl with violet hair just admires Shen Hao. She thinks he's become even more charming. Feng, however, storms out, slamming the door with his group of girls. Behind him, his followers rush to comfort him, telling him not to be jealous or sad. They remind him he's still more popular than Shen Hao. Everyone thinks Shen Hao will get fat anyway. On the other side, Cheng Hao turns his attention to the girl with purple hair. She seems kind, but he has no idea who she is, so he asks Ji Long. Yilong tells him her name is Xiao Ling. She's the senior captain of the university basketball team and even sits next to him in class. This makes Shang Hao notice something odd. All the seats around him seem to be taken by powerful girls. Xiao Ling leans toward Yilong and asks if he's tried the Heroes vs. League game he gave him. Yilong admits it's too hard and he hasn't managed to play it. Chang Hao jumps in, surprising everyone by saying it's a 5v5 game to destroy towers. Yilong almost drops his chopsticks. He can't believe his best friend actually played it, especially since last time Chang Hao insisted he wasn't interested in any of those so-called games. Sun Hao pauses and thinks, in this strange, upside-down world, of course there would be a league-type game, and it would be popular among girls. Chaling encourages him to try it, even though there are no men competing at a high level. Sun Hao finishes his meal, stands up, and casually says he's tried it and is fine with playing, but now he wants to return to class. He leaves without even thanking Chang. To hide his bad manners, Yilong quickly fills the silence. Shaolin secretly wonders when that handsome guy will return his feelings. Later in class, Chang Hao sits quietly, piecing things together in his head. If the hero game is against League, what will happen? It has no high-ranking male players, which means the true leaders of their world, like Dasher and Uzi, aren't playing here. This thought sparks a new plan. He needs to find time to meet them in person as the idea grows. A more serious question haunts him. What does it mean to be a real man in this twisted world? Shen Hao's attention shifts to a lone girl by the window, quietly playing. When Yilong finally looks up from his phone, he tells Chang Hao that she's Minhua, the new transfer student. San Hao immediately asks if Yilong is in love with her. Judging by how quickly Yilong gets defensive, San Hao concludes he is. He's sure he hit the mark. Yilong mumbles that Yuhua doesn't like talking, but then admits he finds her quite cute and knows a lot about her. For Sun Hao, that's all the proof he needs. He's convinced Yilong is in love. With that thought, he jumps up and declares Yilong must go talk to her. He heads to Yehua's desk with total confidence and announces Yilong needs to make his move. Yilong tries to stop him, but it's too late. Zhen Hao stands before Yuhua, introducing himself with a smile. Yuehua replies softly that she just transferred here. Shen Hao immediately notices something different about her. Unlike the other girls who practically throw themselves at him in this strange world, Yehua seems reserved, almost lost in thought. Shen Hao introduces Jilong, but Yilong stammers nervously that Yuehua probably doesn't want to talk. He fumbles his words and urges Shen Hao to leave. Shen Hao, however, refuses to give up so easily. He approaches and asks if Yuehua is reading an English book, or if she just doesn't feel like talking to them. Yuehua looks down and honestly replies that she simply doesn't know what to say. Shen Hao instantly realizes she's not disinterested, just terribly shy. So he does what feels natural. He extends his hand and tells her they should be friends. He wants her to feel comfortable enough to talk to him whenever she wants. The moment seems small, but for Shen Hao, it's a victory. Real men, he thinks, never ignore a girl who feels like she has to face everything alone. Suddenly, Yuan bursts in loudly, demanding to know what Shen Hao is doing with the new transfer student. Shen Hao almost sighs. Yuan always talks too much, but it gives him an idea. He smiles and suggests she befriend Yuehua, using her endless energy and social skills to make her feel welcome. Without hesitation, he nudges them closer and asks her to do it for him. Yuan Gwen smiles brightly, breathless. She accepts. Shang Hao returns to his spot. Yuehua looks up and mouths a silent thank you, soft but meaningful. Shang Hao walks away, satisfied. For the first time, he admits something to himself. Maybe, just maybe, he's 50% closer to becoming a real man and leaving this world. Later, Shen Hao is in his room, listening to heavy metal. He repeats that a real man must always stay true to rock and roll. Suddenly, his sister Chin enters and asks what he's doing. Sen Hao almost falls off his chair because she's barely dressed, and the sight leaves him totally flustered. He quickly says he's just listening to music. Chin moves closer, smoothly and deliberately, and says she wants to listen too. Sen Hao can't help but think there are advantages to having a goddess for a sister. He admits to himself that he really loves each one of them. Chin sits right next to him, so close their bodies almost touch. She takes one of the headphones and teases that he must really love rock and roll, that he's different from other guys. Those words please Shang Hao more than he wants to admit. Then, Chin adds something else, telling him he's very attractive. Shang Hao freezes, unsure how to respond, wondering if something's wrong with his new stepsister. He convinces himself it must be a test, a challenge to prove his manhood. In his mind, an angel whispers that a real man resists temptation or falls into sin, but he can't. A devil replies that a real man does what he must when the time comes, especially if a lady asks. That wouldn't even be a sin. The internal conflict makes him laugh. He keeps laughing until Sheng Hao finally pushes Chin. But he stumbles and falls on top of her, face to face. So close, Sheng Hao wonders if this is what it feels like to be a real man. His sanity wavers, the temptation is unbearable, and he feels ready to give in. Then it happens. A flash floods his mind with the image of a girl from elsewhere, telling him she belongs to him, that she's not going anywhere. Sensei jerks upright, confused, pulling away from Chin-Chin. His face turns pale, and even Chin-Chin notices, asking if he's sick, maybe anemic. Tseng forces a weak smile and lies that he just wants to rest. Inside, he knows he barely held on. Without missing a beat, Chin-Chin hugs him, gently resting her head on his chest, telling him to take care for his sister's sake. Tseng Hao admits Chin-Chin is kind, but he also suspects she hides resentments beneath that kindness. Trying to change the subject, Tseng mentions he wants a shorter haircut and asks what she thinks. Chin-Chin smiles and sincerely replies that she'll love him no matter what, and he should do what makes him happy. Her words clash with her voice, and her heart fades. Tseng Hao notices the strange feeling of closeness with his sister again, but pushes the thought aside. What matters is tomorrow. Tomorrow, he'll cut his hair. Tomorrow, it ends. He'll change his look, because tomorrow marks a new era. Sun Hao enters the salon. A woman greets him with a bright smile. She asks if he's here to find his beauty. Inner beauty. Sun Hao shakes his head. He's not interested in that. The stylist tilts his head. She asks what design he's looking for. Jin Hao replies that he just wants a style that's easy to maintain. The answer is yes. She's surprised. She's never heard a request like that. In her mind, she decides today's guys don't say what they really want. If he asks for something simple, he must secretly want something amazing. With that thought, she gets to work. Scissors fly. After a while, she finishes with a proud smile. Sun Hao looks in the mirror. For a moment, he can't believe it. The cut is sharp and clean. It enhances his face better than he ever imagined. He admits to himself it's the best cut he's ever had. The hairstylist watches him, blushing. She says she doesn't even want payment. Instead, she offers him a modeling gig for her salon. Sun Hao feels uneasy about the offer. He doesn't want to accept undeserved kindness. She keeps flirting. Before he leaves, she slips him her card, telling him to come back anytime. Zen House Elf can't believe it. He must look really good if he can't stop a woman from falling for him. Back home, he can't stop looking in the mirror. He can't deny it. The haircut is perfect. He feels like a new man in this world. He opens the closet, searching for clothes to match his new style. But what he sees makes him frown. Everything is flashy and colorful, with ribbons on almost every piece. Nothing seems right for a man who wants to look confident. Sen Jiao shakes his head. If he wants to move forward, he knows what needs to be done. That's why they're putting themselves in danger. He needs to disappear, and soon. His father arrives with groceries, and his stepmother asks for help. But when he sees his precious son's new look, he explodes. He yells at Chang Hao, demanding to know why he cut his hair so short. Insists men don't wear hair like that. Threatens to leave bad reviews at the barber shop and complains no one will want to marry Zhang Hao now. San Hao can't believe he needs his father's permission just to get a haircut. The lecture doesn't end there. His father even takes off his shoe and starts hitting him. Sun Hao runs around the room, screaming it's domestic violence and his father can't touch his pretty face. At that moment, Chin Chin bursts in, asking what's going on. Do you get it? See how he stumbles and bumps into your hand? She holds him from behind. Smiling, she turns to her father, calmly asking him to calm down. His health will only get worse if he stresses over nonsense. If you look closely at Shen Hao's haircut, she feels uneasy because the hair is too short. But to protect her little brother, she lies and says it looks good. She adds that he asked for permission yesterday, so Dad has no reason to be mad. Chang Hao's dad still won't calm down. He storms off, muttering about making dinner, but it's clear he's still boiling inside. Miss? Zhang Hao thanks his sister for stepping in and saving him from a beating. Chin Chin smiles and says sincerely that she's his sister and will always protect him. Then she asks him to go to her room because she wants to show him something. Shen Hao gets excited, thinking he'll finally see a typical teenage girl's room filled with decorations. But when he enters, he freezes. Kinkin's room isn't girly at all. It's cold and tidy, almost like a surgical room. Chen Chin walks to the desk and picks up a small box, explaining that when they moved, she didn't have time to prepare a gift, but now she's finally ready to give it to him. She opens the box and reveals 2 diamond earrings. Shen Hao gapes and says they must be incredibly expensive. Chin Chin shakes her head and promises to do anything to see him. Shen Hao feels true happiness. For the first time, he experiences having a sister and tells himself he loves this new life. But back in his room, thoughts swirl. He wonders, how much will those diamonds cost? He remembers she gave him something so valuable. He should return the favor with a gift, but after paying for the haircut, he has nothing left. His phone lights up with a message from Yilong. He just finished a new novel and tells Shen Hao to read it. An idea hits him. If Zilong can write novels, he can too. It could be his way to make quick money. He decides to write stories about brave male heroes and powerful military queens. He sits down to work, opens a blank page, and types the title of his new book. He calls it A Real Woman in a World of Men. He leans back in his chair with a confident smile, convinced he's going to make it big. Next time, he'll be the next big thing. And the next day, at the start of the week, his phone vibrates with a notification from the site where he uploaded the novel. To his surprise, they tell him his story has passed the signing request, and he needs to contact the editor. He realizes the process is underway. The review process was faster than expected. Now he can earn daily fees for each update. He feels his plan is finally working and he'll make some money. So he decides to celebrate by buying an ice cream. The problem is, he only has $1 left. That's only enough for a popsicle. He heads to the store, but as soon as he sees it, he stops. The place feels familiar, and suddenly, memories flood back. In his past life, this was the store where he first met his sister Amy. Amy was in her final year of high school in California. Back then, she was small but strong, the daughter of Uncle Kim. The store right next to Sheng Hao's house, that's why the families were always very close. Ami was kind and cheerful. She often told Sheng Hao she'd buy him lunch. He thought that must be what it feels like to fall in love for the first time. So Sheng Hao said yes. Lin Hao used to visit Ami frequently after school. Sometimes he just watched her from afar. Couldn't look away. One day, he finally gathered the courage to confess his feelings. But Ami just laughed nervously and said she liked guys her own age, not someone as young as him. That day, Zhang Hao faced rejection, but he didn't give up. He swore to train hard, get stronger, and one day become a man capable of protecting Ami. That was his promise in his past life. But now things are different. In this new world, they admire him for his beauty, not his strength. With this in mind, Sanhao decides this time he will succeed. This time, he's sure he can win Ami's heart. When Zhang Hao arrives at the shop, he hears raised voices. Ami is arguing with her father. She says she just wants to save enough to get married, but doesn't want to work hard. Her father replies that life doesn't work that way. He reminds her that girls from other families, even older than her, are still studying and working harder. Despite his doubts, he thinks it might be best to avoid the argument, but he understands. Then Ami enters. As soon as he sees her face, he knows. His heart races. To him, she's just as beautiful. Why? For a second, he almost forgets the argument he overheard, but at the same time, he can't help but look at the rest of her body. He's frozen in place. Ami gets scared. She's grown much more than he remembered. The shock almost makes him run away. Before he can move, Ami notices him. She stares at him and asks if he's done something weird to his hair. Zhenhao collapses on the ground in fear. His body trembles, tears stream down as he pleads not to come closer. Still crying, her face draws him in, her beauty tempts him. All he can say is a plea for his beautiful Ami to return, the old Ami. She forces Sheng Hao to sit in a chair, like a captured hero. She brings him slices of watermelon and says it's been a while since he visited. She tells him not to be shy, but Sheng Hao says he is. Dao trembles inside, fearing for his life. Nervous? He says he doesn't need to eat and just wants to leave. Ami gets excited and starts pushing him up and down on the boards. She pushes so hard the chair breaks beneath him. She gasps, surprised, and asks if he's okay, as if she didn't just hurt him. Zhenhao quickly jumps out of reach. He says yes. He's fine and suddenly remembered something important about life. He bolts without a second to spare. Amy yells for his number, but Zhenhao's already gone from the store. At home, he sits and thinks, it's a shame someone as pretty as Amy has the strength of King Kong. But he admits he wishes he could be that strong too, then they'd call him a real man. So he tells himself he needs to start kung fu classes soon. The problem is, they cost a fortune. Plus, he still needs to buy a gift for his sister, Chin Chin, and clean his messy closet. His to-do list keeps growing, and his pockets stay empty. He thinks winning the lottery would solve all his problems. Just then, he's interrupted. Zhang Hao looks up and sees Chin Chin at home. She's doing yoga, face down against the wall. The sight surprises and intrigues him. He realizes even girls in this world do yoga. Chin Chin explains she started because she got bored at the gym. She wanted to try exercises men usually do. Sanhao nods, finding it logical. In this upside-down world, why would something good stay the same? Chin Chin asks Zhang Hao to do yoga with her. She thinks his thin, weak body is a disadvantage. She says all the girls will end up bothering him. Sanhao freezes, realizing he's truly weak compared to his sister. His pride takes a hit, and his male ego won't stay quiet. See you later. He grabs her wrist. and challenges her to a strength test, determined to prove her wrong. Chin laughs, amused by his strange behavior. Still, she accepts the challenge. They agree the loser will give something to the winner. The competition begins. The fight. Chin barely tries, while Shang Hao gives everything he has. He grits his teeth and declares this isn't just a contest. His dignity is on the line. In his mind, he compares himself to men from another era who endured worse, living in silence, hiding parts of their lives. But they carried their honor as men until the end. Here he is, treated like a fragile girl who can't be saved. He can't do anything, just suffer. Frustration grows as Chin starts mocking him, saying, for a kid, he's not doing too bad. Likes the arm? Likes the arm? Shang Hao's arm starts to hurt, but he refuses to give up. His pride as a man demands he keeps fighting. But to end his suffering, Chin finally uses his full strength and defeats him in an instant. Then he smiles sweetly and tells him he actually did very well. Zhen Hao sighs and accepts he's weak in this world. He asks Chin if she wants to do something now that he lost. She says yes, but she won't. She presses his hand against her cheek and says she wants to know what it feels like to use someone's thigh as a pillow. Sen Hao can't even imagine it, but seeing her strong legs shaped by yoga and the gym, he decides to play along. It feels good. He says it's no problem, but instead of him leaning back on her thighs, Chin rests her head on his legs. Sen Zhao stares at her, stunned. In his mind, that should be the girl's position, not his. Chin closes her eyes and says his legs are as soft as she expected. She asks her mom. She asks if she can stay like this a bit longer. Seeing how innocent she looks when she asks, Chong Hao nods and tells her she can stay as long as she wants. After all, he's a man of his word, a man who will do anything asked of him. A few days later, Chong Hao is deep in writing mode, glasses on, when his phone rings. He looks up, surprised, wondering who would text him. It's Yuan inviting him to an amusement park. She's going with Yuawa. She already asked her best friend, Yilong, to pick him up. It's not exactly an invitation, so San Hao knows he has no choice. He needs to prepare. Just then, he hears a child's voice. Zilong is at the door with his little sister. San Hao wanted a quiet day to think, but now he has to deal with company. As he steps out to greet them, the girl suddenly jumps on him. Shen Hao is stunned. He's never seen her before. He asks Zilong who she is. Yilong almost cries, saying his best friend has forgotten his own sister. She's Yilong's 6-year-old sister, Li Ling. Yilong peels Li Ling off Cheng Hao like she's Velcro and explains they only met when she was 4. No wonder Cheng Hao doesn't remember her. But Yilong doesn't know that. Shan Hao really doesn't remember her. In his past life, Yilong didn't have a sister. Shan Hao asks him to wait in his room. But as he turns, he suddenly feels a pinch. It's definitely Li. Link, does Sangao not want to go to the amusement park? Does he find it boring? Yilong insists it's not true and reminds him that Yuewa will be there to help him loosen up. Sanhao has been working nonstop for days and needs a break. While the two boys argue, Li Ling blows up the house. He enters the room, eyes wide with silver. He's already got a little crush on Shanghai. Finally, Sanhao stands up and says they'll go to the haunted house, but he needs to walk first. He remembers the promise he made to Yawawa to help her like a real man. A man doesn't break his word. He puts on his most masculine look. Jilong urges him to hurry. He doesn't want to keep Yawawa and Yuan waiting. They soon arrive at the amusement park. Yuan looks at Li Ling and immediately asks who the little girl is. Li Ling lies without hesitation, saying she's from her father's house. Yilong stops her again and explains the truth. It's his sister who begged him to come, and he only agreed to keep an eye on her. Jingwan praises Zheng Hao's style, saying it looks great. Much better. Then he elbows Yewahua, hoping he'll say something. Yang Hao nervously laughs, unsure what to say. Finally, Yuewa comments that it does look good and handsome. Zhen Hao smiles, affectionately pets his head, and tells him he has a lovely voice and should speak more. With that, Weihua takes the lead and guides everyone toward the haunted house. As expected, it's really haunted. Yilong clings to Chang Hao, saying he's terrified and they should try the kiddie rides instead. San Hao can't believe a guy is so scared of a haunted house and tells him it's not that bad. He shakes his head, thinking his brother is a coward. Wen Yuan suggests they split into 2 groups, since there are so many of them. She immediately says she and San Hao will go in one group and the others in another. Then she turns to Li Ling and entrusts her with the weapon. I'm responsible for protecting the boys. That's the most important thing. It's a woman's duty. Li Ling throws a tantrum, insisting she wants to stay with Chang'e. San Hao steps in and firmly orders her to behave and go with her brother. He adds she doesn't need to worry about anything. He'll be fine the whole time. Wen Yuan is disappointed because she wanted to stay with Zhang Hao, but he outsmarts her. The way she acts, being in his group would only complicate things. Compared to that, Li Ling is clearly the best choice. Song Hao sends Yuan Yuan's group ahead to scout the path. He tells them he and Li Ling will follow in a few minutes. Wen Yuan is upset and a bit scared, but when Sheng Hao asks, her female pride kicks in. She quickly says women can't be afraid and that she'll protect Yilong and her little sister. 10 minutes later, San Hao and Li Ling finally decide it's their turn. San Hao promises to protect her because she's his sunflower. Li Ling can only nod silently. As they enter the haunted house, they're greeted by the others' screams when they hear their voices. In the barren land, Sun Hao realizes Yuan Yuan isn't as brave as she seems. She turns to Yu-Gi-Oh and asks if she's scared. The girl feels something strange in this world where girls usually act more confident. Sun Hao tells her it's okay to be afraid and that she can always hug her if she feels scared. But so much contact is too much for her, so she just stretches out her hand and lightly holds Sun Hao's hand. Sun Hao, in the style of an Egyptian, ignores the monsters trying to scare them and keeps moving forward. The haunted house is bigger than expected. After walking for 10 minutes, San Hao notices something's off. He turns, notices Yue Hua is no longer behind him, realizes she must be lost, rushes back to find her. Searches the area, finds her. She's hiding inside a dresser. He asks why she's there. She admits she got lost and hid for safety. San Hao can't help but chuckle at her shyness, her loyalty, calls her a little bird, tells her not to be afraid, says he's here to get her out. Yu Hua feels relieved, understands she can trust him. He's the first to treat her kindly. Finally, out of the haunted house, Yilong shakes with fear, vows never to enter one again, even for his sister. The 6-year-old shakes his head and calls it ridiculous. When Shen Hao and Yu Hua return, he bursts into tears of joy, grateful everyone is safe. Wen Yuan asks why they took so long to enter and if they had fun. Shen Hao gives him a light tap on the head to stop his movement. He teases. As he approaches, he taps his head. Shen Hao notices something's wrong. She's sweating, the angel's daughter. Before he can react, she collapses in his arms. Only then does Chen Hao realize Yu Hua has fainted. As always, he panics. He says they need to call the police but can't find his phone. Even Yuan Yuan gets nervous and starts dialing for help. Xin Zhao tells them not to worry. He'll handle it. Step up the game, Congress. Be careful. He carries her to a nearby bench and gently lays her down. Yilong nervously asks what to do, suggesting she might need CPR. Then he realizes that would be Sen Hao's first kiss. Wen Yuan doesn't like the idea and suggests they call 911 instead. San Hao stays calm and asks them to get some food and water while he tries something simple. To wake her up, he rests her head in his lap and pinches her cheek, gently. After a moment, Yuega slowly opens her eyes and asks why he's pulling her ear. Shen Hao laughs and explains she fainted and he just tried a small trick to wake her up. Waking her up, Yuhua admits she was scared. Scared, but now she feels better. Sen Hao tells her not to force herself into haunted houses if she's not comfortable. Yuewa nods, but then murmurs that she just wants to sleep. Zen Hao fears she'll pass out again tomorrow. But hearing her snore, he realizes she's just asleep. She's out cold. He watches her rest peacefully and thinks she's the calmest, kindest girl he's met in this world, quirks and all. Later, Yohua wakes up. Everyone crowds around, asking how she feels. Sen Hao, more worried than the rest, asks if anything's wrong, if something's bothering her. Yan Yung, eager to enjoy the park, impatiently asks if they're sticking to the plan. Sengao shakes his head, saying they've had enough excitement for today. He suggests going home so Yuehua can rest. But as he stands, Yuehua suddenly takes his hand. She quietly says they can go together. He stops. Let's hear, hold on. They start walking hand in hand. Yuehua, still shy, stays close to him. Wen Yuan watches them, envying them, crying inside. She wants to know how it feels to hold a man's hand, soft like silk. It's something she's always dreamed of. On the way to drop Yuan off, the walk gets longer and longer. Yuan Yuan and Jilong comment that she must live pretty far, almost in the countryside. They wonder how uncomfortable it must be to come to school every day. Senja frowns and tells them not to be so condescending. When they finally arrive, Yuan Yuan's jaw drops. Before them stands not just any house, but a massive mansion. As they gaze at it, a butler rushes out, bows, and announces that the lady of the house has returned. He says the master of the house had explicitly ordered him not to leave the estate and asks how she could have done it. How she could have done it without permission. The rest of the group is stunned, unable to believe their quiet, shy friend lived in a mansion all this time. They sit inside the mansion, surrounded by walls and furniture that seem gilded in gold. The same butler who scolded Yuhua earlier now serves them tea and coffee. It's far from ordinary. Everything looks luxurious, imported, and meticulously placed. The butler explains that the tea is infused with water from Tian Shan, and the pastries were brought by a special chef for the nuts. New guests. As he serves them, he formally announces that Yuewa will go to her room to change, asking her friends to excuse her. Yuewa doesn't respond, doesn't defend, or protest. She simply leaves. She simply nods and walks away silently. The others are stunned, unable to believe their quiet, shy friend comes from such an influential family. No one would have guessed Yuewa was a millionaire. Sanhao, however, remains as calm as ever and wishes her luck. He tells them to calm down, though he admits it's strange that a student he helped casually turns out to be so important. Meanwhile, the butler keeps scolding Yuewa, says she acted out of line, left without permission. Didn't even let her bodyguard follow her, adds her father is very worried and won't let her go out again. Yuhua stops in her tracks, asks if her father called, how her mother is. The butler says her father did call, but didn't answer questions, still busy. Yuewa grabs her skirt tightly, mutters he's always too busy to answer her calls. The butler tries to defend him, says the master has too much to handle, but sent a gift, a model of her city. Her favorite tank. Yuhua shows no emotion. What she wants isn't expensive toys, but her father's affection. Even the butler, despite his formal tone, seems to pity her. Later, Yilong looks up the stairs and sees Yuewa come out in a magnificent dress. His eyes light up as the cloud's light fades. The girl he likes looks even more beautiful at home. Even Sengao notices the change. He thinks she looks cute compared to when she was with them, but now she seems like a lifeless doll. Seng asks if she's okay. Yuewa responds in a low voice that her father didn't return her key. He doesn't have enough information to understand what this means. Then, she asks him to go up to her room because she wants to give him something. Shen Hao, confused, follows her anyway. When he enters, he's surprised. In a world where women are usually very bold, her room is soft and feminine, even more so than his sister's. Out of curiosity, Sengao asks if her father said anything that upset her or if she was punished for going out with him. In this world, fathers are like mothers in male form, but it seems the only people living with Yuewa are the nanny, the staff, and the housekeeper. There's no father or mother here. She admits her dad used to be good to her, but now he's always busy. When Shen Hao asks about her mom, Yuewa explains her mom is even busier. She's always been alone in this house. This shocks Shen Hao. He realizes how lonely her life has been. Her mom is the mayor and never has time to come home. Her dad travels constantly to earn money for the family. The housekeeper once said, everyone loves her. But to Yuewa, it feels like a distant memory. She grew up without love or attention from her parents. Shen Hao gently pets her head and tells her to call him whenever she feels lonely. He reminds her she can also go to Yuan, and Yilong because they're all friends now. Yuewa smiles and touches his face. She takes his hand and drags him to her closet. She insists on showing him something. She opens the door. Thanks. A collection of gun and tank models appears. She picks up a gun model and hands it to Shen Hao, saying it was her most prized model, but now it's his. Shen Hao immediately refuses, saying his dad would be furious if he ever brought a gun. He's going to make a weapon at home, but Yuhua insists. It's the most valuable thing she's ever had. Even the butler reminds him that friends give gifts. She says she wants to be his friend, to work together, for life. Shang Hao gets the meaning of her words. He assures her they don't need a weapon to be true friends. Their bond is real without it. Hearing this, Yuhua hugs him tightly, emotional. She says they'll be together for the rest of their lives and never separate. After spending the whole afternoon at Yuewa's house, every day, they leave. Shang Hao says they'll see each other soon at school, maybe. Yuewa responds with excitement. As Chang Hao and Yilong head home, Yilong keeps talking about how luxurious Yuhua's house was. He keeps saying how good her new dress looked, and that he wants to buy something too, maybe something foreign. Shen Hao replies that Yilong already has enough hair to style and shouldn't waste more money on it. Then, Zheng Hao remembers that if his friend wants to buy clothes, it's the perfect chance for him too. He's been wanting to get rid of his pink ribbon clothes, and now he can finally replace them. Excited, he says they'll go shopping first thing tomorrow. At the mall, Yilong asks what the occasion is. Zheng Hao explains he just wants to refresh his wardrobe. He has some extra money from his part-time job and wants to shop without a time limit. Yilong switches to shopping mode and helps San Hao pick out the best clothes. San Hao spends a fortune on his new wardrobe and thinks this must be how girls feel when they go shopping crazy. After a while, Ajilong gets hungry and suggests they start eating. They head to the nearest restaurant and, while ordering, San Hao notices someone murmuring about him, calling his name. He looks at them. Even Jilong seems confused. But Zhang Hao lets it go, says, it's nothing. Focus on the food. Still, he can't shake the feeling of being watched. While eating, A random girl takes a secret photo of him. She tells her friend, excited, that she found a super hot guy in the restaurant. One she'd marry and have kids with. She posts the photo online. A bit later, Chen Hao's instincts tell him to put on a cap. When Yilong asks about the cap, why does Shen Hao say he needs to stay low-key because of his good looks? Yilong isn't jealous of his beauty. Instead, he agrees that Chen Hao should be careful. Influencer Chung Chung always says perverts are the best. They're everywhere. Sing Hao. He's right to be cautious. Unbeknownst to him, he's already on the internet as the restaurant's incomparable beauty. Many girls online drool over him, begging for his number. Meanwhile, a brunette sees the photo and realizes she posted it. Ling Ling screams with excitement. She knows the girl. This means she has a chance to get close. Thanks, bye. Back home, Cheng Hao collapses on the sofa, saying he's tired of all the eating. But he thinks it was worth it. Finally, he can get rid of that old, ugly clothes. Suddenly, the phone rings. It's his best friend calling again. Shen. He wonders why he can't leave him alone. When he answers, Yilong shouts that Shen, he is famous and trending online. Zhengyo doesn't understand what he's talking about. So Yilong explains the photo from the fast food restaurant went viral. He tells Cheng Hao he talked to her. He opens a blog because he's now one of the top 5 searches. Meanwhile, his sister Ling Ling is furious, thinking the photos are fake. The photos should have been for her. Zhao finally opens the app. He sees he's 4th in the rankings and starts scrolling. Through endless comments calling him gorgeous and dazzling, some even say he should enter the entertainment world because he's so handsome. The restaurant itself left a comment saying they feel honored that the world's most beautiful man ate there. Cheng Hao is stunned, can't believe what's happening. He tells himself it's an exaggeration, that it's not what life is about. In a few days, all this hype will fade. He decides to relax by watching a live match. But explicit ads pop up on the screen. He deletes them instantly. Luckily, the gaming section looks normal. His favorite game is still there, though the host is now a girl. He figures it shouldn't matter as long as she plays well. Then, a brilliant idea hits him. Since he's of age, maybe he can start his own live stream. With his skills, it would be a piece of cake. He thinks about working as a writer. Just then, his sister, Chin walks in and tells him about her day at the research institute. She even heard that her little brother has become an internet sensation. Sin feels embarrassed, realizing she knows too. Chin asks if he went out with her. With Yilong Hui, the TM who's angry but admits they went shopping together for new clothes. She approaches dangerously, making him the key to the battle. Her expression turns serious. She asks if anyone has bothered him. Senhao hesitates but finally says nothing happened and he can defend himself if it does. Jin Kim thinks Chen Hao is too naive. She tells him women in this world are far more terrifying than he imagines. As she speaks, she gently strokes him and reminds him he's his father's only son. If anything happens to him, she couldn't explain it to his parents. She warns him to tell her immediately if any strange woman bothers him again, and he must tell her when and where he's going out. Kenshinsei gets so close, if Senhao looks down, he'd end up against her chest. After a long pause, she steps back, ready to leave, but stops and says, "There's one last thing." Without asking, she takes his phone, and for some reason, it makes Sean Howard nervous. The next day, a group of girls gathers in front of Chung Hao's school. He hides in the bushes, listening to them speculate about his sudden disappearance. They say he must be hiding nearby and they need to find him. It's rare to see such a handsome guy these days. Shang Hao hears every word and enjoys it. It gets on his nerves. He has no idea what's going on. He pulls out his phone to call Yilong for help, but before Shang Hao can say anything, Yilong orders him to stay home and skip school. There are too many people because of yesterday. Now that everyone knows Shang Hao attends the school, the crowd has turned into a mob. They've gathered on this side to surround him and pounce. Shang Hao doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. All he wanted was peace, a break from everything, but it seems everyone wants to bite him. Yilong advises him to take the day off and avoid the chaos. Besides, there are already plenty of people at the school who don't like him. He grabs everyone's attention. Sang runs as fast as he can to tell his brother. He begs his brother to convince their father to let him skip school. Even she tells him to go home and not worry. He's so bored at home, he doesn't know what to do. So he decides to study and practice live streaming. Straight up, at 18 he thinks he should make a living playing games instead of part-time jobs. Plus, in his past life, he was the game king. He jumps into his favorite game. The characters have changed, but the rules are the same. No problem. Within minutes, he starts getting quadra-kills and pentakills. He knows he still has it. The feeling of power is great. He loves it. He's fast and skilled. Seeing the small icon in the game, he realizes he hasn't lost his touch and wants to play again. And, again, He spends the whole afternoon playing, and when, finally, he gets tired, realizes he's almost ready, decides to try a live stream that night. After dinner, his parents are relaxed on the couch. He excuses himself for the night, says he's going to his room, while his grandfather, his sister, Chin Chin, watches him closely. Sanhao starts his first live stream. Admits he's a bit nervous. He enters the game. Finds himself on a beach map. Notices something odd about the player he's matched with. The player follows him everywhere, trying to catch him. The player then asks if he used a lethal sword strike to kill him. To finish him, Sanhao, tired of being stalked, quickly eliminates the character following him and then kills him. He receives a message from the same person asking if he really used that move to beat him. On the other end is a girl, a game nerd. She tries to excuse her loss by saying she had bad visibility. She insists a player of that level shouldn't win unless they use hacks. She claims she's a master of the game, and if she can't win, she should sell her computer and quit. Other players start investigating Shanghao's character to find out who he really is. But in esports, gender isn't visible, so no one knows if he's a guy or a girl. Still, the girl he defeated doesn't accept cheaters. She says there are too many people using fake documents these days. Fake documents to pass as idols and sneak into the game. The group chat fills with complaints. Sanhao reads it all. He wonders why everyone is bad-mouthing him when he hasn't done anything wrong. Players start sending him requests to join their teams, but Changhao rejects them all and says he only plays solo. The others instantly call him arrogant. They say he's unbearable as a guy and vow to teach him a lesson. Next time, he won't dare join a girl's game pretending to be a guy. Even the player he defeated earlier challenges him again. Shenhao accepts without hesitation. He uses his speed to take her down instantly. This time, she realizes he's on a whole different level. She quickly asks her fans not to attack him, suggesting he might just be a new guy who doesn't understand how seriously they take hacks. Meanwhile, Sanhao admits she might be right and the opponent could be good. But then he notices something that makes him stop. The floor. A small icon at the top of the screen shows his live stream is suddenly flooded with viewers. They flood the chat, demanding he show his face. Some even threaten to report him. He refuses. Many say they think he's a kid and demand proof. Zheng Hao turns on the mic and speaks in his real voice. He clearly tells them he's a man and he's the one playing, but the girls don't believe him. They laugh, saying no man could play like that. Sangao asks how they found his shots so precise if he hasn't used hacks. He adds that if they don't believe him, they can face him in a game. Suddenly, the chat changes. Someone asks him to show his hands on camera. Everyone wants to see what kind of player he really is. Sanjiao watches his viewer count skyrocket to 3,700,000. He realizes the moderators have already featured his stream on the main channel. For the first time, he gets excited. So he turns on the camera and shows his hands, saying there's nothing more to prove. The chat explodes instantly. Viewers spam hearts for his hands and say they are beautiful. The girl he beat earlier sighs and admits that if she knew she was playing against someone like him, she would have tried to be his friend instead of fighting. They leave comments about his fiery hands, his veiny hands, and Sanghao can't believe what people find attractive. The second round is about to start, so he closes the chat because all the messages are slowing down the game. At the same time, in a large corporate building, a mysterious girl watches the stream with great interest. She soon realizes this new streamer already has massive attention. If the company signs him, he'll be a valuable asset and a steady income source. After streaming for a while, Shenhao finally says goodbye. He thanks everyone, saying it was his first stream and he appreciates their support, but the girls don't. The girls refuse to let him go. They beg him to stay longer, saying 2 hours aren't enough. Some joke he should ask his mom to check under the bed. They're that smitten. Shenhao finds everything very strange and immediately turns off his computer. He decides to stream again tomorrow evening. At 8 p.m., probably for 2 hours, so he needs to rest and wake up early to be ready. It's already past 10 p.m., so he goes to bed and says goodnight. He thinks about deciding tomorrow if it's safe to return to school. The next day, Shenhao meets his best friend Ji Long at an ice cream shop. He asks if girls are still following him around school. Yilong says there are fewer today than yesterday, maybe because Shenghao didn't show up, so some got frustrated and left. Still, a few are camping outside the school, hoping to see him. And Shenghao hopes they won't be there when he returns tomorrow. Then, Jilong asks what he's been up to lately. Shenghao says he wrote some novels and even made a few movies, some live streams, and Yilong's eyes widen. He almost shouts, demanding to know when Shenghao started streaming and why he never found out. He even jokes that since Shenghao is good at everything, he's sure to succeed as a streamer. Shenghao quickly tells him to shut up before someone sees. He pulls his cap down to hide and explains he started recently and hasn't signed any contracts yet. At that moment, Shen Gao gets a message from a well-known studio. They invite him to contact their managers to discuss signing a contract. Yilong notices Chung Hao's expression and asks what happened. Shen Gao explains the platform wants to sign him because his streams have become popular. Zilong gets excited, says it's great news. He must sign now. With his talent and presence, he'll be one of the most famous men in the country. He laughs, imagining Shen Hao famous and rich, buying whatever he wants. For Yilong, that dream is almost a feverish delusion. But Shen Hao, Dao replies, he's just a student for now. If streaming affects his studies, he'll quit without hesitation. He also mentions if he becomes an internet celebrity, he'll lose privacy. Fans will hound him online and on the streets. That's the last thing he wants. Yilong tries to convince him. He suggests Shen Hao could wear a mask. It would be a fantastic way to grab attention. Fans would follow and send gifts and songs. Cheng Hao sets another limit. He can stream and entertain without showing his face, but he refuses to sing or dance just for gifts. For now, Cheng Hao says he needs to go to school. They have to leave. The subtitles end here. They part ways. Unbeknownst to them, a couple of girls have been following Shang Hao from a distance. As he enters in the alley, San Hao notices someone following him. Suddenly, he tells Jilong he needs to stop by the supermarket and can go on alone from there. Jilong doesn't suspect a thing. Jilong leaves San Hao behind. When Yilong disappears, San Hao panics. Zhang Hao looks around the empty alley. He calmly announces it's no use hiding and whoever's following him should show themselves. A thug steps out of the shadows, smiles, and says she was lucky someone like him wandered into her territory. She calls him handsome guy and offers to take care of the animals. San Hao stares at her coldly and asks who the hell she thinks she is to talk to him like that. The second-in-command steps in and asks how Sheng Hao doesn't know who Sister Lu Xin is. She claims Lu Xin owns all the houses and streets in the area. San Hao calmly responds, he doesn't know any Lu Xin who owns the streets. Even if she did, he doesn't care, so stop spouting nonsense. The second-in-command steps closer and asks if the kid wants to die. No one talks to Lu Xin like that. But before she can continue, Lu Xin appears. Instead of thanking him, she punches him in the face. She tells him not to be rude to her precious pet. Lu Xin looks at Chen Hao and says he has a lot of personality. He likes that. He confirms the internet was right about him, that he's attractive, and he's already decided what to do. Lu Xin clarifies her. People didn't mean to offend him. Maybe he misunderstood. But what matters is she wants him to be her boyfriend. In return, she promises 10,000 yen a month as a salary. Zhang Hao instantly thinks the amount is ridiculously low, though he knows many men dream of being supported by a rich woman. He admits Lu Xin is beautiful and strong, with a toned body and even abs. But he wonders if being a man means depending on someone. That idea doesn't sit right, so he rejects the offer and tells her to leave. As San Hao turns to go, Lu Xin shouts again. These days, it's normal for guys to be like this. Adopted by older women, she can gather the money if she doesn't like the first price. Think carefully before refusing. Because if she says no again, he'll have to use force. He pulls out a knife, spins it between his fingers. He says he'd hate to ruin such a pretty face. He brings the blade close to her skin as a threat, but Cheng Hao doesn't flinch. Knowing Kung Fu, he grabs the wrist in one move and twists it. The knife slips and clatters to the ground. Sen Hao steadies his stance, thinking he's finally found someone to practice his skills with. Sen Hao jabs his elbow into Lu Xin's chest. She staggers, clutching her heart. Manny gets nervous. He mutters under his breath, but before he can catch his breath, a kick flies toward his face. Is he ready? He ducks just in time and shoots across the floor. He picks up the blade from the ground and turns, this time pointing it at the thugs. He warns them to leave him alone, one by one. One of Lu Xin's lackeys steps forward, saying the kid is looking for a fight, but Lu Xin raises a hand, ordering them to stand back. She says she wants to tame this wildcat herself. She rolls up her sleeves and advances with a confident smile. Shen Hao controls his breathing, thinking that women in this world have a natural advantage. So if he wants to win, he needs to find another way. He grips the blade and swings it repeatedly, forcing Lu Xinyu to step back. With his free hand, he pulls out his phone and dials the police, warning her he'll give them her name if she doesn't stop. Lu Xinsei freezes, realizing Shen Hao is not only skilled but also smart. She lowers her guard and steps aside. Her followers stare in shock as their fierce leader lets the boy pass. The boy walks away, but Lu Xin smiles and tells them sometimes patience is needed, especially with the handsome ones. Papus asks Schamhausen his name. He introduces himself, but quickly reminds him to stay back. The call is still on. Lu Xin bites his lip. He'll remember. His gaze is full of temptation. While Chang Hao fights, one of Lu Xin's lackeys takes a secret photo at night, in action. He uploads it to the internet. The image spreads quickly. Far away, Inside a powerful corporation, a woman presides at the table. She's known as Miss Wei. Her presence fills the room with tension. Her employees present their findings and say they found a strong candidate. The president listens closely and orders them to file him immediately. She's convinced the boy will be a huge success. Miss Wei is in her office, cigarette in hand. She wonders why she has to handle recruitment. For her, bringing in new people is a headhunter's job, not hers. She questions, in a low voice, why she has to worry about this. Her second-in-command nods, but reminds her it's a direct order from the president. The president wants to introduce the new guy and even requested to see him in person. Wei frowns and asks if his mother's obsession with new faces will ever end. He mutters that if she really plans to find a younger man to be a father, what would that make him? He asks to see the photos, the assistant hands them over, and sure enough, it's a picture of Zhang Hao in the buff. Leia. Miss Wei studies the photo calmly. She notes he still looks like a high school student, but his presence and personality stand out. She thinks, with proper molding, he could become a huge asset to the company. She orders her assistant to investigate Zhang Hao and bring her a full report by that night. When they leave, Miss Wei walks to the window and gazes at the city. For a moment, she ponders the boy who has captured her attention. That boy, of course, is Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, in the school courtyard, Zhang Hao plays basketball. Yilong is nearby, clearly annoyed. When Shanghai, Yilong tells him that if he has a cold, he shouldn't play. He suggests Zhang Hao cheer from the stands, saying basketball is for girls. Zhang Hao says no. He shakes his head and says he's not sick, it was just a sneeze, and basketball isn't just for girls. He grabs the ball and shoots straight for the basket. As he jumps, a piece of his shirt lifts. A girl watching from afar gasps as if she just saw something beautiful. Zhang Hao lands and makes it clear that boys can also shine on the court. Yilong sighs, realizing he's not the only one cheering. A crowd of girls scream San Hao's name, their voices rising for the best player on the court. Later, Yilong talks to Yuhua, noting how strange it is that Chang Hao became famous overnight. Yuhua agrees it's odd, but adds that as long as Chang Hao is happy, that's what matters. Yilong nods and admits Chang Hao is so cool that even Qingchen, the shyest girl in school, is head over heels for him. Not far away, Feng sits with his lackey, mocking and saying Shen Hao only enjoys drawing attention. He wonders why no one sees his true nature and claims he's just an arrogant guy pretending to be pure. His lackey responds that the girls are blinded by his face and don't understand who he really is. He warns Fen not to let their guard down. Meanwhile, a girl hides behind a column. She takes secret photos of Chang Hao, whispering that Sister Lu Xin promised money even for blurry shots. She believes these will serve her plan. Sun Hao suddenly turns his head and looks her way. But seeing nothing, he shrugs. He thinks he imagined it and returns to the game. She lowers the camera and smiles. She's sure she can get $200 for those photos. In her mind, betraying Sun Hao's only friends will be worth it. Subscribe and turn on notifications. Sun Hao and Yoa say goodbye. Sun Hao pats her head and tells her they'll see each other soon. Yoa smiles, and the moment is tender and warm. Yilong, not wanting to be left out, grabs Sun Hao's arm and asks for a proper goodbye. Sun Hao laughs, pushes him away lightly, and treats him like a friend. But suddenly, he stops. His eyes dart to the bushes and spot the faint glint of a camera lens. Someone is taking his photos. Yilong doesn't notice, but Shen Hao's senses are already sharp and alert. He narrows his eyes and mutters that it's probably nothing, though he can't shake the uneasy feeling of being watched. For a moment, he wonders if the person behind the camera could be his own sister. Shen Hao finally follows his gut and approaches the tree where a girl is hiding. The girl panics and starts babbling that she wasn't doing anything wrong. Shen Hao looks angry. His voice is sharp, but he also feels a bit relieved it's not his sister, Qin Qin. He demands her phone to check if she was recording him. The girl defends herself, insisting she was just taking a photo of the landscape, but Shen Hao isn't fooled. He shows her the video she was secretly recording. Cornered, she finally admits she was inspired by Lu Xin, who convinced her. According to her, they can sell the photos for $200 each, as long as the face is clear. Shen Hao can't believe Lu Xin is still pulling strings from the shadows. The girl, nervous, explains that Liu Xin is the true boss of the series. Zhen Hao tells her he understands, but if she deletes the photos, she can go. She quickly deletes them and runs off, thinking this will now be Lu Xun's problem. On Saturday, Zhang Hao goes to the mall with Yilong. Yilong, excited, asks if he's signed with the streaming platform. Sheng replies yes, he met Diaz, imposed his conditions, and surprisingly, the company agreed. The first thing he asked for was to recover the gifts from his past streams. Now he needs Yilong's help to decide which gifts to keep and which to return. Yilong gets excited. After all, who doesn't love free gifts? He even teases Shang Hao, asking if there's a special girl he likes. He sent something. At the same time, he feels a bit betrayed for not knowing earlier. But when Shang Hao explains, Yilong understands he just wants to buy a gift for his sister to return the favor for the earrings she gave him. Yilong insists on knowing the details of the conditions Zhang Hao agreed to with the company. Shang Hao explains clearly, he won't have to show his face if he doesn't want to. He can create other content besides gameplay, but only if he decides. He won't attend live events, except in the future. Or if he accepts, his streams will be 2 hours daily, extending to 5 hours on weekends with at least 1 day off each week. Most importantly, he'll always know in advance if the company expects him to do anything outside gaming. Above all, his face will remain private. Impressed, Yilong tells Zhang Hao he's an incredible negotiator. He thinks the company only gave in because Zhang Hao is one of their most famous streamers. Hearing this, Schoenhaus blushes slightly, embarrassed by the compliment. But as always, wherever Shang Hao goes, he stands out among the crowd, even at the mall. Feng and her group of mean girls watch him. They mock him, calling him the #1 beauty at school, then the #2 beauty, and then the #3 beauty. They call him a prude, yet he always ends up with perverted girls. To them, he's just a fool. Feng's followers mock him. If they were as beautiful as Sun Hao, they wouldn't waste their image on impure things. They complain about those who use their looks to get away with shame. Another follower tries to stir the pot. She suggests Feng drag them all to the nearby perfume shop to try new lipsticks, but Feng sizes her up. She's a gossip and dismisses the idea. Her father recently gave her a good amount of money for expenses, so she could buy it herself for her followers. For her, it costs nothing. The girls cheer, hanging on every word. Feng approaches, her voice colder. As a loyalty test, she orders them to teach Zhang Hao a lesson. Excited, they promise to make him cry. Their brilliant plan? Catch him off guard, take unflattering photos, and post them online for the whole school to see how ugly he is. Feng warns they must find a private spot, away from prying eyes. Otherwise, they risk getting caught. She smiles, imagining the humiliation. Her plan is sinister, designed to ruin his reputation. The irony is, no matter what they try, it's impossible for Shen Hao to look ugly. He's effortlessly handsome. Sen Hao buys his sister something very expensive and asks her to return it. Yilong comments that he must be an exemplary brother. Spending over $1,000 on a belt shows how much he cares. Sen Hao admits that since he joined the streaming platform, his daily earnings have been more than enough. He mentions that Chin Chin even gifted him real diamond earrings, so it made sense to return something of equal value. Yilong can't believe what he hears. Real diamond earrings, he insists on seeing them now. Come on. The two talk as they head to the bathroom, unaware that Feng and her lackeys are following them secretly. The girls stay at home. They see the perfect opportunity to stalk Shang Hao and take compromising photos. But Feng steps back from the situation and tells her lackeys to follow the boys inside while she watches outside. She's worried that if Shang Hao sees her in the bathroom, rumors will start that she's following him. Her lackeys are too clumsy to understand her hesitation, so they continue with the plan. Inside, Sengao exits the cubicle while Yilong fixes himself. Sengao and Yilong casually tell him to stop wearing that perfume. It smells like he's trying to sell it. At that moment, two of Feng's lackeys burst into Omar's bathroom. One tries to bump into Sun Hao, but she stumbles and nearly faceplants. Sun Hao reacts fast, grabs her by the neck, and asks what she's doing. The other immediately shouts that Sun Hao pushed her on purpose and demands he watch where he's going. Yilong, already irritated, steps in to defend his friend. He says it's clear the girl tripped on her own and Sun Hao didn't push anyone. But instead of admitting it, the girl lunges furiously at Yilong. Sen Hao steps forward at the last second, stops him, and warns him to keep his hands to himself. He says if anyone touches his friend, they're asking for death. The lackey tries to defend herself, but her voice trembles. She insists she didn't hit anyone and repeats she's not looking for death, but her words sound weak. Shang Hao seems fearless. Sengao orders them to back off, but instead, the lackey tries to provoke him again. She spits at San Hao and calls him disgusting. San Hao narrowly dodges the spit. His patience finally snaps. He pulls back his fist and slams it into the lackey's face, warning her not to think he'll hold back just because she's a girl. The second lackey screams that Sun Hao hit her in the head. He hit her friend. Yilong, already annoyed, rolls up his sleeves and advances. In seconds, the two lackeys are clawing at each other in a chaotic hair-pulling fight. The sight makes Zhang Hao cringe. Watching them scratch and scream is embarrassing. Zhang Hao steps in to show them how it's really done. He gives them a quick lesson. His strikes are fast, precise, and controlled, like a flawless software update. No one can keep up. He finishes. Sean Howell tells them to mind their own business next time. One of the followers covers her face and screams that Jang Hao will regret hitting her. She threatens to call her boyfriend to settle the score. But Jang Hao stands tall, unfazed, showing he's not scared of empty threats. Outside the mall, Sanhao and Yilong walk away. Shuqi returns with her partner. She immediately starts complaining, pointing at Shang Hao and accusing him of being the aggressor. Shuqi's partner, a tall and muscular girl, glares at Shang Hao with clear disdain. The follower lies, saying they were cornered in the bathroom and couldn't escape. Feng, as usual, distances himself from the situation. He says he's going to the bathroom first and orders his girls to continue the beating. One of them suggests staying to take photos of Chang'e. But Feng isn't stupid. She keeps a safe distance, pulls out her phone, and gets ready to capture every angle. Her plan is simple. She'll upload the photos to the school forum and show Chang Hao's face when he becomes a hero. When he becomes the center of attention, in the worst way, Shuqi continues her act, shedding crocodile tears to play the victim. Zhen Hao, however, doesn't hesitate. Fearless, he asks what those cowards are doing back. Long, more cautious, reminds them that they started it, and he and Sang Hao were just defending themselves. San Hao doesn't get defensive. Instead, he seems delighted, almost excited. He tells them to speak up if they have something to say, but they don't. Then something unexpected happens. The muscular couple looks at Shang Hao for the first time. Their expression changes completely. In that moment, they fall in love with him. His girlfriend, Shuqi, notices and bursts into rage, yelling at him for staring so shamelessly. The muscular girl stays calm, admitting it doesn't matter what happened because her girlfriend hit the girl. She hit Chang Hao first. Whatever happens, it's her fault. It's her fault. The muscular girl turns to Chang Hao and, without hesitation, apologizes on her girlfriend's behalf. She says they should forget the incident and move on. Her partner can't believe what she hears. Being betrayed so humiliatingly enrages her. Her girlfriend loves Chang Hao, but the muscular girl avoids answering, leaving the question hanging. Finally, Chang Hao steps in with his usual decisiveness. He tells them to solve their marital issues elsewhere. He asks them to step aside so he and Jilong can continue without more drama. Shuqi can't believe what she hears from her own girlfriend. But her first girlfriend reacts instantly and threatens her. If she doesn't shut up, she'll stuff her in a bag and throw her in the river. After that harsh warning, she suddenly changes tone and addresses Sam, suggesting maybe there was a misunderstanding and proposing they exchange numbers. She even offers a gift as an apology. Feng, watching from the side, is already recording the scene. He plans to upload the video to the internet, portraying Shanghai as a homewrecker to ruin his reputation. He zooms in, then pulls back, searching for the perfect angle to make him look bad. Meanwhile, not far away, a luxury car stops in front of the mall. Inside, Miss Wei is reviewing the second quarter profits with her usual focus. The second quarter earnings with her usual concentration, but when she glances up for a moment, she sees someone standing right in front of her car. It's Chavo. Chang Hao, thank you. She's so busy recording that she doesn't notice. Realizes that a gang of thugs is approaching from behind her. Out of nowhere, Lucian places his hand on Feng's shoulder and asks, "Who are you filming?" She starts stuttering, saying it's not important. But when Lucian looks at the phone, she immediately realizes what Feng was doing. Feng had been photographing her beloved boyfriend. Lucian stays cold, but her words are sharp. She asks Feng if she wants to die. For daring to film her man with another woman, she grabs Feng by the collar without hesitation. Feng weakly responds, saying she made a mistake and never meant to hurt anyone. She knows Lucian rules the area and understands Shen Hao wouldn't dare face someone like her. So Lucian tells Feng that if it's true, she better come along to see her boyfriend. As Lucian moves forward with Feng in tow to the end of the battle, the muscular woman starts sweating, wondering why Feng would be with someone so dangerous. Lucian goes straight to Zhang Hao and confronts him head-on. He says he's missed him more than he can admit, even though only 2 days have passed. San Hao doesn't react. Even Yilong feels uncomfortable with Lucian, but Cheng Hao just wants it to end. Obsessive fans keep showing up outside the mall. Sen Jiaosei turns to leave, but Ryushin stops him, calling it a gesture of goodwill. To earn it, he reveals Fen filmed and pushed Ryushin. He shoves Feng to the ground, saying he has a gift for him to do with as he pleases. Zhenhao doesn't believe it and bluntly asks what Lucian really wants. She snaps her fingers, and her goons rush out, making Sheng Hao imagine another fight. But she returns with a huge bouquet of flowers. Lucian offers them and, in a surprisingly gentle voice, asks if he'll go out with her because she really likes him. Promises to give Sun Hao everything he wants if he agrees to be her boyfriend. Shen Hao thinks she's just a pervert, proposing the same thing again. He politely declines, saying he's not interested. He doesn't want to date her and asks her to leave because he's in a hurry. Lucian asks him to at least accept the flowers. Shen Hao finds it ironic. The first time they met, she pulled a knife. Now she offers flowers with a kind smile. It's manipulation at its finest. Shen Hao repeats that if he won't be her boyfriend, he won't take the flowers. He reminds her that in the alley, she threatened to kill him. It's best they both forget everything, pretend they don't know each other, and leave. Otherwise, he'll have no choice but to call the police. The thugs from Lucian's crew. Lucian's thugs are stunned that Shang Hao speaks so directly. Lucian tells them to back off and not interrupt her conversation with the man. Jilong nervously asks if Lucian plans to kill someone, and then she finally turns her attention to him, studies him closely, and recognizes him as Chang Hao's best friend. Chang Hao immediately asks if Lucian has also been investigating their friends. She calmly responds that it's natural to worry about the people close to her boyfriend. She adds that some of her friends seem to have a crush on San Hao and his friends. She can't even stop those girls from obsessing over him. Shen Hao understands her words, hide a warning. Behind that innocent tone, she's threatening him through Yama. His tone shifts suddenly. He tells Lucian they can always forget everything. He asks what more she wants from him. Lucian refuses to give up on her love. She says she wants to hear that L word and invites him out for drinks. Zhang Hao pulls his hand away and asks for the address. Lucian smiles and tells him to meet her at 7 at the lit-up restaurant on the west side. She promises she'll be there and even calls him sweetheart, making Shang Hao tense. She assures him she'll be on time, though she adds that she'll mix things up a bit. Later, Yilong pulls Shang Hao aside. He warns him the woman looks like a thug. Everyone with her has tattoos. Does he really want to stay alone with someone like that? He warns him he'd be vulnerable, even though he isn't. Zilong insists they can always call the police. Sun Hao explains it's not that simple. None of them have criminal records, so the police can't do much. If they provoke and anger her, she could make their lives miserable. Senge finally says, as a sacrifice, he'll go see Lu Shun tonight. He tells Yilong not to worry about him. Yilong tells him not to worry about him. Because he's been practicing kung fu and they can't hurt him, Yilong should be the one to be careful. Hearing this, Jilong starts crying like his best friend is about to be sacrificed. Jilong starts crying. Another person arrives, the society's assistant. Miss Wei tells Sun Hao the CEO wants to see him. It would be best if he goes with her for his own good. Sen Haoze realizes how uncomfortable this inverted arena has become. He's sick of girls chasing and harassing him 24/7. He asks, who the hell is the CEO? Just as bodyguards surround him, he's at a loss for words. He never thought so many people would pressure him at once, not one by one. He heads home and tells her he'll call if he needs anything. Sun Hao follows the assistant to the main headquarters and moves out. Upon arrival, he's greeted by a powerful, dominant woman. The atmosphere turns tense, even for Charles. She introduces herself as Vinan, CEO of the media group. Feng Hong strides straight toward him. She tells him his first live stream was a massive success. According to her, no one streams like him. Wei Nan hands him a contract, asks him to sign, and promises to make him a star, but it's not that simple. The request shocks Shang Hao. He checks the contract, realizes his current one is better, he dissolves it. Apologizes, says it's a misunderstanding, explains he doesn't want to be a star or famous, adds he's in a rush to get home for dinner, leaves. Just as he turns, the assistant stops him, reminds him it's rude, notes the CEO rarely meets people in person, says Wei Nan asked out of courtesy. Shen Zhao refuses, calmly uses kung fu to remove her hand, repeats he doesn't need a contract, heads home, toward the exit, then pulls the woman forward. She falls face first to the ground. Wei Nan sees this, realizes Shen Hao can defend himself, activates the bell. She attacks him, moves fast to strike. Shinkai can't land a hit. Han Hao blocks her punches, tries to counter with his own. She dodges quickly. She comments it's unreal for a high school boy to know kung fu this well. Admits it's impressive. Shang Hao thanks her, but still can't accept Wei Nan's offer. She tells him not to rush into a no, because there's nothing in the world she can't get. She assures him she'll give him more time to think. With that, Wei Nan orders his assistant to take him home. Back home, San Hao knows dealing with her won't be easy. Cheng Hao sends a message, prepares a voice recorder, a knife, and pepper spray. For his big date, he writes to Jilong if he doesn't call by 8:30 to alert the police. Sun Hao knows he has to clear things up with Lu Shun tonight, or his peace will be at risk. He arrives at the bar. As soon as he enters, a girl greets him, saying her boss has been waiting for him. She asks him to follow her. Soon, he sees Lu Xun sitting on a sofa like a queen, with 2 assistants by her side. Lu Xun's welcome is very warm. The shareholder introduces Shang Hao and him. Without wasting time, he says he came tonight to set things straight. He tells Lu Xin they should act like they've never met from now on. It benefits both of them. Lu Xin isn't amused and finds his request difficult. She holds a wine glass and blows him a kiss. It's a proposal. If he satisfies her one night, she'll stop bothering him. She even teases him, asking what he thinks of the offer. Sun Hao shakes his head and says he knew she'd say something like that. He's going to call the police. Lu Xin laughs and tells him calling the police is immature. Nothing wrong with something happening between them. Even his assistant joins in, telling him not to resist. They warn him if he does, they'll hold him down for Lu Xin and post photos online. She smirks. She tells him to stop acting like a brat. Chen Hao can't believe her nerve. She keeps talking, thinking he's scared, and repeats that he must obey Sister Lu Xin's orders. Chen Hao only thinks he's never heard anyone say such twisted things. Luckily, the recorder in his pocket keeps recording. Lu Xin then reveals the assistant is actually her younger sister. She smiles and asks Chen Hao if he prefers to spend the night alone with her or if he wants someone else to join. Suddenly, Lu Xin's sister pulls a knife to Chen Hao's head. He glares at her and asks how she dares, if they really plan to kill them. If he resists, but he came prepared. He pulls out pepper spray and sprays it in her eyes. All the girls start crying and screaming. One tries to attack, but while Lu Xin's sister rubs her eyes, Zhang Hao grabs the knife. He places it at her throat and threatens her, not to move or he'll cut. Sun Hao turns to Lu Xin and repeats to let him go, or she'll be the one in trouble. Lu Xin vanishes. Yu Xin just laughs and calls him a brave boy. While Sun Hao uses the sister as bait and fights his way out of the bar, he warns Lu Xin that if she sends another woman after him, there will be blood in the streets. Calling the police won't help. Lu Xin seems amused, convinced she has time to play. Then she vanishes. She receives a message on her sister's phone. Sun Hao already requested the photo. He reminds Lu Xin that he recorded everything. If they provoke him or hurt his friend, he'll send it all to the police, which infuriates her. Lu Xin never thought Sun Hao could be so clever. On the other hand, one of Wei Nan's workers has been closely watching Sun Hao and informs Wei Nan that he's fine. A few days later, Sun Hao is at school. Still no idea why. He's been thinking about what happened. 2 days ago, he threatened Lu Xin and her gang, but he doesn't know if it worked. If she keeps acting like a psychopath, he'll have to come up with something else. While lost in thought, he hears a group of girls talking nearby. They whisper about Lu Xin, saying she's been taken down. The atmosphere feels different, and everyone's talking about the new boss showing up this afternoon. One of the girls asks Lu Xin. He asks how a sudden power grab could happen without warning. Another girl replies she heard the Feng Hong group intervened at the school. They came because there was a serious bullying issue. They decided Lu Xin no longer fit their goals, so they asked for her replacement. Sun Hao listens and frowns. He doesn't understand what the Feng Hong group has to do with this. The name sounds familiar, and suddenly it hits him. It's Nan's company, though it's still unclear why. He still can't piece it together. What connection could Nan have with Lu Xin? Later that day, after school, Shang Hao returns to the school. He goes home and finds his sister Chin Chin waiting for him. She's all dressed up, smiling, and tells him she cooked for him. Shang Hao immediately asks about their parents, wanting to know if they're alone. She replies, both had to work late and won't be back until late at night. So Shang Hao and Chin Chin will be alone. For some reason, that explains it. In his past life, in the old world, a man and a woman alone always meant trouble. Chin Chin snaps him out of his dirty thoughts. She asks him what's wrong. Sen Jiao gets nervous and quickly says it's nothing, they should eat. Inside, he knows those thoughts are wrong. He forces himself to focus. She's his sister, even if not by blood. Meanwhile, Chin Chin seems to know exactly what he's thinking. After dinner, she asks Shen Hao to go to her room to do homework. She reminds him he'll be streaming for hours later. She says she'll do the dishes. Shen Hao asks if she's sure she doesn't need his help. Then she touches his hand, afraid. She tells him she doesn't want his precious hands to get irritated by the detergent. Zhang Gao gets nervous from all the attention, but he nods, saying he understands. He knows his sister is beautiful and virtuous, the picture of perfection. In his past life, he would have wished for a wife like her. He never realized how tough it would be having an older sister like her. At 7:00, he goes live, warmly greeting everyone and reminding them of the rules. He makes it clear he won't show his face. 2 hours pass before Chin Chin returns home. She tells him to turn off the computer and rest, but Shen Hao has already finished streaming, proving he was responsible. Shin smiles and comments that he must be exhausted after the stream. She offers to give him a massage to relax, but the way she sits on his bed suggests something else. Zhen Hao gets nervous and says it's not necessary, that she should rest for a while. But Shin Chan pulls him closer and tells him, she says he's sweet for worrying, so they should rest together. She leans in and starts nibbling his ear. In a playful way, Sang-hao notices how soft and delicate it is, but reminds himself that it's wrong. They're family, and family cares, not crosses lines. For some reason, that moment makes Chin pull away. Remember the girl she used to be, the first time she saw. Baby Sang-hao. Her eyes moisten and tears escape. Sen-hao, nervous, starts babbling, trying to justify himself, though deep down he knows he did nothing wrong. Still, he can't shake the doubt. Chin comforts him gently, telling him she cries from happiness. She says it's an honor to be his sister and part of his family. Saying it out loud fills her with satisfaction. Sun-hao is moved. His sister loves him so much she's even grateful to tears. It's new to him, something he never had before. Finally, he feels he has a complete family, and his father is no longer alone. Sun-hao lets himself be comforted. In that moment, he swears to himself that as long as he lives, he'll protect his family and do whatever it takes to see them happy. He reassures Chin they have plenty of time together. Their family will always be happy. Chin blushes in front of her parents. She admits she rarely cries. This time was a slip. She turns her head, embarrassed, but Chang-hao calmly tells her she has nothing to be ashamed of. He thanks her for treating him like a friend. Chin silently thinks maybe they were always meant to be a real family, who then asks San-hao to lie down with her. Soon, they're so close that Chang-hao, nervous, asks if she wants to sleep together. Chin smiles and clarifies she thought he might be scared to sleep alone now that his parents are gone, so she wanted to keep him company. Plus, she admits she's always wanted the chance to sleep right next to him. She's glad it finally happened. Yang-hao hesitates and asks what she means, but his thoughts betray him as he sees how attractive she looks beside him. Chin changes the subject and asks what kind of girls he likes. Yang-hao nervously replies that he only likes him. Chin insists, asking if he prefers tough or gentle girls, and if there are any like that in his class. Sun-hao thinks, and Yuewa comes to mind. She might be someone he likes. She's kind and pretty, though quiet and reserved. Chin notices him zoning out and gets impatient. She tells him he's still in high school, so it's best not to fall in love too soon. It only brings heartache. She's worried because, with his looks, girls might do all sorts of crazy things to him. Sang-hao quietly responds that she doesn't need to worry so much. Her hug is so warm and comforting, he feels like he's falling asleep. When he pulls away, he realizes he's not actually leaning on Chin. Is he on his own pillow? Everything seems like a strange dream. Confused, San-hao calls out, asking if Chin is there. For a moment, he confuses her name with Lu Xin, then Yuehua, before remembering Chin. But when he opens the door, he realizes she must have gone to the lab again. He sees his shelf of novels and considers taking one to read. His eyes land on a book about an empress titled The Strongest Empress and the Invincible Goddess. Then another book catches his attention. It tells the story of a boy and his sister in a secret relationship. Filled with scenes too intimate to ignore, Sun-hao blushes. Shocked by the type of book, he wonders if Chin is a person or not. He can't believe she would think of him like that, but quickly dismisses the idea, telling himself his sister isn't like that. Suddenly, his head clears. It starts to throb. Another vision appears before his eyes, the same brunette with glasses standing in front of him, with two boys crying beside her. She yells something at Sang-hao, but her voice sounds muffled. He can't understand a word. He stares, confused and shocked, with no idea what those visions mean. The next day, as usual, San-hao starts streaming. But this time, he cuts the stream short. He's off, and even he knows it was terrible. He can't focus. His mind keeps drifting back to the novel he found, wondering if Chin really has romantic feelings for him. The visions keep returning, leaving him confused and uneasy. When the stream ends, he notices his followers have dropped. The audience's energy isn't the same, and the enthusiasm has faded. It frustrates him. Making money this way is exhausting, and now the pressure feels heavier. A message appears on his screen. His recent streams are stabilizing, but growth has slowed. The system recommends contacting the admin for advice on boosting popularity. San-hao frowns, knowing meeting the admin might not be wise. The next day, the same message appears again. It appears, and again, and again. The notification never fails, day after day. Sun-hao gets tired of it, but no matter what he does, the system won't leave him alone. Then, he gets a message from the admin asking why he hasn't gone live yet. He replies angrily that he doesn't want to. The admin quickly replies, telling him not to say that. His fans are waiting for his return and would be thrilled to see him perform again. When she suggests he dance or show his face to please them, he refuses. San-hao firmly reminds her that when he signed, he made it clear he'd only go live if he wanted to. The admin assures him she's not forcing him, just offering suggestions. She promises to send more ideas and tells him not to worry. She adds to take his time. Still, she reminds him they have a meeting in 2 days. Sanhao dismisses her, saying he'll do many things, but he'll never reveal his identity. Meanwhile, the admin is in a good mood, excited about a date with a handsome guy. Shanghao just sees it all as a nuisance. When he sees other men on the platform begging for gifts from viewers, he vows he'd rather lose all his savings than stoop that low. Then he checks the document his manager sent. The first option suggests making short videos, preferably in 4K. Dancing, the second option, is in a Greek god costume. The third, gravity while training. As Shanghao expected, it all sounds ridiculous. He won't sell his dignity. 3 days later, Changhao meets Jilong at a cafe. Yilong comments that Shanghao has become so popular that even the admin came to see him. Shanghao shrugs. He doesn't care much. Songjing greets them warmly. When Shanghao introduces Yilong, he says he checked the 3 options, but none interest him. Songjing smiles and says he figured the first 2 wouldn't appeal, but the last one does. It's worth it. Leave your thoughts in the comments. She puts down her cup, steps closer, and mentions she's seen him work out his chest. Since he refuses to show his face, she suggests streaming with a mask. That way, he wouldn't reveal his identity, and the audience would still enjoy his physique. It would thrill viewers and set him apart from other streamers. She explains live streaming workouts is practical and easy. It also lets him earn money while staying fit. Long admits her idea sounds reasonable. Zheng Hao thinks it means he won't have to show too much skin. Plus, it could inspire other men to get fit, regain strength, and maybe change perceptions. They have the women. He nods and says he'll start streaming 2 or 3 days a week, half an hour each time, training with the mask on. Back home, Shanghao's father unleashes his fury. He roars that he won't allow his son to stream with his chest or face exposed. His tone is so harsh and authoritative, he seems like a tyrant. Mr. Chang, Changhao's father, starts struggling with him. He says he was already lenient by letting him stream his matches, but now he won't allow him to wear tight training clothes and show them off. Father and son get tangled in the fight when Chen Chen arrives. She interrupts and says she thinks Shanghao is right. Let him try it first, and she'll supervise to make sure he doesn't do anything inappropriate. If anything happens, she'll tell him to cut the stream. Mr. Shang grumbles that Chen Chen spoils him too much and that his son already keeps him busy. Still, he leaves the room. Zheng Hao turns to Chen Chen and thanks her. He admits that if she hadn't intervened, he would have ended up in a huge argument with his father. Chen Qin waves off the thanks and tells him to save it. He says he'll watch over him no matter what. There are people online who are a real pain, and he doesn't want his little brother to get harassed. Later, Shang Hao sets up his streaming equipment at home. He greets his viewers and announces a special show today. He's been asked many times to show his face, so he will. But his main goal is to talk about the importance of exercise. He explains that improving cardiovascular health with aerobic training is something everyone should try. He recommends starting with jogging and adds that they should also carefully work on their joints to avoid injuries. He mentions that he's been practicing before starting this program and is now ready to begin. Sanhao starts running, and the chat immediately floods with reactions. The viewers go wild. They call him their god and sigh as every muscle he moves looks like a work of art. Shangho notices the stream filling up every minute. He realizes people aren't just here for fitness, they want to see him in action. The girls in the chat think he might be the most attractive man they've ever seen. Some women even start wishing for him through the screen, to the point where their marriages start to change. They start to feel the strain. Aisha, watching from the sidelines, smirks confidently. She always knew Shanghao would conquer the entire platform. During the stream, a viewer issues a challenge. If Shanghao runs for 15 straight minutes, she'll send him 2 rocket launchers. Shanghao accepts without hesitation. He laughs, thinking it's nothing, and promises to show them what a real man does in his world. 30 minutes later, Shanghao is still going strong. Meanwhile, Chen Qian watches the stream with mixed feelings. He sees how many people are watching him train and feels a twinge of envy. He tells himself he's not a kid anymore. He's growing up and will soon leave his side after death. A while ago, Zheng Hao finishes his training session. He asks everyone to follow him to teach them more about his training and says he'll shower and then return for another stream. At that moment, Chen Chen enters the room and asks if he's tired. She reminds him that training and streaming must have been tough. She suggests he do these training streams less often. Seeing her concern, Senko looks troubled for a moment. But he reassures her, saying he usually trains alone, so it's nothing new. At least now he gets paid for it. Tiangshan hands him a card. Tuala suddenly slaps his butt and tells him to hurry up and shower before he catches a cold. He freezes in shock. Can't believe what just happened. He wonders if she's been drinking. Quickly pushes away dirty thoughts, convincing himself she was just being nice. That night, Chen Qing visits Zheng Hao while he works. He sits silently by the bed, mind heavy. thinks if they had failed before, something bad could have happened. His memory drifts back to when they were kids, remembers the times he brought him flowers, innocent moments that now feel distant. He studies Zhang Hao's face as he rests. Chin leans in, eyes fixed on his lips. The moment stretches, his heart races, but San Hao stirs in his dreams. He turns his head, expression changes slightly, as if dreaming. Chin swears. He stands still, closely observing and realizing what he was about to do. A few years ago, when Sun Hao was just a baby, someone approached him and asked if he had no one to play with. She suggested they play together. They played together, and that girl turned out to be Chin. From that day on, they were inseparable. Chin fought the bullies for him, always taking his side. She was so strong that Sun Hao sometimes feared her, even though she only fought to protect him. But Chin was still a girl and couldn't handle rejection. She grabbed him by the collar and reminded him they promised to stay together forever. She told him not to be afraid and demanded he come to her house afterward. When Sun Hao wakes up, he's no longer a child. He can't even remember the dream, thinking it must have been silly. It's school day, so he better get up or be late again. But then he senses someone nearby and turns. He realizes his sister is literally sleeping next to him, and he didn't even notice. Sen Hao screams. Chin's eyes snap open. She greets him calmly, telling him to get ready for school or he'll be late. Sen Hao nervously asks if she really slept in his bed. Chen stretches and says she came to see him last night. He looked so cute while sleeping, she couldn't resist lying down next to him. Sen Hao wants to tell her it's weird, but he swallows his words. He says he'll get ready before he's late. Chen tells him not to worry. She'll buy a new car soon and drive him to school herself. Later, Shen Hao looks at a kung fu poster on his phone from his class. Yehua sees it and casually mentions she can do that too. Chen Hao asks when she learned it. She says she saw it as a kid, adds she fights really well. Shen Hao, he's impressed. Yehua already handles weapons like a pro, and now she knows kung fu. Yehua reveals her grandma was a soldier, inspiring her to protect her country. Shen Hao tells her he believes in her and knows she'll achieve her goal. He then asks if she can teach him some fighting techniques. Since it's early, they decide to go to the backyard. Beihua smiles and says if it's just the two of them, she'll gladly teach, even if she doesn't. Chang Hao secretly thinks it might be a bit inappropriate. Sun Hao suggests they spar first to see their styles. Both get into position. With lightning speed, Yuehua attacks the enemies. Before Shen Hao can even compete, she grabs him and pushes him to the ground. He can't defend against her strength. Yuehua easily pins him down. Sitting on him, Shen Hao realizes he's completely lost. Without resistance, Sun Hao says he surrenders, but Yuefei says no. He asks if he can get a reward. Before Sheng Hao understands what she means, she leans in and licks his ear. A strange sensation courses through him. He moans her name. Realizing what's happening, his face turns red. He wonders how someone so shy can act so boldly. When Yuego pulls away, she asks her mother. She asks if he liked it. Sen Hao can't believe she's asking. Of course he liked it. Who wouldn't? But he doesn't understand why she suddenly did it. She's shy, yet what she did was overwhelming. Zhen Hao covers his face. He covers his face with his palm while Yuehua fidgets, worried she made a mistake. Still sitting on him, Zhang Hao asks her to get off. He doesn't want to touch her in such a close, uncomfortable position. Once they're properly seated, he asks why she did it and who taught her. Sen Hao refuses to believe someone so pure could think of such things. But Yuehua explains that no one taught her directly. She learned from videos Anastasia has been sending her. Zhen Hao immediately suspects they're inappropriate and asks to see them. His suspicions are confirmed. Anastasia is a pervert. If she keeps this up, she'll corrupt Yuehua too. Yuehua says Anastasia told her it's normal for men and women to communicate this way. Nervously, she asks if she did something wrong. Chen Hao, not wanting to discourage or embarrass her, gently explains that it's not how people normally talk. Couples do that, but they can't. He makes it clear she shouldn't do it with him or anyone else, because it's just wrong. He reminds her those things are only for couples, and asks her never to see it that way again. As they prepare to go home, in class, Yuehua suddenly stops him and asks when they can go out. Be a couple. Chen Hao asks if she even knows what having a child means. Having a girlfriend. And by his clueless look, it's clear he doesn't. Seng Hao tells him they'll only talk about it when he truly understands what it means. But his answer is simple. It keeps circling in his head. Yuehua can't stop thinking about what he did and how much he enjoyed it. So he keeps showing up around Sheng Hao, asking if they can communicate yet. Sheng Hao spends the whole day dodging him. And soon, even Yilong notices. He asks San Hao what's going on, since Yuehua has been acting weird. Sanhao downplays it, saying Yuhua is just like the other girls who bother him because he's handsome. While Leo watches from the balcony, he wonders why someone like Yu Weiwa from a wealthy family would fall for Chang Hao, but before he can think more, a corporate-looking girl approaches Chang Hao and pulls him aside. The camera pans and fades. She smirks. In her head, a new plan is forming. She thinks she finally has proof to paint Zhang Hao as a jerk and a womanizer. Yang Hao and Nan's assistant wait near the spot where couples usually meet. Yang Hao tells her to hurry up because it's embarrassing to stand there. She apologizes and admits she had a bad attitude last time. She says she came to apologize in person and because Nan wants to see him, but Shinkai didn't. Hao shakes his head and insists that no matter the pressure from Nan, his answer won't change. He tells her not to waste his time and to move on. The assistant explains she's just following orders and it will be very hard to return to the office without him. Cassie pleads for him to reconsider and at least take the call on his phone. Does he know the CEO has power and he can't win now? So he takes the call. Nan's voice comes through and Senhao doesn't waste a second. He tells her he still thinks the same. He won't work for her and his time is too valuable to waste on her. But Nan doesn't waste her time either. She assures him she knows exactly what he wants. Senhao wishes to be as powerful as a woman. Senhao remains silent in front of his parents. Nan continues. He hates being seen as weak. He's seen too many looks. But when she looked at him during the fight, she saw a fighting spirit. She tells him she likes that spirit and warns him to reflect. It could decide his future. Then Senhao stands still for a moment. He realizes Nan isn't just powerful, but also cunning. She knows how to hit his weak spot and hide her true game. He decides to meet her and sets a time. Meanwhile, Nan is satisfied. Her intuition was right. She predicted Chang Hao would yield. Next, a sleek car stops at the school gate, drawing everyone's attention. Students crowd around, whispering and watching. Then, Chang Hao steps out of the car. Calm, thinking about the day's events, Chang Qian bought it and now handles the drop-offs. He fixes his hair at the door before leaving. He says he'll come back later to pick him up. As he walks away, Sanhao sighs. He notices Chen Chen is getting more worried about him. If this keeps up, he doesn't know how much longer he can handle it. After school, rumors spread. Students check their phones. When Zhang Hao walks down the hall, they whisper. Azuro multiplies. Girls say he breaks hearts everywhere and is the favorite of most. Yilong starts to notice something's off. Since yesterday, people won't stop whispering about Chang Hao. Everyone seems to avoid him. It affects both, but neither Chang Hao nor Yilong understand. Why? The feeling follows him to class, where a guy collects homework. When they stop, they find Shin Hao's desk empty in the forest. Tico smirks. He mocks Chang Hao, saying he didn't have time for homework because he was busy with his naughty novels. He adds that people like him only act up to get pretty girls to support them. Chang Hao pulls out a notebook from his bag and places it on the desk. He looks at the boy and tells him to admit he's just jealous of his good looks. The boy admits it. Tico, visibly irritated, denies it. He claims he could never do what Chang Hao does and throws a sharp insult. He hints that Zhang Hao is just a kept man, saying he outshines him in class and with girls. The tension rises until Zhang Hao snaps. Gilong steps forward, stands beside Chang Hao, and orders the boy to stop bothering his best friend. Instead of backing down, the other boy smirks and reveals the real reason for his taunts. He says rumors are spreading that Chang Hao has a secret relationship with a woman who often visits him at the university entrance. There are even photos circulating of him with different women at different times. Is that enough proof to call him a kept man by all of them? Yilong immediately responds that no one in their right mind would believe that nonsense. But he pulls out his phone and checks the school forum. His eyes widen. Dozens of students are already talking about Chang Hao. Girls are openly calling him handsome, and photos are everywhere. In one, Chang Hao is just talking to his sister Tianqin, but the image is completely out of context. Yilong instantly goes on the defensive. He says it's clear they're just trying to bring Chang Hao down because they can't stand him. He insists the truth will come to light. But things change when someone from the office enters the classroom. They call out Chang Hao's name and ask him to clarify. He follows them to the administrator's office. The administrator sits him down and tells him he must know what's being said about him on the forums. He explains that rumors spread fast and are already damaging the school's reputation. He warns Chang Hao that this isn't just a problem. It's a bigger issue because the images and stories also involve several women whose reputations are now at stake. He advises Chang to resolve his disputes quickly, because if this continues, it will be very difficult for the school. Protect his image or contain it. Zhang Hao, who doesn't mess around, demands an investigation to hold those who leak the information accountable. While the executives prepare, he decides to wait for his sister. Soon, Tianqin enters and descends. He quells the chaos against the administration with a powerful voice. Students outside the room gather to listen. The administrator insists it was a misunderstanding, but Chen Chen is furious. Her brother endured relentless bullying over that mistake. She turns to Shen Hao, apologizes, and promises to clear it up with her classmates. She bows her head and tells him to get back to work. She asks him not to worry, that he'll handle it himself and to help her. He's done enough. Back in the classroom, Mia asks if everything's okay. She explains that as soon as he left, Zhelong got nervous and went to look for him after receiving a call from Fen's group. Zheng Hao suddenly feels uneasy. He's worried, realizing Yilong has been gone for a while and hasn't returned. Meanwhile, poor Yilong is trapped in a forest. In an abandoned, empty bathroom with no cell service, he feels like he's been rescued. Kidnapped. Feng and his gang tricked him, locked him up, and now he can only wait for help. At the same time, Sengao and his friends search the entire school. They ask everyone if they've seen Zhelong. One of the girls returns with news. She spoke to a Class 3 student who saw him near the bathrooms at the back of the courtyard. Feng and some guys are also talking. They were there. Seng Hao understands instantly. Feng's grudge is so deep, he's now attacking his friends. With that, Shen Hao heads to the bathrooms. Inside, Yilong loses the invasion. He holds on until he hears his best friend's calm voice. He screams in relief, tears streaming down his face. He really thought he wouldn't get out. He just wants to go home. And then Yehuale steps aside. With one powerful kick, he shatters the door. Even the guys around are stunned by his strength. Zheng Hao rushes to hug his best friend and asks if Feng and his gang are to blame. Yilong explains that they not only locked him in, but also poured milk over him. He says he should tell a teacher, but he doesn't. Shen Hao disagrees. He assures him not to worry because after classes, he'll help him get revenge. True to his word, after school, Yuehua corners Feng. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Feng turns to Cheng Hao and demands to know how he can stoop so low as to hit his own classmates. Despite all of Feng's pleas, Zhang Hao doesn't budge. He tells Feng he doesn't need to worry only about himself because his sister already came to school and debunked the rumors he posted on the forum. The boy he bullied and locked in the bathroom is also here, and Feng is too clueless to realize it. The cameras in the courtyard recorded everything. Out of mercy, Sen Hao gives him two options. First, admit the lies he posted. If he refuses, San Hao will show the videos to everyone. Second, ignore the offer, and San Hao will hand the videos to the principal, leading to Feng's expulsion. Feng Sei is paralyzed, torn between the options, and quickly decides the first is easier. He weakly apologizes, but Sheng Hao cuts him off, telling him there's one last thing to remember. If he dares to bother him again, Sheng Hao will kill him. After a while, Yilong asks how much San Hao trusts that Feng won't betray them and cause more trouble in the future. Sheng Hao responds that Feng isn't that stupid. He's an older student, and if he tries anything again, Sheng Hao will make him pay. The teacher will impose a severe punishment, maybe even expulsion. With that, Cheng Hao ends the day and says it's time to go home. Yilong leaves, leaving Cheng Hao and Yuewa alone in the house. Cheng Hao suddenly remembers something and asks Yuewa if she's heard of him. From Nan. She replies that Nan is the head of the Wei family and is very powerful. Cheng Hao then asks, is Nan stronger than his own family? Yuewa admits she doesn't know. Probably they have the same power. Cheng Hao falls silent, realizing the wealth and influence Yuewa's family must have. He knows Nan doesn't give up easily. If she sets her sights on him, he'll have to face her eventually. So he decides to take control now and set up a date with Yuewa. Nancy wakes up in her luxurious house, but she's not satisfied. It's been 3 days since she last spoke to Cheng Hao. Last time, she can't believe he still hasn't contacted her. She felt a spark the last time they talked on the phone and was sure he'd call. Now, she's deeply disappointed and lost in thought. Her assistant enters the office and tells her a client wants to set up a meeting at the sage's house. Nana accepts and asks her to prepare everything. Meanwhile, Chen Chen brings her stepbrother Sheng Hao to the sage's house. The elegant atmosphere makes him nervous. But Chen Chen explains she's had a tough day at school, so she wants to invite him and remind him she's always there for him. Jiang Hao is moved by her gesture. Chen Chen blushes, bats her eyes, and says they should go in. She's dressed up today. Dazzling, but Sheng Hao is too distracted by the luxury to notice. Crossing the room, he spots a familiar figure. He thinks he sees Nana by the bathroom, but she disappears before he can be sure. Confused, he follows Tianqin to the table. She encourages him to ask for whatever he wants. He immediately asks if he can order an alcoholic drink, reminding her he's of age. He hasn't had a sip of wine since arriving in this world and craves it like someone long deprived. Chen Chen agrees, saying since their parents are out, he can have a little wine. San Hao serves him a glass. He takes a sip. He laughs, finding it as harmless as cold water. Chen Chen smiles, amused by his reaction, and lets him enjoy it slowly. As expected, Zheng Hao suddenly feels the wine's effect. He used to be a good drinker, but now just one glass leaves him dizzy. Chen Chen tells him to take it slow and eat first, or it will hurt his stomach. He listens, but the wine takes effect fast, and Chen Chen starts to worry her brother is already flying high. Drunk, Zhen Hao stumbles and stands, saying he'll go to the bathroom to freshen up. He wonders how he got drunk from just one drink, when back home he could hold his liquor like a champ. Lost in thought, he doesn't notice he's entered the women's bathroom. He goes to the sink, splashes water on his face, and heads to bed. Then he turns around. To his surprise, Nan is standing there. For a moment, they lock eyes, both confused. Zheng Hao panics, wondering why there's a girl in the men's bathroom. Nan immediately corrects him. This is the women's bathroom. Yang Hao blinks, finally looks around, and realizes his mistake. Shame washes over him as he understands he entered the wrong bathroom. Now he feels like a sheep among wolves. Zhen Hao runs into a cubicle to avoid the women outside. In his panic, he drags Nan in with him. He's not thinking clearly, and Nan doesn't understand why she has to hide with him. Zheng Haonuo admits he drank too much, feels dizzy, and isn't at his best. Nan suddenly smiles. Like a hunter circling her prey, she pins him against the door and moves closer. Zhen Hao pales, uncomfortable with how close she is. Nan whispers that he should be the one scared, a helpless man facing a strong, independent, and beautiful woman. Zhen Hao can't respond. He's too nervous. Nan presses harder and demands to know why he didn't call her. She shoves his chest. He blushes, stammers that he thought he'd see her in the morning. Not tonight. Nan finds his reaction amusing. She sees him avoiding her gaze, grabs his chin, forces him to look at her, then tells him she's changed her mind. She doesn't want him as an employee. She wants him as her man. Zhen Hao replies that they've only met twice. The last woman who said something like that disappeared. Nan reacts instantly, asks if he means Louise Chen, adds that Louise Chen was accused of illegal trade and banished by her own people. Shen Chu is confused. If Nan knew about Louise Chen's crimes, why didn't she report her to the police? But Nan dismisses his concern, saying men worry too much. Seng Gao insists she let him go, but she doesn't. Nan ignores him, demands an answer about becoming her man. Always. Senra or Seiya, do your best. He starts to respond, but then it becomes a habit. She loses her grip. In that instant, he escapes. Seng Hao shoots up the wall. In the bathroom, she thinks she was foolish to fall for his trick. She feels safe now. But just as Chen Hao exits the bathroom, he meets his sister, Tian Qin, who looks worried. She asks why he took so long and if he's okay. Chen Hao hides the truth about being in the stall with another woman. He says he was a bit drunk and lost track of time. Chen Chen suggests they go home and gently rests her head on his shoulder to comfort him. Back home, Chen Hao has no strength to get out of bed. Chen Chen brings him a cup of tea, but he mumbles incoherently from the alcohol. She frowns, but can't help thinking that when he's drunk, he looks like a helpless rabbit. Seeing him so out of it, Chen Chen leans in and gives him a small kiss on the lips. She knows he'll be hers eventually. After promising it's just one kiss, she leaves. Chen Chen can't stop herself. Takes Shen Hao's hand, pulls him to the top, presses her lips to his neck. Shen Hao's eyes flutter open. In his daze, he thinks it's a dream. Seeing Chen Chen's face so close, full of desire, he's convinced it's all a dream. The tour continues. He takes control, determined to respond to the mysterious vision before him. Chen Chen freezes, stunned and blushing from his sudden boldness. Shen Hao struggles in his mind. One part urges him to give in, thinking if it's a dream, nothing matters. The other part reminds him Qian Qin is family, always good to him, and taking advantage would be wrong. The two sides debate until Shen Hao leans in. Instead of continuing, he stops. He leans in and whispers that even in dreams, a man shouldn't take advantage of a vulnerable woman. Exhaustion overtakes him, and he collapses on her chest. Tianqin is stunned for a moment. Then her face softens, and she blushes, watching him sleep. She tucks him into bed, still smiling at his innocence. Shang Hao's phone rings suddenly. The screen shows a girl's name. Sao Yin, you have to go. Ping answers. Before he can speak, a cheerful voice bursts through. Xiao Jing, Zhang Hao's classmate, is glad he finally answered. She complains he's been distant. Then, nervously, she asks if she did something to upset him. Her words tumble out until finally, she confesses she likes him and wants to be with him. Chen Chen cuts her off. She tells Xiao Yin she's Chang Hao's sister. The other girl stammers and quickly assures them they're just friends. She's a friend. Chen Chen doesn't believe it and insists Xiao Jing has been stalking him for 2 years. Her obsession must end. Zhang Hao will never love someone like her. Chen Qian warns her to stop bothering him once and for all. With that, Chen Chen ends the story. She looks at Shang Hao, who sleeps peacefully. A dark thought crosses her mind. Why can't he be hers? She leans in, kisses his forehead gently, and whispers that she'll wait. She's sure her moment with him will come soon. The next day, Shang Hao wakes up groggy and hungover in bed. He doesn't remember what happened last night, but he knows he embarrassed himself in front of his stepsister, came home, and passed out. A strange tingling sensation stirs in his stomach, and he convinces himself it was just a dream. He stumbles to the bathroom and looks in the mirror. The sight quickens his heart. Bite marks cover his neck, panic sets in, he starts to freak out. Chen Chen appears in the doorway, asking if he's okay. Chang puts the pieces together. The dream, the strange feeling, and the marks on his skin connect. He realizes this could be real. That Chen Chen might be involved in what happened last night. Before Zhang Hao can rage, Chen Chen enters and says Zhang Hao must be allergic to him. An allergic reaction. Zhang Hao can't believe it's true. He feels so fragile. But Chen Chen, being a doctor, insists on checking him thoroughly to confirm. As she approaches, Zhang Hao gets frustrated. Chen Chen calmly warns him there might be some swelling. Be careful at school. Then she dismisses him, telling him to start getting ready. Shang Hao remains uneasy until he talks to his stepsister, so for now, he accepts everything Chen Chen says. Later at school, Chong Hao is the only one wearing a high collar to hide his hickey. Even Yilong asks if he's so cold he's already switched to winter clothes. Chung Hao lies, saying real men like him can handle any temperature. In reality, Chung Hao feels like he's burning in an oven. While they talk, someone grabs him by the neck and warns him to stay away from the leader's girl. The guy is talking about the same girl who called last night while Shang Hao slept. But Shang Hao has no idea, so he's confused. Still, he doesn't like the tone or the fact that this guy is touching him. He gives the guy a sharp look. And nothing more, Sanjiao's. He grabs the wrist and pushes, making him fall and hit his head in humiliation. The bully's injured, ear torn, trembling because Shang Hao is much stronger than expected. Lin Chong, the leader, just smiles at the scene, amused by the fight and thinking Shang Hao must be the type he likes. Yilong quickly explains that Shang is the basketball team captain and in the same class as Shang Yin, but Shang Hao isn't interested in this cheap drama. He just walks away, saying he's not in the mood to get involved. If they really care about Ying's feelings, they should talk to her directly, not drag others into their drama. As expected, the supposed alpha takes his words as good advice. Meanwhile, Shang Hao arrives at observing. She suggests giving them a beating for bothering him, but Shang Hao dismisses it with a wave, saying it would be too much for just being a nuisance. Students, I'll teach you boxing. A man must be strong. And 11 surprises everyone by asking if they really have extra classes. After school, Sun Hao confirms and invites Yilong to join, to learn how to fight and defend himself, so no one can intimidate him again. On the other side of the city, in his luxurious park, on the rooftop, he swims to clear his mind. But no matter how hard he tries, he can't stop thinking about what happened in the bathroom with Chen Hao the other day. The next day, the pressure builds, and he knows he has to end it. So he calls his assistant and orders him to bring Chang Hao as soon as he leaves school. When the day ends, Zhang Hao, Yilong, and Yue Hua meet in the warehouse to practice boxing. Shang Hao says they'll focus on core strength today because their bodies are still too weak. He dreams of the day he'll have abs. Yehua hears this and asks if he means it. Abs? He lifts his shirt and shows his leg. Shang Hao covers his eyes instantly, calling himself indecent, a shy boy trying to protect his innocence. But even with his eyes closed, he sees her in his mind. He admits that's exactly the physique he wants. He steps closer. He touches her abs, saying she's very slim but has a strong, well-toned body. Yehua blushes at the touch and says it will take time to match his level. Yilong, watching, points out the obvious. Zhen Hao is touching Yuwawa, and she's not pulling away. Zhen Hao suddenly realizes he never asked for permission and wonders why Yehua didn't resist. But Yuhua shrugs and says it's no big deal. If Cheng Hao wants, she can show him more of her body to make him happy. Something that seems strange to Shang Hao. Yilong warns the situation looks bad. They should avoid trouble. Then Chang Hao suddenly changes the topic. He asks Yuewa how much money she has and tells her to give it to him. Yilong is stunned by the request. But Yuewa hands over all the cash without hesitation. She even mentions the rest is in her bank account and starts giving him the details. Sinjala immediately stops her, saying she should never reveal such information. Bad people could use it to harm her. He asks why she obeys so easily. Yuehua calmly responds that they are friends, and friends should never refuse each other. At that moment, Shen Hao understands what's really happening. Due to family abandonment, Yuehua never developed healthy social bonds. She believes being friends means giving up everything to maintain the relationship. Zhenhao explains to Yuehua that friendship doesn't work that way. Friends should be equals. In the future, she should use her own judgment instead of blindly following requests. After a while, the training ends. They agree to meet again the next day. On his way home, Zhang Hao feels happy because the practice went well. He doesn't know that secret agents are hiding around the corner. His instinct tells him something is off, so he changes his route. Then a girl suddenly stops him and asks if he wants candy. Sen Hao asks why she's out so late. It's dangerously late for a girl. She replies, it's a school activity. She has to give out candy to strangers. Her teacher told her to give out all the candies. If she doesn't, she won't get the reward. Sanjiao admires how even students put in effort. So he takes the candy and says goodbye. He offers to take her home, but after tasting the candy, he notices a strange flavor. Gradually, his body weakens, and he starts losing consciousness. He wakes up fat. He's hit and sees several men in suits around him. He's tied to a bed like a sacrificial lamb. Chen Hao struggles against the restraints, but they hold him tight. Panic rises as he realizes he doesn't know where he is. Seeing men dressed like CIA agents, his mind races, and he doesn't know what to do. Then a woman turns to Nan and tells him her precious boy has woken up. Sanjiao is horrified. He realizes Nan is behind this, and his thoughts spin wildly, trying to understand how she did it. His despair deepens when Nan coldly orders the others to leave because she doesn't like distractions. Mr. Lagrita, as she calmly returns to her house. He works. After a while, he puts down the pen, staring intently. He asks how she let him escape last time, and now he's in her house, in her bed, daring to insult her. Did he underestimate her, thinking she wouldn't punish him for rebelling? Zhenhao sighs in relief, realizing this is punishment for fleeing, not a death sentence. He asks what she wants from him, and if she truly has romantic feelings for him. He explains that he investigated her. She's the executive director of the Hongfeng Group and the head of the company. Her clan was involved in dark, illegal dealings, but after building their empire, they focused on business and wealth. Today, the Prospera Group's Inan is revered as a national goddess, though the past crimes can never be erased. Shen Hao tells her she's powerful and admired, surrounded by men who would do anything for her, but he's not one of them. He just wants a quiet, normal life, so let him go. For him, it's just a deal, but a commitment. Nan doesn't like it. Instead of getting angry, he smiles and says he's more than she expected, though that's because he's not the real Shane Howell. Hearing that, Sen Hao feels his soul about to leave his body because she gives energy. Finally, after a while, Nan releases Zhang Gao from her grip. The boy, confused and a bit shy, asks what she means by him not being the real John Gaffney. Nan calmly returns to her chair and says he's smart, that he already investigated him. She points out that things changed a lot in a short time. Then she asks if he even knows how things were before. Sen Hao looks at her, waiting for her to finish, knowing she's right. Nan breaks down her family history, explaining how she grew up in a single-parent home, raised by her father, who worked from home. He slammed down to pull him forward. His father taught him how to be a real man. Sun Hao excelled. He did well in school. With his good looks, he became almost everyone's crush. They described him as kind, charming, sweet, and considerate. But recently, everything about him changed. Now he's fierce, sharp, and won't accept anything from anyone. In every way, he's become someone else. Zhao realizes he's been neglected. Since the blood moon, he never thought this would happen. He was so busy adapting to this world, he forgot to investigate the body he inhabited. He still doesn't understand how she concluded he isn't the real Shenhai. Cao feels a bit offended and says he doesn't see why he should be excited just because she has some fame. Shenhai responds, that's not the case. Cao insists he should be excited because in reality, he is. He's a fan, and Sun Hao realizes how badly he messed up by not investigating his own past. Tell him that the old Sun Hao publicly confessed his obsession with her. If he doesn't believe it, he can check his social media. Zheng Hao checks his history and finds posts where his former self talked about how much he wanted to be with Nan, how perfect she was, and how he needed to become a worthy man for her. Zheng Gaozi feels ashamed. His former self was even more pitiful than he imagined. He never thought Nan or anyone would notice the change. Nan closes the distance between them and tells him she doesn't see him as the same person anymore. She wonders if he has dissociative identity disorder, amnesia, or something else, because that would explain such a radical change in identity. But Nan also knows no mental illness explains Shang Hao suddenly gaining physical abilities he never had before. She points out that Shang Hao reached the top 100 inches his favorite game as a streamer in less than a month, despite his account showing he never played it. He had never been in a fight, yet he defeated gang leaders in direct confrontations, something not even a high school girl could do. This means it's not just a personality change. What happened to him is real. something much more powerful, similar to a soul exchange. Zheng Hao nervously laughs and calls her crazy for thinking it. But deep down, there's only one reason Nan would draw that conclusion. Sen Hao instantly understands. She must have experienced a soul exchange. But Chang Hao doesn't spill everything at once. Instead, he poses a scenario. If he switched souls, what would she want to do with him? Nan says her dream is to study a century-old phenomenon called Saturn's moon, blood, and Shang Hao realizes he's on the right track. Nan adds that, according to a previous survey on Shang Hao, sudden personality changes appear a few days after the blood moon. She believes he's connected to that phenomenon. San Hao asks why it's so important. Enan responds that if he agrees to help with her investigation, she'll tell him exactly what she wants. Why is Sin Gao acting like this? Nan tells him to calm down. His life is completely under Pearl's control. She assures him she won't experiment with his brain or body. She says there's a contract with all terms and conditions in writing. If he reads it carefully, he'll like her proposal. Shen Hao asks who else works at the Saturn Moon Lab. Nan says it's just her for now. The project is confidential and very intriguing. Xin Zhao picks up the contract and says he'll review it. In his mind, he never imagined anyone else knew about the blood moon. He still doesn't understand what the mission truly means, and feels accepting it is too risky. For now, there's no way to uncover their true intentions, so he decides to provisionally accept it. He'll see what happens. Shen Hao says if she has nothing more to add, he'll leave. It's late, and his family might worry. He tells her he won't keep her waiting long, but then Nan mentions James still has a score to settle. Really? Suddenly, she grabs him by the neck and then the hand, pushing him against the wall. Tseng Hao panics and demands to know what she's doing. She leans in, pressing her head against his, and says this is her answer for what he did last time. Then, she raises her hand. She slaps him hard on the butt. Sen Hao cries out in pain, rubbing his sore behind and chest. He thinks she's a total pervert. He runs home in tears, humiliated, telling himself the important thing is to get back. His phone won't stop ringing. He's found his wife. At home, Shen Hao announces he's back to life. He sees his stepsister putting on her shoes and asks if she's going out before she can. Kankan runs to him and hugs him, saying she was very worried. Chen Hao realizes she was about to go look for him and silently thanks God for arriving in time. He apologizes for making her worry and asks where Chen is. Where are their parents? Tianqin says they're already asleep but asks where he was at this hour. Zhang Hao lies, saying he went out to buy something quickly and lost track of time. Does that sound believable? So he quickly adds that he wants to take a shower and tries to slip away before Chen Chen can ask him any more questions. But she stops him, her hand resting gently on the floor. On his arm, and in a low, innocent voice, she asks if he went shopping with a girl because he smells faintly of women's perfume. Sen Hao quickly sniffs himself to check if he really does smell like a woman. He instantly realizes that Nan's perfume was too strong and now practically prevents it. She tries to hide it by saying she was just shopping around a lot of people. Nothing unusual. Chen Chen isn't convinced. She worries and gently caresses his face, telling him to be more careful and not let anyone take advantage of him. She then asks him to go shower and change while she finds something cool for him to wear. Meanwhile, Nan Yamazo. His assistant slides him a paper, asking him to investigate the girl more. That girl is Chen Xing, Shang's half-sister. Nan finds it too coincidental that Chen Chen is in Cheng Hao's life. Something about her seems off. Back at home, Chen Chen sniffs Sun Hao's used clothes deeply. Her eyes darken with anger. She says she's going to tear the shirt apart because it stinks. Of another woman, when Sun Hao comes out of the bathroom after his shower and breakfast, he notices Chen Chen crouched, getting something from the fridge. He can't help but pause and watch the scene for a moment. Then, trying to sound casual, he asks if she wants a drink, but ends up nervously saying he wants milk. At the same time, his thoughts betray him. He can't stop thinking about how incredible his sister looks even today. Chen Chen gives him the milk and tells him to go upstairs so she can help him dry off. A while later that night, they end up in Chen Qin's room. Sen Haoze sits in front of the computer while Chen Qin carefully dries his hair. Suddenly, a notification pops up, and his eyes widen at the video. It shows a very attractive man, completely naked. The message says he fell in love with her at first sight and wants to know if she'll give him a chance. Sang Hao tells him. He freezes. His first thought is that the man must be some kind of porn actor. He even wonders if he should call the police. Shanky notices his expression and quickly explains that he saw it by accident. He asks her to respond, telling the man she's not interested because she already has a boyfriend. Shang Hao takes the chance to give some advice. He says anyone who posts photos like that doesn't deserve his time. He should never waste his attention on people like that. Chen Chen gets excited, smiles at him. She hugs him tenderly. She's glad Shang Hao cares so much and promises she'll never accept another man. Then she heads to the shower, telling him to turn off the light when she's done. Shang Hao returns to the computer and notices something odd. His name is saved under the contact Angel, separated and isolated from the others, like Chen Jin wanted to make it special. His eyes then focus on the scene. Remember the book he saw earlier? A romantic novel about forbidden love between half-siblings. His heart races, and he starts to panic, thinking he never saw Chen Xin that way. She's his half-sister, and he wants to be good. But something inside him starts to stir, and it terrifies him. The next day, at Singhouse High School, he sits calmly, enjoying a peaceful morning break. He leans back, lost in thought, wondering what he should do. His mind wanders, admitting to himself that, in reality, romantically, Chen Chen didn't resist much, even though he was surprisingly bold with her. But just as he sinks deeper into his thoughts, he's interrupted. His moment of peace is cut short. Ibe-san appears, this time alone. Thud. She gives Shang Hao a threatening smile, but with a hint of temptation, saying she heard he streams on Pezdemonio too. She challenges him to a popularity battle that night, daring him to see who makes more money, but Shirakuma. Shen Hao has no interest in competing with rookies. He never has. Tank laughs, thinking Shen Hao is just playing it cool. But Shen Hao hurls insult after insult, calls him a one-eyed, brainless fool who can barely remember his own name each day. The words sting. They hit hard, and Sean stutters in rage. Zhenhao smirks and suggests if he stutters, he should go to the nearest hospital. Furious, Chong swears Shen Hao will lose that night before Shen Hao can reject the challenge. Yolonga suddenly appears, cheering from behind the bench. He pumps him up, saying he'll crush that low-level streamer Chang because Chen Hao is more popular and much hotter. Zheng slams the door on his way out, but not before throwing one last threat. Yilong keeps pushing Shen Hao to enter the fight, but Shen Hao doesn't budge. He doesn't want to compete, but under the pressure, he ends up shouting in frustration. He takes off his mask due to the heat, diving into the matches. Victory falls into his lap, hour after hour. His team dominates duel after duel, and the chat fills with praise. Spectators sigh over his handsome face and call him a god. Then a notification pops up. Someone just sent Zheng Hao a luxury yacht, a sky-high gift to flaunt their wealth. But Zheng Hao knows it's not just generosity, it's love. It's a reminder, a push to respond to a certain proposal. As he reviews the terms of the Nan contract, he realizes they're too dangerous to accept. When Zheng Hao remembers the details, his anger grows. He must leave all inscriptions, move to a designated testing center, and cancel any outside collaborations. Food and lodging are included. But to San Hao, this seems less like a contract and more like a sentence. He throws it aside in frustration. Doesn't it make sense to accept it when the Blood Moon mission is still a mystery? For now, San Hao decides he must be the one. To uncover the true mission before siding with Nan, he plans to find the right moment to reject her offer. And about the yacht she sent, he knows he has to return the money, even though he has no way to pay it now. Zhen Hao wins the battles and secures first place in the competition. Meanwhile, at Linson's house, he doesn't say goodbye to his followers. But as soon as the stream ends, his face hardens, showing anger. He mutters furiously about Sun Hao, his new rival, vowing to tear his head off because he can't stand losing. Link picks up the phone and calls. He has a new mission for her and tells her not to worry about the money. She just needs to make sure a certain boy stays off the streets. He wants Shang Hao to lose his reputation. The next day, Sun Hao goes out to buy flowers. Remembering, Chen Chen said she wanted lilies. At the same time, two women approach him, ready to meet their boyfriend. To complete the mission, that's when Dolor recognizes him and thinks the boy will be a problem. He finds the boy familiar and suspicious. As soon as he identifies Sun Hao, he tells him it's his father. He hurriedly tells his friend to call Nan. Back at headquarters, Han is sitting in her director's chair when her assistant rushes in with news about Zhang Hao. She immediately gives her full attention. Dent explains that someone just reported Lin had issues with Shang Hao. Lin even paid to get a nude photo of him, but Mo refused when he learned Shang Hao is under Nan's protection. Nan coldly orders to fire that man. He says the rest is up to Mo. Do whatever it takes to fix it and handle Shang Hao's. Meanwhile, Shang Hao returns home with a bouquet of lilies for Chen Chen. But his mind keeps drifting back to Nan's yacht. He wonders how much it costs because he knows he needs to pay him back soon. His phone rings. It's Nan. Before he can answer, Chen Chen appears behind him, asking who he's talking to. Shang Hao panics and says it's just an insurance guy, but he forgets to mute the call. He calls and now fears he's in deep trouble. On the other side, Nan listens, her expression darkening. She yells at her assistant to prep the car. She needs to teach that brat a lesson. Shen Hao hangs up, but he can't. Later, Sitting in his room, he feels guilty for hanging up so abruptly. He thinks it's better to discuss the yacht payment in person. He calls Nan again. But Nan is in a foul mood. She orders him out, threatening to send her men to drag him out. Sang Hao shouts, asking if she can even do that. Then he hears noises outside. Looking out the window, he sees rows of cars blocking his house and the street. He threatens to call the police for harassment, but it's not enough. But Nance laughs and challenges him, reminding him that parking on the street is illegal and the police will come for him. Does Sun Jiao realize he has no choice? He agrees to leave but insists they move the cars first. Only then will he come out. He lies to Chen Qin, saying he's going to the store to buy something. She immediately offers to go with him. But he refuses, saying he's a hero again. He'll be back soon. He's about to hang up. He's about to leave when Chen Qin's tone changes. Suddenly, he stares at her and asks who else she's been with, feeling someone is always following him. San Hao is on the phone with Nan, who tells him to stay on the line while walking. Nan warns him that about 30 meters ahead, to the right, there's a dark dead-end alley with a woman standing there, and she might be armed. San Hao says he doesn't like facing her alone. He asks Nan if she's sure he should do something so dangerous. That woman will attack if she sees him as a helpless high schooler. Chen Chen reminds him to worry more about his family's safety. He needs to deal with the culprit quickly for their sake. Saying how? He takes it seriously and walks straight into danger. But that's all. He quickly tells her not to approach the threat and to stay put until she arrives. He turns to his assistant and orders men to surround the area and ensure the culprit doesn't escape. The assistant looks worried about her, but Nan dismisses it. She says it's fine to go without backup and handles it herself. He tells Nan to hurry because he's starting to feel uneasy. He notices the silhouette moving, emerging from hiding and walking straight toward him. He realizes he's out of time as the figure moves. Did you see a hoodie and a mask? Hiding her identity. Jung Hao nervously asks who it is, thinking they're crazy. Without a word, the figure lunges at him, not giving him a chance to run. He has no choice but to dodge, but even that costs him. The stranger is clearly trained. When the hooded attacker sees Jung Hao as fast, he curses. Cao thinks the punch was strong, but not fast enough to hit. The man throws another punch. Zheng Hao barely dodges it, but he stumbles. He falls face first to the ground. Cao pins him down, tells him not to move, and demands to know why he attacked without reason. The attacker spits that it's all Zheng Hao's fault. He's the reason his life is ruined. Zheng Hao, confused, asks how he could ruin his life and demands he take off the mask and talk face to face. Suddenly, the hooded figure punches Sun Hao and escapes his hold. He steps back. San Hao realizes he's in danger. It's not a man. In front of him is a woman, eyes wide, face twisted in rage, screaming she wants to kill him. She pulls a knife from her sleeve and lunges at Shanghai. He's too shocked and scared to move as the attacker looms over him. Just as she's about to stab him, Aura punches her, stopping her cold. The knife falls from her hand as she stumbles back. The mask flies off, and Nan recognizes the face underneath. Nan murmurs that she's hurt because she didn't expect the gangster to come here just to cause trouble. Jung Hao finally sees who it is. It's none other than Lu Xin, the street gangster who once wanted Shen Hao as her boyfriend. Shen Hao says he rejected her, and it's overkill for her to try to kill him over it. Xin grumbles that if Shen Hao hadn't charmed Nan, she wouldn't have been rejected and thrown back into the streets like a rabid dog. She spits curses, saying all boys are gold diggers and chase after any pretty charming girl. Shen Hao is crying. He says she's the problem, not him. Nan has heard enough of their bickering. She steps forward and tells Xin she's crossed the line. Xin was forbidden to pursue Shang Hao, but now she's dragging Nan's company name through the mud, intimidating the weak and extorting them for protection. Nan says that violates the rules she set from the start. There's no place for scoria like Xin and her character. She ties her hair into a ponytail and glares at Xin, ready to knock her out for daring to disobey. Xin grits her teeth and mocks. She's a street fighter. What does a spoiled brat raised in luxury know about fighting? She lunges at Nani, but Nani stays calm and warns her not to underestimate her. With barely any effort, Nani blocks the attack. In that moment, Xin realizes she's made a terrible mistake. Nani unleashes her power, striking, again and again, punching Xin in the face, until Xin falls to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Sen Hao stands stunned. Now he understands why Nan was lenient before. Her fighting style leaves him speechless. The police arrive soon and take the criminal away. They handle her. Hao finally breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it's over. He turns to Nan and asks her to take him home. His sister will start worrying. But Nan reminds him he seems to have forgotten why he came to see him in the first place. Tseng Hao guesses it's about the contract, but Nam says they'll talk about that later. What matters now is someone tried to take a naked photo of him. That's dangerous enough. Senhao frowns and asks, who in the world is that bored to do that? But Nan avoids answering. Instead, she says, hurt. That what really bothers her is that Sanha doesn't know. She hung up before he could say what he wanted. If he won't talk to her, maybe he should leave him alone. Sanjiao realizes his mistake. He lowers the screen. He bows and apologizes. He's sorry for hanging up on Nana at such a time. Nana accepts the apology, but years later, she adds that she'll still punish him. Before Shanghao can react, Nancy closes the distance. She kisses him on the lips. Changhao's brain starts working after the shock, but he's still confused. He wonders if this is all a dream. The idea of a woman like Nan kissing him seems unreal. In the end, he's just an ordinary guy, so he lets it happen. But suddenly, Chen Qin's face flashes in his mind. Kane Hao senses something's off and pushes Nath away. He does it quickly and firmly. He wonders if there was a special reason for that supposed gift. Why would he deceive a high school student so many times just to steal a first kiss? Nan calmly wipes her lips and asks if he's still a student. Sanhao doesn't know if that was his first kiss or if it had hidden intentions. He shakes his head and says they shouldn't overthink it. She helped him tonight, so they're even. Plus, she sent him gifts during her live stream, and he plans to return them. He asks how much they cost. Nan downplays it, saying it was a small amount, but he takes it as an insult. She asks if that means he won't sign the contract. Is that it? Chen Hao admits he can't sign yet. But when she asks why, he gets upset. He's nervous and says he can't explain it now. He adds, he's tired and turns to leave. Nan stays there, humiliated and a bit sad, left hanging. But she swears silently she won't give up until he's hers. At home, Sanhao collapses on the bed, completely exhausted. His head spins thinking about the kiss and how Chen Xin's face appeared in his mind. It confuses him. He wonders if he could have feelings for his sister. The idea disgusts him so much he laughs at himself. She takes such good care of him, and he thinks such nonsense. He tells himself to forget it and focus on his studies. The next day, Shanghao meets Yuyuan and greets her happily. Yahua, always shy, is sweet with Shanghao, and he breathes a sigh of relief. After spending time with a bully like Nan, it's refreshing to be around someone his age. With her, everything is easier. Everything seems easier, but Shanghao isn't making it easy. He notices something different. Yewa is wearing black silk stockings. It's the first time he's seen her like this. She usually wears white. Senhao gets distracted. Yahua notices too. She elbows him gently, smiling softly. Zenhao tells the instructor he has a gift for her. He pulls out a keychain shaped like a gun. He explains it's a thank you gift for teaching him how to fight. When he visited her house before, he noticed she likes weapons. So when he saw it while shopping, he bought it for her, hoping she'd like it. Yewa examines the keychain closely. She smiles and presses it to her chest, saying she loves it. A wave of frustration hits Senhao, but his thoughts quickly return to her stockings. He can't stop wondering why she chose them today and if there's a special reason. Jehovah feels his gaze on her legs. He asks if something's up with them, unaware that nothing's wrong. In fact, today they're especially alluring, and he can't stop thinking about it during the night break. For lunch, Yuehua and Zhang Hao eat together in the music room, and suddenly, Yuehua asks why Shang Hao keeps staring at her legs. She admits he's been looking a lot today, and it's frustrating her. Then she bluntly asks if he likes her legs. Zhang Hao nearly chokes on his coffee. Nervously, he asks if it's that obvious, and in the end, he admits they are very beautiful. Yuehua turns to him with a calm smile and says he can touch them if he wants. Shang Hao's mind races at the thought, but don't miss it. But Yuehua clarifies that after spending time with him, she's happy to have someone to share lunch with. As a small gesture, she's willing to let someone she trusts touch her so closely. Then she asks Shang Hao if he wants to. In his head, Zhang Hao debates. There's no reason to refuse such a sweet girl's tempting offer. But he fears looking like a pervert. He decides to change tactics and proposes a deal. He asks if she'd sit on his lap right now. Without hesitation, Yuehua stands up, approaches, and fades. She sits on him, asking softly if he's okay. Senhao smiles, thinking how obedient she is, a true gem in this complicated world. Then he asks if it bothers her at all. Yuehua admits she feels a bit shy, but also comfortable. No one has ever hugged her like this before. Zhang Hao realizes Yuehua must be starved for affection, probably from her family's absence in her life. He then notices the keychain in Yuehua's hand and asks why she wears it like a bracelet. Yuehua quietly admits it's the first gift from a friend and she wants to keep it close. Senja, Chao is stunned that no one has ever given her anything before. She explains her old friends only asked for money and rarely gave anything in return. Sang-O Se gets angry hearing this and tells her that those who ask for money aren't true friends. He warns her not to waste time with people who exploit her innocence. Yuhua has always been a good friend, but adds that Yuan once gave her a stack of weird books and movies, though following Zheng Hao's advice, she never opened them. Sun Hao immediately suspects his classmate might be the one. He's a pervert, but he changes the subject fast. Says the keychain should hang from your backpack. Promises to buy you a real bracelet that fits. Recess ends, and they head back to class, while Cheng Hao walks to his desk. He sees something on the side before he can pick it up. The annoying class rep snatches it and yells at him. Announces to everyone that Cheng Hao is a pervert who brings adult toys to school. The class erupts in shock. Cheng Hao stands frozen, staring blankly, totally confused. Another misunderstanding in his long list of headaches. The class rep claims Cheng Hao has desecrated the school's sanctity by bringing dirty toys to class. They already accused him of making girls fight over him, so it's not new. All the guys clearly envy Cheng Hao, so they spread rumors that he's just a jerk with a pretty face. Sun Hao wonders why his life has become so tough. He now has to defend himself from constant rumors. He stands up and tells the delegate to mind his own business. Sun Hao warns him to stop projecting his insecurities and jealousy. If he pulls another stunt like this, Sun Hao will show him exactly what he learned in martial arts training. The room falls silent. Everyone can tell Sun Hao isn't joking about his anger. Just then, Yeohua arrives and asks what happened, noticing Sun Hao's fury. Yelong is also irritated, wondering who the real culprit is. Sun Hao's friends vow to find the responsible party, but Sun Hao asks them to calm down. It's no big deal, probably just a misunderstanding. Just when he thinks it's over, the next day, he finds the same toys on his desk again. He throws them away, but the same thing happens for 4 or 5 days straight. Zhenhao becomes a ball of rage, wondering why someone is so determined to ruin his reputation. During recess, Jilong tells him he heard some kids talking about him in the hallway. They say Seng Hao keeps bringing all those toys to school. Seng Hao insists he has no idea what's going on. Every time he opens his drawer, there's a new toy. It's been 5 days, and whoever's behind it is spending a lot of money just to ruin his reputation. Gilon asks what they're going to do. Seng Hao says he has a plan and needs Yuehua, just a bit longer. A while later, he calls her and whispers something in her ear. Yuehua agrees and says she can ask her assistant to drop it off at the middle school. That night, Cheng Hao, Yuehua, and Jilong set up a small undercover operation. They stay overnight at the school, determined to catch the pervert once and for all. Early in the morning, with the building silent and everyone still asleep, a boy is about to leave. He sneaks into the classroom, just as they're waiting. He's about to open Sheng Hao's drawer. He hesitates. A laser beam triggers the alarm. At the same time, Sheng Hao fires at the camera and catches the culprit. It turns out to be Zhang, who had a fight with Zhang Hao. The girl he likes is interested in Zhang Hao, not him. Zhang Hao explains that Chong has been obsessed for 8 days, spending money on toys to damage his reputation. With a half smile, Sheng Hao smashes the toy in Chong's face. Chong is the best player. Chong demands to know how he found out, but Sheng Hao shrugs and says it was thanks to high-tech anti-theft systems. With that, he turns to leave, saying they'll meet at the office. Sang shouts at his goons to stop Sheng Hao. He soon realizes these guys aren't amateurs. They know how to fight, and he's alone. Chang orders them to drag Chen and Zhao to the bathroom and beat them there. The men comply. They throw punches, but Shen Hao fights back hard. He strikes right, hits one, dodges another attack, and counters. But he can only handle one at a time. A third thug kicks him, and the rest follow up with more kicks. He covers his face, the blow knocks him down, and he falls to the ground. Then Yuegua arrives and sees a guy kicking her best friend. Enraged, she charges into battle. The thug warns her to stay out, but she ignores him. Zhenhao tries to stop her before she causes trouble, but she rejects him. Jihawa unleashes her fury, shoving the guy. She kicks him in the head and crushes him with terrifying force. She seems like a different person to the gang. They panic and try to flee, but when one pleads for mercy, US-1 doesn't stop Sankofa. Hao has to hold her back, warning her that more hits will only make things worse. Suddenly, teachers and students arrive, finding Yuowa standing over the battered thugs, Sanha. Chow, do you know this looks bad for both of us? Later, the school announces Shang planted the banned items to ruin Chang Hao's reputation. The evidence is overwhelming, and Shang will be punished. However, they also punish Yue Hua for fighting with classmates. Sanhao and Yilong, they watch her being escorted out of school. Sanhao wonders if she'll be okay. They find out she left 2 boys in the hospital. Shang Hao admits he doesn't know what will happen. His tutor and parents are strict and might take her home. But he hopes it won't get too serious and that she'll somehow make it through. It's raining, so Shang Hao runs back. His father hands him a towel, visibly angry and worried about him getting wet. He scolds Sheng Hao for not warning him and says he could catch a cold, but Sheng Hao doesn't care right now. He takes the towel and leaves. He hurries to his room, leaving his father wondering why his son is so anxious. Today, after changing into dry clothes, San Hao immediately calls Yuhua. When she continues, he answers, hears her weak voice, and realizes she's been crying. His worry spikes. He asks urgently what's wrong and if anyone hurt her. Yuewa whispers that where she is, there's a lot of darkness. Sang Woo. He asks exactly where she is, thinking her family had taken her home. Yuawa explains her mother locked her in confinement at home. Jung is stunned there's a place like that. She says every time she makes a mistake, her mother locks her in an isolation room to reflect. Now she has to stay inside for 2 full days. The room is dark, cold, and scary. Jung's chest tightens. He says the least he can do is stay awake with her and asks if she wants to talk about anything. Jewa whispers he'll do anything to distract her, then weakly asks if he can promise not to hang up this time. Night. Sun Hao calms her. No class tomorrow, so he'll accompany her and even tell her about the novel he's been working on. He breathes heavily, realizing he might have a concussion. He has a cold but forces a smile. Explains if he's quiet, it's because he's asleep. Asks her not to hang up and to keep the phone nearby. Then he starts narrating. His story is called The World of Real Men. In it, men are strong and powerful, with abs and muscles, while women handle household chores. Men face dangerous jobs, and women admire them. His hero is a reborn immortal cultivator, the strongest man destined to save the world from evil. In his death, he becomes a hero of death. On his journey, he meets many beautiful, kind, and charming women. They all praise his unrivaled skills for defeating countless villains. In Sheng Hao's story, there are always villains waiting to be destroyed. Leiwa comments that Sheng Hao's story is the exact opposite of their real world. She says it seems unrealistic because men can't even carry a brick, while women are stronger. It's only fair that women protect men and save the world. The idea is so ridiculous that Yuewa bursts into laughter. Sheng Hao doesn't get angry at her mocking. Instead, he smiles, enjoying her laughter, and calmly says the world has changed. Yuhua, still amused, promises to read his novel. She even asks if he can give her a new volume for feedback. Shen Hao accepts and says he'll send it the next day. Then he gently asks if she's still scared and what she likes to do in her free time. The night passes in conversation. And the next morning, Chang Hao wakes up with a heavy head. He feels something cold on his forehead. He blinks and sees Chen Chen sitting beside him with a glass of water. She says she came to wake him for breakfast, but seeing his fever, she brought medicine. He murmurs that he feels weak. He realizes his body is fragile here, getting sick with the slightest effort. He confesses he has no strength left. Qian leans in and suggests that if he can't eat on his own, she'll have to feed him. Zhen Hao mentally prepares himself, thinking she'll kill him. He leans in to kiss, but it's just a dream. In the dream, he resists, saying they're like siblings and shouldn't do this. Even Chen Qin looks confused, asking what's wrong if he needs a doctor. Then, Zhen Hao realizes he was talking in his sleep. He can't believe he said it out loud, especially in front of his sister. Embarrassed, he admits he needs help getting up, even though it makes him feel weak. His face turns red with a blush. Chen Chen notices his blush immediately. She turns to him and calmly tells him to eat the porridge while it's hot, as it will be good for his heart. Zhang, he wonders if other sisters take care of their brothers like this, but the truth is, she's not even his blood sister. Still, she treats him as if he were. Finally, he asks her directly why she's so good to him, even though he feels like just another brother. Chen Chen smiles and says he's worth every effort, and as long as Chang Hao wants, she'll take care of him for life. He asks her to open her mouth so he can feed her by hand. Zhang Hao gets nervous, thinking this isn't normal brotherly behavior and sounds more like a marriage proposal. He asks his wife to do it. He quickly takes the bowl from her hand, saying he'll eat on his own. Inside, he feels Chen Chen enjoys putting them in these awkward situations. Maybe he's overthinking it, but her care feels warmer than just a brotherly bond. He tells her to go back to work and not worry. He'll be fine with some sleep. Chen Chen insists because Sheng Hao isn't well. She says she's not leaving and will stay by his side while he rests. When Sheng Hao wakes up, he feels a bit better but knows he isn't fully recovered. Chen Chen is still sitting beside him, calmly reading a book. She gives off an aura that always seems to control him. Sheng Hao thinks he won't be able to sleep with her so close as his senses stay alert. But something isn't right. Within 5 minutes, he falls asleep again. Hearing his soft snore, Chen Xin glances at him and says, and wonders silently why he was so reserved before. Does he not like it? While he swims. On her luxurious sofa, she's lost in thought. Thinking about Shang Hao, his fiery temper, and the poison in his life. The kiss they shared. She remembers how adorable he looked when he apologized and thanked her for the first time. Despite his confidence and arrogance, he managed to seem almost tender. To her, Shang Hao is the most peculiar boy she's ever met. She lights a cigarette, her mind racing, her heart pounding. In that silence, she realizes she might just have fallen for that boy, Zenhaba. He wakes up to the buzz of his phone. He suspects it might be an unknown number. When he answers, there's only silence on the other end. He says he'll hang up if no one speaks. Then, Yiznan finally responds, and Shanghai realizes his suspicion was right. He asks what's going on and if Yiznan is messing with him again. Nan says he couldn't. He points out that calling a high school kid at 2 a.m. makes no sense. If he's not sleepy, does he want a lullaby or a bedtime story? Nan tells him to watch his mouth. Zhang Hao reminds her she's the one demanding manners while waking him at 2 a.m. She asks what he wants, but he doesn't answer. Nan explains Oyoke learned all his fighting skills from Yugua. Zhenhao immediately asks if she's investigating him again. Nan tells him Yuehua is only at an intermediate level but should come train with her. She has a team of professional instructors. With Zhang Hao's foundation, he could easily become world-class. No ordinary guy could shape someone like him. But Sun Hao isn't impressed. He remembers she once asked him to be a star. Now she wants him to be a cheap, bloody fighter. He knows she's just buying time for her own reasons. So he tells her he doesn't want his brain washed or manipulated, preferring to keep his distance. Besides, he and Yuehua train casually after class and enjoy those sessions. He warns her if she calls again, he might block her number. No one knows. Chan quickly changes the subject, asking if he's dating anyone. Shang Hao answers sharply. She sighs, relieved and happy. Thinking Yuehua and Zhang Hao only practice for fun, she doesn't see how close they've become, how naturally their friendship grows. Shang Hao wakes up still in his outfit. He sees his mother. He spots a note from his sister reminding him to wear a coat. Then he notices Chen Chen left another one in case he woke up at night. Shang Hao thinks Chen Chen treats him like a kid, but he wouldn't change it. Chen Chen knocks on his door and asks for help choosing a dress for her party. She shows him 2 options, but Shang Hao's attention drifts. He's more focused on her revealing nightgown. It snaps him back to reality. They decide on a dress. Chen Chen happily accepts his choice and turns around. As she leaves, Shang Hao notices a tattoo on her lower back. He finds it strange because Chen Chen never mentioned it before. She mentioned it the next day. Chen Chen says goodbye to Chen Hao, telling him to stay home and rest because of his cold. Chen Hao agrees right away. But once alone, his mind wanders. He thinks of his friends, family, and how much he misses his wife. His original life, though this one has been good to him. He remembers his promise to himself to make money and return, to find a way back. But so far, despite his efforts, he hasn't found a quick way to make money. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his head. If he reports the gangster Lu Xin, he can claim a 50,000 yen reward. Xin Hao heads straight to the police station and asks for his reward as soon as possible. People smile at him, compliment him, and say they remember him. But as a student, he can't get the money right away. He has to go through several procedures, which will take over a month. Sen Hao protests he's an adult and shows his ID, but people insist on following the rules. Frustrated, Sen Hao asks where he can claim the reward. Agent Duda explains she can't reveal the name to protect the privacy of who posted the bounty. But she suggests he go to the Feng Hong group and talk to them there. Sen Hao knows it'll be a hassle, but he agrees. At the Nanzhou headquarters, he gets a call. They tell him Shang Hao came to claim the reward and was sent to his office. That's all. Han smiles, remembering Shang Hao hung up on him last night. Now, he has no choice but to come crawling back for the money he needs. Everything seems to be going well for her. Meanwhile, outside the office, Tina feels a strong blow to her pride. She's embarrassed to come asking for money like a beggar, and her ego resists. He sighs and finally asks a passerby how to reach the top floor. He's here to see someone. The girl asks if he's visiting a relative or his dad, claiming she knows everyone in the building. Shen Hao doesn't know she's secretly in love and just wants to spend more time with him. She sticks to him in the elevator, imposing herself, leaving Shen Hao confused and a bit startled. Shen Hao tells her he might not know the person he's here to see, but she insists she knows everyone in the building. Then she corners him and starts asking invasive questions, quickly shifting from curiosity to direct compliments about his body and face. Senja realizes he's being harassed and silently wishes the ground would swallow him. When they finally reach the upper floor, they show him the map. He politely asks her to leave, but she allows it. She grabs his hand and says she believes in love at first sight. She swears she's already in love with him and is sure she'll never meet anyone like him. At that moment, the Nanthor doors open. Nan appears with a piercing glare. The girl's expression turns stone cold when she realizes Nan dislikes her. Sun House greets Nan. Without hesitation, Nan orders her employee to leave the building, accusing her of disturbing others during work hours. The girl panics, begging to keep her job. Zhen Hao steps in, saying maybe Nan is being too harsh. The girl didn't do anything unforgivable, but Nan responds coldly, "Are you really going to defend a stranger?" The girl collapses in tears, crying that if word gets out she was fired from this company, no one else will hire her. Nan's influence is that big. Nan has no patience for the drama. She grabs Shang Hao and drags him away from the girl. The girl clings to the ground in desperation. Sen Hao protests, asking what's wrong. But Nan slams the door, trapping him between her and the frame. Her eyes blaze with fury as she demands to know how he dares flirt with others in front of them. Zhen Hao replies, "Which eye of yours saw me flirting with that girl? It was the other way around." He felt uncomfortable and harassed. He says the girl was just trying to be nice, even though she used pointless words. She even lent a hand. Sun Hao pushes Nan aside and enters the office. No point firing someone over something so trivial. Nan follows and asks again if the girl is just a girl. He was guiding her. San Hao responds that she was a bit insistent, but it's none of their business what they talked about. He sits on the sofa. Fa and Nan realize there's little they can do. She sits right in front of him, her tone sharp. Shen Hao really knows how to get her out of Kishio. Sen Hao notices she's wearing black stockings, one of his weaknesses. He admits, despite her tough attitude, her body is well formed from training. But then another thought crosses his mind. The dress is so short, and considering she could get into a fight at any moment, doesn't she worry about showing too much and causing a scene? Nan catches his wandering gaze and realizes he's looking at her. Sun Hao quickly looks away, but she loves it. She leans back, spreads her legs a bit, and taunts him. If he wants it so badly, he can have it. Fight for it. Then she adds another condition. If Chang Hao really wants to save that girl's job, she proposes a challenge. Nan says she'll drop the cigarette with her left hand, and Shang Hao has to use his right. If he catches it before she does, the girl keeps her job. Sun Hao accepts without hesitation, confident in his reflexes. Nan is truly smiling, thinking she might have given him exactly what he wanted. He drops the cigarette suddenly. No countdown, somehow. He doesn't have time to argue. He lunges just as Nan is about to die. His hand grabs the cigarette before she can reach it. He wins! Nan stumbles from the sudden move and falls on him. They both collapse on the sofa. Sanao doesn't fully understand what just happened. But Nan admits defeat. He won. She lost. She lost. Sun Hao thinks she seems to only know how to find excuses to touch him. Still, he can't complain because he likes it. His hand instinctively touches her thigh, a mix of boldness and lack of control. Anne pushes him away instantly, her face red, calling him a pervert and telling him to behave. She demands to know how he dares to touch a woman like that. Sun Hao downplays it, saying he was just defending himself. He almost forgets that if Nan had slapped him, he might have lost a few teeth. He quickly changes the subject, reminding her he caught the cigarette, so he can't fire her. Then he asks her to get off his lap, or he might think she's into him. Nan says that's not the point. She admits he might be the most attractive man she's ever met. She's never met anyone like him before. He seems strong, brave, responsible, and capable, making him different. Sen Hao smirks and says, if she likes him so much, she should give him the 50,000, and they can part ways. Nan suddenly stands up and runs to the bathroom, saying she needs a moment. Yang Hao thinks maybe she just needs time to regain control. His phone vibrates. It's Chen Chen. She asks if he's behaving and resting at home, since she called earlier and no one answered. Zheng Hao lies, saying he went to Yilong's for homework help and will be back soon. Chen Chen sounds worried. She reminds him he's still sick and tells him to come home as soon as possible. She adds that she has work and will be late. Kenshin stands in front of a club with his friend Luca. She greets him, and they enter together. Luca points to Kenshin's back and asks about his tattoo. Chen Chen smiles and confesses it's the name of someone very important. While looking at his phone, still on a call with Zhang Hao, it's clear the tattoo on his back is his brother's name. Meanwhile, Chen Qian doesn't realize the call is still active. Luckily, Shang Hao doesn't hear the last part about the tattoo because the place is too noisy. Still, he catches someone asking Qin Qin about her tattoo. Shang Hao lowers his phone and notices the cigarette in his hand. He lights it and, to his surprise, enjoys the taste. The smoke feels smooth, and for a moment, he feels tough enough to pull it off. Then, he looks up. Nan exits the bathroom, already changed. Her stockings and most of her clothes are gone. Shen Hao realizes she doesn't hold back with her appearance. She's bold, confident, and her beauty is striking. She could easily rival his stepsister in looks and figure. She doesn't notice the cigarette in his hand. With a scowl and a voice sharp with worry, he tells them the guys shouldn't be here. Shen Hao senses his need for control is slipping. He returns and quickly says he wasn't smoking, just watching the flame and smelling the smoke. Then he looks at her and asks why she changed there. Did she use the bathroom and do anything else while she was there? Nan doesn't deny it, just says she's a normal woman and to stop tempting her. Otherwise, she might need cold showers to calm down. Shang Hao's thoughts turn dirty. He wonders if she thought about him in that bathroom. She did. How far could her twisted imagination go? He shakes his head, muttering they should forget it all. He's only there to collect. Nan smirks and tells him to forget the money, points to the cigarette, and says it's worth 60,000. Hall freezes. He feels like the earth swallowed him. How can a single cigar cost 60,000? And who knows if it's even properly charged? He tells himself she must be lying to keep the money. But Nan calmly tells him to check the price online if he doesn't believe her. Shen Hao's mind races. After all he endured, he ended up with nothing, all because he lit the cigar just to smell it. Suddenly, Nan bursts into laughter. He tells her it's not funny. She insists the cigar's price is real, but says she's not that stingy and will pay him. She hands him an envelope. Senjiao takes it, apologizing. He says she can be grumpy and controlling, but she keeps her word. Sanhao admits she might have overreacted, but he deserved it for pushing and provoking her. With that, she says her past can be erased. They should see each other less. This way, she'll be more productive. She says goodbye forever, telling him to stay dry in the rain. Reminds him he was cold earlier. She leaves, thinking how all fictional bosses are so possessive and can't talk naturally. She starts wondering if she really likes Nan, or not. Meanwhile, Nan is on a call with someone who stood her up. Instead of getting mad, she jokes about it, says she'll catch up with them soon. At home, Chen shows a friend cute photos of her stepbrother, Zhang Hao. She says they've known each other since childhood. She's taken so many photos of him when he wasn't looking or just enjoying himself. She's even made a whole album from childhood to adulthood. It's almost like a proper album. Sanctuary. Chen insists it's normal to collect photos of someone as cute as Zhang Hao. And finally, he promises more will come. Best part? No more hiding. She can snap a photo of Sun Hao anytime, even ask for payment. Pose for the camera, hurry! Chang Hao arrives, asks why he's home early from the party, then greets Chan's guest. Chen realizes she's about to be caught as a stalker, which she is, deep down. She can't let Shen Hao touch the album, but her friend keeps drooling, raving about how cute and handsome Shane Howell is. Chen pinches her friend's stomach, warning her to behave or ruin everything. Shen Hao doesn't notice Chen's sharp glare at his brother. Chen quickly tells Zhang Hao it's nothing, just looking at a bibliography. He tries to signal his friend to make it happen. He hides the album, the other girl catches on, hides the book, and lies. Unfazed, Shang Hao is curious and asks what kind of literature they were looking for, saying he likes to read. Chen steps forward. But she trips and falls right onto Shang Hao. He catches her just in time. Chen asks why he doesn't rest and why he's always late. Shang Hao lies, saying he was bored at home and went out for some air because he can't tell her the truth. Chin suspects he might be lying and asks why he looks so down. She wonders if there are women on the street harassing him and if he's scared. Shang Hao says there's no need to worry. He knows martial arts and can always defend himself. He pushes them away from the work table and heads to his room. Chen's friend asks why she can't let her stepbrother see the album she made with so much care. Chen tells her to mind her own business. He warns her not to think about San Hao that way, or he'll cut ties for sure. His friend quickly assures him she'd never cross that line and Chen has nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Sun Hao sits in his room, feeling drained every time he runs into Nan. Then, he looks out the window and sees someone. A man outside, staring up at his house. He wonders if he's being followed again. This time, it bothers him more because it's a man. He realizes he seems to attract stalkers of all genders. He starts thinking it might be wise to talk to Chen. He doesn't want any trouble, especially now that his parents are away on a work trip. Chen's league leaves quickly, and so does Chen. Chen turns to Shen Hao, telling him he has things to do and asking why he doesn't rest. Zhen Hao tells him he saw a ghostly man outside the house. He warns him to be careful when going out, as you never know what kind of people are lurking these days. Ben shrugs and gives him a gentle pat on the head, saying he's glad Zhen Hao cares so much. She tells him not to worry. The man outside is just one of her suitors. The same one who sent her a very explicit photo in the chat the other night. His name is Chen He. Hey, Hao, remember Lunar? He instantly asks if Chen also sees him as a perverted stalker because he considers him dangerous. Chen sighs, saying they can't do anything, and admits she's angry about it. What do you think? He insists he can help her with whatever she needs, Chen. She smiles and takes advantage. She leans on his shoulder, saying she's tired and needs support. Sengao thinks she never misses a chance to get close to him. She grabs his chin. She comments that it's pretty obvious. His face is pretty red. Sengao resists, blushing and embarrassed, denying it even though he's lying. He says he doesn't want to stay at home another day and wants to go back to school. Tianjin notices how anxious he is. She asks bluntly if he has a girlfriend there, making him so eager to return. Sengao quickly denies having an affair or falling in love. Chen hugs him tightly, saying she just wants to make sure everything's okay and he's not lying to his stepsister. She admits it's a real problem having a stepsister like him. He's so handsome. She even whispers that she wishes he could be only hers. But he says it so quietly that Chonghao doesn't hear. Chonghao asks if he said anything. Chen Qian just says it's not important. Then he tells him he'll take him to school the next morning. The next day, Chen Hu drops off Chen Qian. She says she doesn't want to go back to the city. She says she'll stay home today, wishing him good luck at school. At school, Jilong finds him and fills him in right away. Since Shengzhou wasn't there, a lot happened. They're now bullying Yuewa. Shengzhou is confused. But Yilong explains they don't blame him directly. They heard some mutant students went to the hospital. Now everyone thinks Yuhua is dangerous and can hurt others. They avoid her and leave her isolated. Zen, how do you do it? Oh knows it's all his fault and says he'll go see her later. Later, he finds her in her classroom on the 4th floor. Her face lights up when she sees him. He sits beside her. He apologizes for getting her into trouble before, says they should be more careful next time. Inocente asks if he's also afraid of her. Sanja. Pao playfully bites her head and says he could never fear someone as obedient as her. That makes Yehua happy, knowing Chonghao is fine with her. Classes start soon. Shanghao leaves for class, but they plan to eat together. Everyone notices Shanghao talking to Yuhua and starts gossiping. They say he must be a good friend, since he still talks to her despite her violent tendencies. Creo, Sanhao, eat like you're really hungry. Really? Yue Hua opens his palm and shows Michelin quality food. He offers it to Shanghai. Cao starts drooling, imagining the amazing dishes his chefs prepare daily. As he eats, Yuhua comments on his hands, then, straight to the point, asks if she can touch them. Senju realizes she's being completely sincere and blushes a bit. She asks if anyone taught him that. Yehua shakes his head. No one taught him, he just looked and wanted to try. Sengao piensa. He pauses, then offers his hand with a smile. Says he's glad he asked him, not Yilong. Yilong would have called him a pervert. Sanhao remembers Yuewa letting him touch her legs last time, out of politeness. Now, goodbye. When they hold hands, it feels like a perfect fit. Yegua appears confused, says her classmates call her prudish for never kissing or holding a guy's hand. They tease her about it. Tang Hao explains some people think early experiences make them superior or cooler, but it's just vanity. Tells her not to listen to them. Suddenly, Hueguas blushes. Straightforwardly, asks if she can kiss him. Zhang Hao is surprised by her boldness. But seeing her innocent and hopeful gaze, he realizes that if a kiss makes her happy and frees her from guilt, he doesn't mind. She's such a good girl, who could resist? They move closer, and Shang Hao takes the lead. He tells her it's her first time, so he'll be gentle but dominant. If she gets shy, she can close her eyes. He doesn't break the distance between them. For a moment, everything seems to stop. Shang Hao, like an enchanted master, keeps kissing Yuewa, feeling the heat and intensity of their connection. Their hearts race, and each moment feels electric. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and he jumps. But luckily, Yuewa had already locked it. From the outside, some girls try to get in for food. But Shang Hao breathes a sigh of relief, knowing she's protected his privacy and reputation. He notes that Yuhua has finally kissed a guy and can now feel proud and confident. Yuhua, still blushing, takes his hand and places it on her chest, asking if she's sick because her heart is racing and she feels it in her throat. Zhen Hao panics for a moment, realizing she made him touch her chest, but he soon calms down, thinking it's just an excited reaction. Deep down, he suspects Yuhua enjoyed the kiss and might have feelings for him. Yuhua then asks if they can kiss more often because she loves the rapid heartbeat and that warm, comforting feeling. Zheng Hao nearly blanks out, thinking she might not realize kisses are usually romantic. But he decides he doesn't mind as long as she asks. He promises to teach her everything in time, but for now, they should eat. Meanwhile, at her mansion, Yawawa reviews the videos Jan sent, hoping for excitement. But nothing compares to the tingle of her kiss with Sun Hao. She grabs her phone and calls him, remembering his promise to teach her new things. Sun Zhao is about to die. He's about to shower when he answers, and asks what she wants, but his mind drifts back to the kiss, making him feel oddly sensitive. Yegua explains she saw the video Jan sent, but it didn't get her heart racing. She wonders if something's wrong with her. Jung Hao realizes Yan tried to teach her something impure, trying to corrupt someone as innocent as Yawawa, who also lacks common sense. Yawawa blushes, admitting it feels strange to ask him these things, and says she won't bother him more if he doesn't like it. Tang Hao calms down. He's glad she came to talk to him, not a stranger. He tells her not to worry. He doesn't mind talking about it. Jihua jumps out of bed, insisting she also got up to shower. She suggests they stay on the line and talk the whole time. Jung Hao agrees. While undressing, he asks Yuewa what they'll talk about, thinking about his abs and how they're not very noticeable because maintaining them is a challenge. He reminds Yuewa to be careful and not get the phone wet. He places it on the shelf. Before undressing, Shanghao blushes when he realizes she's also undressed. She's alone and naked. Yuhua starts describing everything she does, explaining how she washes her hair and soaps her body. Sanhao follows her lead and does the same. He comments that the front of his hair is a bit long and asks if she wants to cut it. He finds it strange to talk like this, almost intimate, making him blush slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Chen brings clean sheets to her room. Shenhao hears voices and wonders who he's talking to and if he has a girlfriend at school. She finishes the laundry and enters Shenghao's room to investigate. Chen Chen sends them a kiss. She texts Yilong, asking if many girls like Chang Hao. Yilong replies that since Chang Hao is handsome, all the girls like him, but he doesn't have a girlfriend. So she shouldn't worry. Satisfied, Chen Chen leaves the message. She puts down her phone and thinks that if Shen Hao doesn't have a girlfriend, this could be her chance to make a move. He gets into bed while waiting for him to finish. On the call, Jen Hao tells Yuehua he'll look up some serious reading material online. He'll send it later because it's better than those movies that don't teach young people to take care of themselves. When Shang Hao enters his room, he notices someone under his bed as he stands up. Under the sheets, he finds Chen Chen trying to... Shang Hao asks what Chen Chen is doing in his bed, and she responds. With an innocent look, she says she just wanted to ask him to watch a movie, but fell asleep waiting. Still nervous and blushing, Shang Hao says he'll get ready soon and they can watch the movie downstairs later. He frantically searches for hidden erotic reads online, knowing he shouldn't. Shen Hao keeps Wei Hua waiting, but since it's a delicate matter, he decides to prioritize Chen Chin for now. He asks Chen Chen what kind of movie she wants to watch. She replies she doesn't have a specific preference, but accepts a suggestion. Horror movie. Sang Hao says he's going to shower and to wait for him. In the living room, he also turns off the lights to set the mood. Sitting in the living room, Sang Hao thinks in his previous world, when a boy and a girl watched a horror movie, the girl would hide in the boy's arm if scared. Here, it might be the opposite, with boys seeking comfort from a girl. But he's not easily scared by horror movies, so he'll just wait and see. Still, the idea of seeking protection from a girl is wild. He blushes, imagining it would never happen. Soon, Chen Chen comes down the stairs wearing just a t-shirt. She enters with an innocent look and asks if he's chosen the movie. Sun Hao blushes instantly, overwhelmed by her provocative attitude. He's wearing a t-shirt. Even Chen Chen notices his reaction and teases him, asking why he's blushing and avoiding her gaze. Sengao Dai claims he's not blushing, just a bit warm tonight. Inside, he's panicking, unsure what will happen if Chen Chen gets closer. She looks at him with a playful expression, making him even more nervous. Chen Chen knows her effect on Shang Hao, but doesn't want to overwhelm him, so she decides to take it slow. Plus, during the horror movie, every time Shang Hao gets scared, he'll end up hugging her. That's her plan. The game begins. During the movie, Shang Hao notices he doesn't feel scared despite the terrifying scenes. Chen Chen, on the other hand, is genuinely scared and clings to Chen Hao's arm, trembling. Zhen Hao smiles and asks if she's afraid. Chen Chen asks if he thinks she's weak because a guy like him isn't. She's not scared, even though she's shaking all over. She never wanted to embarrass herself, but she can't help it. Shang Hao reassures her, it's normal to be scared of those ghosts. She shouldn't feel guilty. He doesn't mind being there to support her. Chen Chen is touched by Shang Hao's kindness and innocence and cuddles up to him, openly. Zhang Hao's heart races because she's so close and he can smell her comforting scent. He reminds himself to keep his composure and think of appropriate things. A memory of his dad scolding him pops into his head and he shifts a bit to create some space, leaving Chen Chen momentarily confused. But he smoothly changes the subject. When the movie ends, Sen Yao stands to go to Bill, but Chen Chen holds his hand. She gently says they shouldn't. Go up together. Sen Hao feels proud and protective, enjoying the closeness for the first time. At Chen Chen's room, she doesn't go in right away. When Shen Hao asks if something's wrong, she shyly admits she's scared to sleep alone. Tonight, San Hao hesitates, worried sharing the bed might keep him from sleeping, but he doesn't want to refuse. Seeing his sincere and nervous expression, she agrees. She can't say no with him looking like that. In bed, Sanhao stays awake while Qing-chan explains she saw a shadow. She got scared. Sanhao comforts her, saying she can always share her fears and there's nothing to be ashamed of. Qing-chan feels safe and calm. She hugs him and rests her head on his shoulder. Sanhao feels a warm sense of closeness and notices his little guy getting too hard. He can't control it. She wakes up the next day, refreshed and relaxed, thinking how nice it was to sleep in Cheng Hao's arms. She imagines if they had kissed last night, it would have been perfect. She turns to Xing Hao. He realizes he looks like a mummy. He starts to panic, thinking something might have happened during the night, making him look so exhausted. Sanhao quickly assures him he's fine. Chen Chen hugs him, resting her head on his chest, saying she fell asleep in his arms. Zheng Hao feels a bit annoyed because Chen Chen clung to him so tightly he couldn't sleep all night. Chen Xin notices his frustration and says if that's the case, they should stop watching horror movies. She also promises to cook him breakfast to make up for last night. He says it's time to freshen up and take a cold shower. Even though nothing happened last night, he feels dirty and empty. Later, while brushing his skin, his teeth, Sanhao gets messages from Yilong. The stickers annoy him. He thinks Jilan is being a pain. He swears to teach him a lesson and reclaim his pride because he's acting like a kid. When Zhanhao arrives, Chen Chen is dressed and ready for work. She wishes him luck. At school, Chen Hao asks what she's looking at. Chen Chen explains she was talking to a friend. When she got a sticker from him, Sanhao blushes and says Yilong has nothing better to do and not to use those stickers to avoid unwanted attention. Chen Zhen promises. She won't, but inside, she's frustrated. She doesn't want anyone else to see her beauty. She says it so quietly, Shang Hao doesn't hear. With that, Shang Hao heads to school. He soon notices many people talking about him. They recognize him from the stickers circulating online and throughout his life. Chong Hao realizes he's become a celebrity again, even though he hasn't posted anything on social media. A girl even approaches him, trying to flirt and ask for a kiss. Autograph, but Shonhao leaves, saying he's late. In class, Jilong bursts in through the door, furious. Yilong says he'll kill him, but Yilong doesn't seem to notice his race. Yilong happily says he can make more stickers if he wants, that he has more photos of Shen Hao than he realized. Tsang Hao gives him a look and orders him to delete them all, saying a real man wouldn't let those images get online. Suddenly, Yu Weihua arrives, asking Shen Hao if he's upset and saying she needs to do something about it. San Hao reassures her, saying everything's fine, but notices his hair is shorter now. Yu Hua explains she cut it after Shang Hao mentioned it. Shang Hao praises her new cut, thinking how obedient she is, not even questioning his orders. Yu Hua whispers she'll take her to his newly discovered secret base, where it's fun and exciting. In the old school building, Yuawa leads the way, but they soon realize they're not alone. Many couples are hanging out. Shang Hao senses he might have stumbled into a love nest. Suddenly, Yu Weihua starts to fall. They start talking, and Shang Hao immediately silences her, asking for help. She playfully licks his hand. He realizes she might be more mischievous than he thought. Shen Zhao pulls his hand back, surprised. Yu Hua sighs, saying he just thought he liked him. Before Shen Gao can die, he throws himself on him, kisses him, and they both fall to the ground. Chen Gao realizes Yu Weihua really likes him. They're about the same age, and she's so sweet and obedient. He thinks about dating her to see what happens. Plus, it would stop Tianjin from flirting with her. He kisses her back. After a while, he gently pulls away, telling her they need to breathe during a kiss or they'll suffocate. Yegua says she's learning and will remember for next time. Street Howley reminds them they're late for class. He tells them to continue the conversation later. On the way, Shang Hao takes Yahua's hand and walks north. They walk side by side while he wonders if he should date her. He faces an impossible choice between Chen's mature charm and Chen's innocence and obedience. He can't decide and feels the world crashing down on him. Meanwhile, at the Hong Kong headquarters, Nan receives news from her assistant. Sen Zhao was secretly photographed and his images and stickers are spreading online. He's become an international celebrity again. Nan thinks it's fine for the man she likes. It interests her, but she doesn't want those images circulating. She's possessive and worried her normal life could be affected. She tells her assistant to find a way to remove the images. The assistant replies that the photos have gone viral and many people have downloaded or altered them, so they can't be completely removed. Nan gives him a threatening look. The assistant hurriedly leaves to take care of it. Nan goes online and sees all the photos. She feels intensely jealous of the other girls looking at San Hao. Luckily, the photos seem old, so no new images are circulating. Still, she realizes this is draining her energy. Piles of documents demand her attention. But he can't stop thinking about Shang Hao and ends up forgetting his work. He realizes Shang Hao isn't just a crush, but also his rival. And right now, he's winning the battle. The battle. Suddenly, he remembers the kiss and how soft her lips were. He has to control himself because he needs to think strategically. Her eyes are set on one man, and she's determined to make Shang Hao her hero. Her hero soon. Shang Hao walks back home and sees a luxury car parked in front. At his door. As expected, she's inside. But he's not happy to see her. He asks what she's doing at his house. He reminds her they agreed to forget each other last time, so she should leave him alone. Nan replies that, in a perfect world, she would have kept her promise. But what if she can't control herself? Shang Hao argues that, as a wealthy, successful, and highly educated woman, she should be able to control her impulses. Nan cuts him off. His photos are all over the internet. He can't miss them, and it drives him mad that so many women are trash-talking him online. Then, he pulls her closer by her hand. She whispers that the man she's after won't escape her so easily. Singe realizes she's playing with the players. He's on fire, knowing if his sister finds out he's with another woman, she'll lose it. So he says he's leaving, but he doesn't. Somehow, Nan gets him to sit in her car. Sen Haopin grumbles that he shouldn't listen to such a spoiled and controlling girl because he prefers girls who are obedient. He's tired of her because he always has to watch her little habits, and it drains him. He's fine, but he doesn't want to offend anyone. Instead, he smiles and coughs, laughing at the taste of the food. Subscribe and turn on notifications. Lighting a cigarette, he jokes that maybe in his world, women are like that, but not here. Sen Zhao realizes he almost got caught while swimming. He continues. She says those untalented women can't compare to her. She has it all: money, status, and skills. She can handle everything, and there's nothing wrong with him being a stay-at-home husband. St. Joseph gets nervous. The idea of never working sounds tempting, but he doesn't bite. He says he should consider more options because he might not be willing. Nan approaches, pinches his cheek. Her controlling side shows, demanding to know the name of the girl he likes. She even asks if it's Yuhua, Min Tianhe's granddaughter, because Yuhua doesn't fit Shen, his usual type. He immediately tells her to stay out of Yuhua's business. But he also extends an olive branch, making Nan think he really likes her. Sen Hao panics, fearing his cover is about to blow. Care pleads with him to calm down. Nan blushes, realizing he's weak when Ella uses a nickname. Sen Hao downplays it, saying friends use nicknames all the time. But Nan remains upset. Sengao suggests they grab a bite, but says he's leaving now because he has to go home. As he walks away, he nervously wonders if Nan will chase him every day. Suddenly, a hooded man approaches Shang Hao and asks, "Is it mine?" He mentions Chen Xin and asks if he can deliver a gift to his stepsister. Zhang Hao examines the man, finding him familiar. Then he realizes, it's the same person who sent unsolicited photos to Chen Xin. The other day, Zhen Hao confesses he saw the photos the stalker sent to Chen Xin. The man introduces himself and warns that if anyone messes with his stepsister, he'll pay them back. Shen Hao warns him that if he sees him outside their house or trying to stalk Chen Xin again, he'll call the police. With that, San Hao leaves, leaving the stalker frustrated. The guy thinks San Hao is just a student, harmless and easy to ignore. He's convinced he'll soon make Chen Xin fall for him. Back home, Shen Xin is practically glowing with happiness. She says since their parents aren't around, she got food from a fast food place for a relaxed, lazy dinner. They sit down with burgers and fries, enjoying each other's company. Shen Hao thinks it's hard to stay strong when someone as tempting as Chen Xin sits across from him. He wonders if she does these things on purpose, though he has no proof. Chen Chen falls silent. She looks a bit sad. When Chen Hao asks what's wrong, she asks if something is bothering him. She knows she's become a sort of internet celebrity. Today, she saw people looking at her photos and even going crazy over them, making her jealous. Shang Hao tells her she's not a celebrity. The attention is only on TV. Chen Qian insists fame doesn't suit her. People go viral online just to be trendy. She should dress more modestly. She even suggests covering her arms and back during streams. Shang Hao finds these words too possessive. Inside, he panics. Chen Xin tries to lighten the mood, saying she was joking. But she admits she's scared. She doesn't want Shang Hao to get into trouble. She wants him to be safe. Inside, she's struggling. She always knew Shang Hao was attractive. Now, with fame, more people are fascinated by him. She fears losing him to admirers. Sun Hao feels the pressure to act and do his part quickly. Later, that night, he bursts into her room and asks if she needs help. She looks like a real treat in her new outfit. Even San notices. He hesitates for a moment, but he accepts her company. She enters at a distance and says she wants to give him something. Shenken hands him his daily pay, about 3,000 yen. He places it in Cheng Hao's hand. Cheng Hao can't believe it. She earns that much in a day at the hospital, while he works so hard and barely makes a quarter of what she does. Chen Chen explains that, though still a student, she sometimes assists lead surgeons, helps with minor operations, and charges for sessions. Salary. But deep down, she knows the truth. To win Sun Hao's favor, she needs to catch him somehow, and money might be enough. Chen Chen isn't just any student, she's exceptional. She entered with the highest grades, followed her mentors in research projects, and soon got the chance to start clinical studies with him. At the hospital. She's not just capable, she's a prodigy with 3 years of real experience. She's not the boss, but with her skill and confidence, she acts like it. Sun Hao realizes Chen Chen isn't just beautiful, she's brilliant. He admits he'd like to earn money like that someday to help his parents. Hearing this, Chen Chen gets emotional and hugs him tightly, telling him it's not his job to secure their early retirement. Sun Hao asks if they're still on a business trip. When she says they won't be back soon, the idea feels like a massage. The girl and boy have been alone for a while, and Cheng Hao wonders what's going on. It's not the easy vacation he imagined. Staying alone with Chen Chen and controlling his urges is so hard, his nose often bleeds. He can't think of anything else. After cleaning up, he changes and returns to his room until Chen Chen notices and tells him he can leave. Put on your pajamas and go to bed early. Sun Hao is too irritated to talk much, but that's it. Chen Chen silently laughs at his frustration. She finds it adorable to see him struggle. She sits on Zhang Hao's bed, her mind almost blank. He realizes something important. Even though they spend almost all their time together, Chen Chen isn't tired of being with him or looking at him. Then they catch him watching again, and Chen Chen sees him as her prince. He takes the chance, says his shoulders are stiff from too many men. He goes to his computer and asks for a massage. Sun Hao knows it looks like a trap, but he can't help it. He starts massaging his back. Chen Chen praises the eyes she sees in his hands, then offers to take him out, saying he's been good. Sun Hao lights up and accepts. He's never gone out alone. With her. She remembers too and smiles, saying it'll be their first date. Sun Hao realizes everything might be moving much faster with Chen. Then he notices. After 11, he says it's time to sleep. King Sun and ODS say goodbye. She says she'll return to her room, but inside, she's screaming because she really wants to spend more time with Sun Hao, especially in his room. Now she doesn't want to tempt fate, so she goes back to her own. She reminds herself to do everything perfectly, no risks for unnecessary drama. Zhen Hao sighs in relief when he sees his mother. When she disappears, he looks forward to the weekend. Suddenly, his phone rings. He knows it's Nan before he even looks. Xin Hao grunts and tells him to get a boyfriend and a life. Stop bothering him. But Nan calmly replies that she has a life and isn't interested in boyfriends. Still, she insists he should move forward. She explains that, since becoming an adult, she's been surrounded by men who only wanted her for her family's money and power. Has he seen countless ambitious men rise to the top only to become parasites feeding off her mother's influence? It left her disgusted, and she vowed to stay away. But Cheng Hao is different, not like the others. As a child, Nan spent her life working for the company with only her time in the army as a break, so she never learned much about men, how to court them, or make them happy. But she's clear on one thing. She's committed. To win Cheng Hao, she'll do whatever it takes. She tells Cheng Hao that if he wants the stars, he should ask for them. She's invested heavily in rockets and space science, so bringing him stars isn't impossible. Cheng Hao still can't accept what's happening. Hey, he tells her he doesn't want stars. He just wants her to stop bothering him all day. Still, her words stick in his mind. He can't let it go. He can't stop thinking about her. He realizes she was one of those girls who never stopped working, even as a kid. One thing is clear, he's not afraid of her anymore. That night, Cheng Hao dreams about his past life. In the dream, young Chen Chen asks if he has hope. The next day, Cheng Hao arrives at the house. He heads to school, but, as always, he has to let Chen Chen know he arrived safely. Since his stickers went viral online, he's been more worried about his safety. Chen Chen suggests picking him up and dropping him off every day. Suddenly, Yuwawa appears and greets Chen Hao, who immediately asks why she's late again. Yuwawa blushes and admits she got lost thinking about their kiss. She had a strange dream, and Yuwawa takes the moment to her advantage. She takes Shunichi's finger. With an innocent look, she asks Chen Hao if Jack is okay. They're alone, so why aren't they looking at each other? Sen Hao, blushing uncontrollably, struggles to find the truth. He finds it hard to hold back with so much innocence. He explains again that kissing is intimate between two people and isn't allowed at school. Yuoa quickly suggests they can always go home if they want to kiss. Sen Hao says they'll think about it later and insists they focus on class now. But seeing Yuhua's expression, he realizes she's sad. He said no. He said no. She's disappointed, but fears losing control if she gives in too much. Though he doesn't share the same chastity ideals as men here, he's terrified temptation will overwhelm him and things will spiral out of control. No one fears it more than him. In the rest of the story, during break, Sanhao invites Yilong to eat with him, as always. But when they leave the classroom, he's stunned. Hana too, hundreds of fanatics scream for his autograph. He realizes a few emojis made these girls go completely crazy. Long is impressed. He watches the crowd and shows Shanghao a video compilation. It's full of photos of Sanhao, and everyone calls him one of the world's magical walls. A unique beauty, he looks stunning in every photo. Suddenly, he feels a hand on his butt. The shock is huge as he realizes he's just been attacked, harassed for the first time, before anyone sees. Before he can react, someone grabs the girl's arm. It's Yuhu, and she's furious. She warns him to mind his own business, saying Shanghao doesn't like being touched like that and she can't do it without his permission. The crowd goes silent because everyone knows Yuewa has already earned a reputation as the new school bully. Jung-ho tries to calm the situation, but tension fills the air. Then the star teacher arrives, furious, ordering everyone back to their seats and to stop crowding the hallway. The students stay. The students scatter, scared. Meanwhile, Chong and the class president, who still hold a grudge against Cheng-zhou, stick together. The president mutters that he rarely sees Cheng-zhou ignored by girls, now that they all chase him. Shang mocks. This madness will pass, and soon everything will return to normal. He says he doesn't care and feels no threat from Cheng-zhou. Suddenly, someone shouts that a long line of luxury cars has arrived at the school. Rumors fly. A rich girl has come to pick up her boyfriend. He hears it and freezes, his face twisted with jealousy. He mutters that he's fine, over and over. Fine, reminding himself that he's also handsome. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, the rumor turns out to be true. Nan waits in front of Shane Howell's school. In her luxury car, everyone crowds around to see who the mysterious boyfriend is. Even Jilan's eyes widen at the line of luxury cars. Sengao tries to downplay it, suggesting they go eat instead. He's tired of all the unwanted attention and becoming an internet sensation overnight. In his past life, he never liked showing off half-naked, yet now he's become unprecedentedly famous. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's no one. Shenhao answers with a tired voice, asking if he really had to come to school. But Nan just tells him to come out and eat together. Shenhao sees his car and refuses, saying he already has plans with his family, his friends. Nan replies that he expected Shenhao to say no, so he came asking. She's ready. She gets out of the car and snaps her fingers. Her servants surround her with trays of food. She smiles and says since Shenhao won't go with her, she brought him the food. Zhenhao is almost melting with nerves, worried everyone thinks they're together. He arrives at Lenoda, asking if she's okay, wanting to know who she's talking to. Zhenhao lies, saying he's busy and asks for help. He quickly tells Ye Long to keep Yehua company while he runs off. He tries to leave, again, in a similar way. For leaving her hanging at lunch, Zhenhao steps aside to call Nan on the phone. She laughs at how nervous he sounds. Embarrassed, he throws out some affectionate nicknames he doesn't mean. Nan responds with innocent charm. She thought men liked grand gestures. In the end, Zhenhao agrees to meet her but warns her to dismiss her entourage. He tells her to wait by the side door and not draw more attention, threatens that if any rumors spread, he'll never see her again. Nan hangs up, amused, knowing Shenhao gets even softer when he's angry. With another snap, he orders his staff to clean up and leave. Soon, she's disguised and waiting by the side door. Senhao appears and asks if they're really going to eat. Silence. She nods, saying she wants to have lunch with him. Zhenhao replies that they're going to his place today and she needs to play along. She laughs and agrees, then gives in. They stand in front of a market. Inan can't help it. He can't avoid criticizing Chenghao's choice of food stalls. Senhao counters with a trap. He says he won the battle. He likes this place. If she doesn't want to eat here, she can leave. Deep down, he hopes she will, but Nan, as always stubborn, enters the restaurant with him. She examines the place for a while. Leto places his credit card on the counter and tells the owner he wants to buy it. Chenhao almost chokes on his water. He asks Lato to stop and explains there's no need to waste money like that. Lato says, as a poor guy, he eats at places like this. If she just wants to show off her money, there's no point in eating together. He asks her to be humble, at least for a bit, but inside, he mutters that men are a real pain. Senhao orders a bowl of beef noodles with fried egg. Nan studies the menu. He wonders how the noodles can be so cheap. Senhao assures him the food is fine. The owner tries to warn Nan about his behavior. But Senhao places the order anyway. Nan demands the chef wear gloves and use fresh ingredients. The chef isn't happy. He finds the demand amusing and is ready to argue, even fight. But Nan slaps a wad of cash on the counter. The chef has no choice but to comply, thinking about the profit from these two. Zenhouse feels uneasy and wishes Nan would show more dignity. Nan pinches his cheek. She tells him to always focus on her. Senhao can't believe Nan is jealous of the older women at the market. Then she asks why he eats all that. In a place like this, he replies that regular folks eat here and don't get sick. He says this is real life, but Nan, surrounded by her wealth, doesn't fit in. She confesses she doesn't have a Cinderella complex, and that's why they don't make a good pair. The chef returns with proper medical equipment. Inan smiles, saying he has no problem eating in a place like this. He shares that he served in the army and has eaten much worse on the front lines. He only feels sorry for San-Hak. Chow, got it, you heard me? Nan explains she doesn't want him eating at places like this because they're neither clean nor nutritious. Sanhao wonders what her real plan is, why she's suddenly so attentive, but dismisses it. A moment later, Nan asks why he kisses so well and if he's practiced with other women. Senhao spits out his soup instantly. Surprised he brings up such an intimate topic during dinner. With total calm, he warns if he ever finds out she's with someone else, he won't hold back. He can't promise he'll keep behaving well. Later that night, Zhang Hao is lost in thoughts from dinner with Nan. He's with Yilong, who won't stop talking about lipstick. Zhang Hao is tired and says he wants to sleep. He wants to go home. Jilong clings to him, calls him a party animal, then asks Shen Hao to play with his little sister Sophia. Sangao remembers Sophie too well, the clingy girl who wouldn't let go of his leg even when he pushed her away. Zhengao and Yilong are in Sophie's room. Tenhao grabs his notebook and stays nearby. He's frozen, shocked, and embarrassed. It's a detailed comic where Sophie imagines herself and Shanghao in situations that should never happen. Shanghao realizes the girl has been fantasizing about him. He confronts her, asking why she drew those things. Sophie lies immediately. She cries, begging Shanghao to believe her, claiming she didn't even read a page. Shanghao tries to comfort her, asking if she's sure everything's okay. He's seen over 500 gigabytes of compromising material on her computer. Sophie, caught again, breaks down in tears, admitting he's out of her reach. Shenhao sighs, trying to calm her. As his best friend's sister, he feels responsible. He sits her down, explaining it's adult stuff, and she's still a kid. Zheng Hao reminds her he likes the innocent, simple Sophie who's a good student. They reach a deal. If Sophie corrects her bad habits and improves her grades, he'll grant any wish. She makes him promise. Does Song Zhao accept? Though he secretly feels guilty for making a false promise, Sophie promises to behave and be a better person from now on. Just then, Zhang Hao gets a call from Chen Qin. She asks if he's still at his friend's place, and she's coming home and offers to take him. Song Gao says he can make it back on his own. Chen Qin hangs up. She's still at the lab when her friend asks who she was talking to. But Chen Qin dodges the question and starts getting dressed to leave. Her friends invite her to the bar this weekend to meet handsome guys. But Chen Qin declines. She says she already has a handsome man in mind and has a date with him at Bandy Plaza on Saturday. Her friend is stunned by the secret and begs for more details. Qin responds that he'll only talk after final confirmation. His friend takes it as a joke. She tells him not to do anything drastic and reminds him to use protection. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qin's stalker overhears the conversation. He feels betrayed. After years of devotion and desperation, Chen Qin keeps refusing to choose him, preferring to see other men. Chen Qin arrives home and asks where his stepbrother is, but gets no response. No one answers. He assumes he's streaming. Meanwhile, is Sanhao having a tough time? He's harassed online by dozens of girls who claim he's identical to the viral emoji boy with the same eyes and hairstyle. Shang Ho denies all rumors, calling them nonsense. He points out that if it were true, why would he go live with his face covered? The girls? The girls aren't convinced and bombard him with messages. Chen Hao gets more and more frustrated until Chen Qin suddenly walks in. She shuts down the computer and ends his work. Her suffering. Then she approaches, her voice sharp and threatening, warning him to stop streaming to people. Right now. The next day, Sanjiao is at school, still thinking about Chen Chen's reaction from yesterday. She was angry and squeezed his hand so hard while telling him to finish. Streaming. She looked panicked and almost cried, explaining that now that they've recognized him, if he goes live again, everyone will know who he really is. She told him she doesn't want him to become famous because she can't always be by his side and can't protect him from stalkers or dangerous women. Her voice broke with desperation. She feared he'd find someone who loved him more. She thought he'd forget her. Senhata. He tried to calm her, saying streaming was just temporary, A way to pass time. No one cared like she did. Does he promise never to forget her? Was she fooling herself? Tao knows Chen Chen has become more sensitive and possessive. She tries to control every move. Sometimes she acts like a mother-in-law watching him with a magnifying glass. Soon after, Shen Hao gets another notification. He earned a lot from last night's stream. He didn't sell anything or ask for gifts, yet he made a fortune. If this keeps up, he'll be a millionaire soon. Shen Hao finally understands the power of influence, but deep down, he knows it's not the life he wants. When I got to school, he was with me. Yilong also approached from a crowd of girls waiting at the entrance. Who's yelling that Shen Hao already has a fan club? Zhen Hao thinks how unemployed those girls must be, screaming all day. They beg for photos, autographs, or just to be near him. The class president watches from the side, burning with envy. Still, he doesn't let it consume him. He knows how quickly a web star can rise and fall into obscurity, even in the locker room. Sun Jiao is changing, unaware that the class president has hidden a camera inside his shirt. To take secret photos, Yilong suddenly enters and bumps into him, accidentally changing the camera angle. Then, Yilong approaches Chong Hao and starts washing his abs, clueless about what's happening. The president, nervous about being caught, keeps trying to take photos. But when he checks the gallery, he realizes the angle ruined all the shots. What he doesn't know is that Chong Hao and Jilong are already behind him, waiting for him to turn around and face them. Chong Hao decides to play with him. He asks for the phone to look. When the president refuses, he takes care of it. He snatches it. He reviews the photos. He sees the boy is even part of his fandom, yet still a fan. He tried to sneak photos. Sen Zhao smirks and offers to take off his shirt, saying if he wants naked photos so badly, he should at least let him pose. As it should be. Does the president think Shen Hao has gone crazy? But that's not the case. With a threatening look, he demands the photos be deleted, warning he'll show how well he can fight. Terrified, the president bolts from the room. Even Jilong feels sorry for how pathetic he looks running. Shen Hao says he's not scared of being recorded because he has abs now. If his body ends up online, it could inspire all the guys to work harder and get as tough as he is. Still, he doesn't want too much online exposure, so he takes it very seriously. But Chang isn't done with the class president. He wants to make it clear that this can't happen again, so he follows him to an alley. The class president is still fuming, thinking about how Sun Hao keeps bothering him and how he'll get revenge. Sun Hao waits for him to turn into the alley to surprise him and give a real warning, but before he can move, he sees someone grab the class president right in front of him. He runs toward the thugs. He recognizes the same guys who kidnapped them before on Nan's orders. One of the bullies admits Nan sent them, but claims he doesn't know more. He tells Shang Hao to pretend he saw nothing and go home to avoid further trouble. Shang Hao doesn't understand why Van is after the class president. He wonders if Nan has spies in the school, as that level of control seems excessive. She's busy working when Shang Hao calls and demands to know if she has his vice president. Nan is surprised he figured it out. He explains he used the same bullies from before. He asks why she kidnapped them. Nan, calm down, responds that the president crossed him, so now he has to pay for his sins. She tells Shang Hao not to worry, it's her business, and he should. Relax. Shang Hao confirms his suspicions. She really has spies in the school to protect and watch him. He protests he doesn't need so much coddling, he can take care of himself. But Nan won't budge. She doesn't care what he prefers, only what's best for him, even if it means paying people. If spying on him is necessary, she'll do it. She tells him to act like a man, live under her wing, and he'll always be safe. He tells her. Zheng Hao, completely fed up, hangs up, thinking she has no common sense. He wonders if he should ignore the kidnapping or call the police. The next day, walking down the hallway, he sees the class president, but the guy acts like Nan's guards brainwashed him. He shows an odd respect to everyone. Even Shen Hao feels uncomfortable, showing the power Nami has. Later, during break, Zhen Hao and Yuhua sit to eat. She notes he seems distracted. He brushes it off, saying he just has a headache. Then Yuhua stands up and pinches his nose, asking if she feels better, repeating the gesture Shang Hao once did for her at the amusement park when she wasn't feeling well. Shang Hao laughs at her innocence and pure heart. Then he lies and says he feels better. Better, but Yuhua isn't satisfied. She sits on his lap and whispers that she wants a hug, that it would make her happy. Shang Hao's cheeks turn red, feeling how perfect the moment is. He realizes his cheeks are red too. He wants that hug too. While they're together, he notices the warmth. It's the love he can't deny. He thinks that even though he's hugged Chen Qin and Nan, with Yuhua, he relaxes completely. Maybe it's because Chen Qin is practically family, and he can't see her that way. Nan, on the other hand, is dominant and unpredictable, and Shen Gong. He fears what would happen if he deepens his bond with her. But with Yuewa, everything feels peaceful. He enjoys her tenderness, her scent, and her warmth. Then, Shenhao suddenly notices Yuhua licking his leg, begging for a kiss, desperate. She tries to lift his shirt, but Shenhao stops her with all his self-control. He asks her not to be impulsive, not to cause a scene at school, even though he truly wants to be with Yuewa. He can't believe he's rejecting her. While Shenhao tells her to calm down, he gently touches her, then not. He pinches her cheeks, explains that all those things and the scenes in movies are what couples do. He tells her they shouldn't cross that line unless they're dating or in love. Yuhua admits she doesn't even know what love means. So Shenhao explains that loving someone means liking them so much you want to spend your life with them, do anything for them. It's when you can't help but smile every time they're near. That's what I like. He thinks it might be too complicated, so he simplifies it. Love is simply being honest with another person. He asks her if she feels that. For him, because he wants them to be honest. Whenever they're together, he wants it to be about love, not lust. She still doesn't understand it well, so he lets it go. Zhang Hao sighs and tells her it might be too much for her right now. He suggests she watch teen rom-coms instead of adult movies to catch up. With that, they head back home. Glass? He cares for Weihua and doesn't want to hurt her or take advantage of her innocence. If anything goes wrong, he couldn't protect her, and others might exploit her purity. At home, Quickie asks him to lie down on the bed. Shenhao feels like he's in heaven, resting in Chen Chen's lap, thinking about how thoughtful she is. She suggests he dress less revealingly to protect himself and show less skin. For a moment, Cheng Hao thinks she believes he almost despises his job. But she quickly clarifies that she will measure him to ensure his clothes fit perfectly from now on. He loves it, yet it annoys him at the same time. As Chin Chin takes his measurements, Sang Hao notices how close they are and starts sweating. Her fragrance overwhelms him, and she gets really happy. She lifts his shirt to measure more accurately. She comments on his abs, admitting she's a bit jealous. Her hand touches them, feeling the rock-hard muscles. Sankofa gets alarmed, thinking it's too bold. Meanwhile, Chen Chin's thoughts race. Sun Hao looks almost too sexy to handle. He lets his fingers play with the waistband of his pants, almost like he's about to pull them down. When Sheng Hao asks softly what he means, the answer is yes. That's all for today. See you in the next video. Until next time. She laughs and says it's part of the job, reminding him she's a doctor and nothing about the human body surprises her. In her world, measurements can include everything. Zheng Hao is already practicing, practically sweating. Chen Chen sits up and tells him he was just joking. He warns him not to be so careless, showing that side to anyone, and to be careful in the future. Then he tells him to sleep when Chen Chen gets out of bed. The room starts to feel tense because Shen Hao was too close, and he could barely control himself. He notices he's blushing. To him, she looks incredibly cute like this. Over the weekend, Chen Chen brings him breakfast, excited about their outing. She says she's going to her room to get ready, and they'll meet up when they're both ready. See you later. Chen Hao starts to see the whole situation as a date. Anyone watching might misinterpret it. Deep down, he reminds himself that Chen Chen is almost family, and he shouldn't let those thoughts take root. Half an hour later, Chen Chen comes down the stairs. She looks stunning in her dress. Sen Hao thinks she's even prettier than any internet influencer. She blushes at the video. Suddenly, he feels he needs to change because he looks plain next to her. The market is crowded, but Zhang Hao notices Chin Chin's stalker watching them. The man keeps his gaze locked on her. Chen Chen says he's obsessed, following her constantly, trying to intrude on her life. He wants to be her boyfriend, but she's rejected him many times. Now, he's just a headache. Sang Hao offers to step in. If she wants, he can warn the stalker and teach him a lesson the next time he gets close, for causing her trouble. But Chen Chen asks him to calm down. She reminds him they're colleagues at the same institute and doesn't want their professional relationship to turn violent. Then an idea hits her, and she asks for a favor. From Shang Hao, does she want to crush the stalker's last hope? So she seriously asks him to pretend to be her boyfriend for a day. Tiankin pleads so adorably that Shang Hao can't say no. He finally agrees, as long as she doesn't mind. Chen Chen blushes, surprised by how quickly she said yes. Zhen Hao mentions they're going somewhere fun, so they head to the arcade. Chen Chen immediately says she wants to win some stuffed animals. Does the day go perfectly? They play games, eat ice cream, take photos. They act like a real couple, enjoying each other's company. After a while, Chen Chen suggests they take a break, but Yang Hao stops her. He notices the stalker is still watching them and realizes they need to get closer. Chen Chen says he's known her for years and still doesn't understand her true feelings. Sen Hao thinks maybe the stalker doesn't believe they're really dating. Then Chen Xin approaches, saying he's coming and they need to act fast. Without hesitation, she presses the button. She presses her lips against Shang Hao's, and they kiss. Shang Hao is momentarily stunned, beautiful, unable to fully grasp what's happening. The stalker sees them and starts crying, hurt and offended by the public display. He turns and runs away. Kenjin notices him leaving. She remembers her friend's advice about using protection, making her hesitate. Zhen Hao turns to look for the stalker, but he's already gone. Chen Chen feels overwhelmed. This seems like a dream come true. A dream come true. Chen Hao doesn't push her away or scold her, he just smiles slightly. His red face and simple reaction say it all. He doesn't mind her affection, so she feels relieved and elated. Tianjin pretends to be tough, blushes, and apologizes to Chen Hao for kissing him. She says she panicked when the stalker approached and didn't know what to do. Chen Hao expects a scolding for losing control, but he says he's not interested. He gets angry and starts rationalizing, saying she's not really family, just his stepsister. Though he shows some hesitation, he adds that it doesn't matter now. What matters is she got away from the stalker, and he's happy. Chen Chen explains they shouldn't overthink it. They're not related, and in some countries, having a stepsister isn't a stigma. She gets excited, boasting about how close they are, how they can do everything openly, and how they're more than friends. Then she teases him, saying he likes kisses too. Shen Hao gets nervous. Why does she ask that suddenly? As a man, he can't pretend to be repulsed. In fact, he likes it. But her mom is married to his dad, so if he agrees, their relationship could advance and create a family mess. So, he gives a diplomatic answer. They're friends, and it shouldn't happen again. Chen Chen tries not to be offended, but is glad he doesn't seem totally repelled. She thinks he's just setting boundaries for appearances and doesn't actually dislike her kisses. Chen Chen clarifies they're a couple and will have a cute date day because that stalker won't give up. They need to show he's serious about them being together, then they go out for a delicious meal. They walk hand in hand, talking, when another couple, who look like addicts, stares at them, confused and a bit angry. The woman looks wealthy, and the guy is handsome. The thug demands his money. Chen Chen asks them to step aside. He reaches into his pocket for the knife. The guy yells in his face. He knows if they attack, he can dodge vital spots and disable them. But he fears for Chong Hao's safety. The thugs might hurt them. He has no choice. He throws them money. He asks them to leave. But seeing the cash, the thug gets greedy, believing she's hiding much more. They try to extort her again, threatening to destroy Chang Hao's face. Chang Hao remains carefree as always. He responds that threats don't work, and challenges them to fight like men. Chen Chen thinks he's trying to get them into trouble by provoking the bullies. While the initiative is in science class, Sanhao Chengxin fears for his safety. Until he sees Chang Hao prepare to punch, and the bully ends up falling on his back. Sanhao smiles, confused, and asks if the other guy wants a piece of him too. But the guy just picks up his plate. They run off. Senhao turns to Chin Chin, saying he can handle it. He insists he can manage alone. Chin Chin worries because she's never seen him so strong. It's like he's a different person. When Chin Chin and Senhao were kids, they were inseparable. At first, Senhao told Chen Chen he didn't want to see him like that. But she didn't stop following him from a distance. She always stayed behind, watching him. When Chen Chen saw Shang Hao start using his Cuckoo account, she quickly befriended him with a secondary account. She pampered him online, and after much effort, won his heart. But now, that's not enough. Tianqin returns and notices Shang Hao hasn't logged into his Cuckoo account. He no longer talks about his parents or his novel, chats less, and has gotten into martial arts. Chen Chen thinks he might have grown up or something bad happened. She monitors his thoughts when Shang Hao interrupts her. Chen Chen changes the subject, suggesting they go relax. They decide to unwind and take a shower. He sneaks into his room and opens his computer, searching for incriminating evidence to help investigate what happened to Sun Hao and why he changed. Then he notices the novel he wrote and never told China about, Chen Qin. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao in the shower thinks it's been a while since he updated the novel and that tonight has to be the last. He decides to get to it, and Chen Qin rushes through all the chapters. But she's confused, not understanding why he would write such a story. At that moment, Chang Hao is about to enter his room, but luckily, Chen Chen is already gone. He sits down, feeling the urge to write. Then he notices the icon is open, but he doesn't remember opening it. He doesn't seem to suspect much. Just then, Chen Xin calls the police. He offers her a glass of milk to calm her creative juices before leaving. He gets to work. Suddenly, he asks what kind of story she's telling. Zhang Hao writes, on guard and disdainful. Chen Qin notices his personality shift. He was too naive, thinking no one would notice. Better Chen Qin doesn't read it, right? But Chen Qin catches on. She asks if he's writing something too risque for her to read, which sounds absurd since he barely hides anything. Chen Qin confesses he's gotten a bit weird since starting martial arts, showing strange behavior. Zhen Hao asks incredulous if they really knew each other as kids. Chen Qian explains they went to the same preschool when they were little. His voice softens as he admits it hurts that he doesn't remember her. Shenhao tries to hide his nervousness, realizing their shared past is why she was so strict when he fell in love. When they met. Now she must think he really forgot her, and just thinking about it must hurt her, but he can't tell her the truth. He was reincarnated by the blood moon. Telling her would only complicate things. After all, he's technically a replacement for her real stepbrother, so Shanghao decides to be honest in his own way. He tells her about dreaming of a scared little girl. He adds that kids at school often bully him. Every time it happens, he feels he needs to get stronger and protect himself. That's why he learned martial arts. He admits the only reason he had the courage to face those bullies was because she was there. Her presence gave him strength. Chen Chen is deeply moved. Without thinking, she hugs him tightly. She promises to protect him from harm, though in Shen Hao's mind, this is partly a strategy. He knows showing a bit of weakness always wins her over. Chen Chen, however, suspects nothing. She silently promises to make it up to him for all the hardships she endured, and suddenly her tone changes. She says she's still angry because he put himself in danger, so she's going to punish him. Until Zhang Hao reacts, she lifts his shirt and begins tickling him mercilessly until he laughs so hard that tears stream down his cheeks. When they finally stop, they both lie breathless, side by side on the bed. Chen Chen looks at him tenderly, begging him never to scare her like that again. Her eyes drift to his neck. She leans in, reminding him they promised a date, and the day isn't over yet. They remain fans of my channel. Earlier, Senhao nearly chokes trying to explain the date should be over. But Chen Chen just smiles, saying they've already kissed once. What's wrong with doing it again? Senhao freezes, realizing his worst fear might come true. Chen Chen's feelings for him run much deeper than they should. They lean in, lips inches apart. Suddenly, Shane Hao's father's voice booms through the house, announcing their arrival. Chen Xin jumps up, stammering that the parents were supposed to be gone another day. Chen Hao is equally disappointed, but they quickly separate. She runs off. He tells her to go to her room before anyone sees her blushing face. She nods and disappears. Through the door. The truth is, his mother left when he was very young, and his father buried himself in work, leaving Shang Hao mostly alone. That's why he was sent to daycare. It's where he met a lonely girl. That lonely girl was Chen Chen, though Chen Chen looked at him strangely when little Senhao asked her to play with him and his friends and try to introduce himself. She ignored him and left, leaving him in peace. Leaving the poor guy completely confused. Now, years later, she blushes just thinking about it, because her little life plan worked. Sun Hall didn't reject her, and it might even mean he likes her too. She gets lost in daydreams, completely in love with that poor boy. On the other hand, Zhang Hao has realized that Chen Xin loves him too. If the parents hadn't arrived right then, they probably would have crossed all boundaries. He knows Chen Qian is kind, attentive, sensible, and reliable. Deep down, he knows he likes her too. Every time she's near, his heart races, and his face turns red as a tomato. That can only mean one thing: they're in love. But suddenly, he gets frustrated remembering how he dreamed of dating a girl as beautiful as her. Now that they really do love each other, he worries about how society will react to their relationship. A while later, Chen Qin and Zhang Hao have dinner and breakfast with their family. Their parents ask if Chen Qin has been a good older sister and taken care of Zhang Hao. Chen Qin teases with a smile, saying she's grown so much that now he's the one taking care of her. Zhang Hao laughs. For a moment, they seem in their own world, perfectly in sync. Then Zhang Hao stands up and says he's going to a friend's house and won't be back for a while. He says goodbye. After he leaves, Zhang Hao's father looks at Chen Qin and asks why she seems so lively tonight. Chen Qin honestly replies that she's finally found her happiness. On the street, Zhang Hao can't stop thinking about how Chen Qin didn't say anything. She didn't stop him when he said he'd go out. She's usually strict and a bit jealous, so the silence feels strange. Suddenly, Yue Hua stands in front of him, smiling as if nothing's wrong. She says she came just to pick up. Zhenhao looks surprised and asks if they weren't supposed to meet at his place. Yue Hua laughs and says she missed him and wanted to see him sooner. This way, they'd have more time together. Sun Hao can't help but think Yue Hua might not be as innocent as she seems. Still, he agrees to go with her to her mansion. On arrival, he looks around, imagining how luxurious her life must be. Then, Yue Hua turns to him with a mischievous smile and says tonight, anything can happen. Her parents aren't home. They're alone and can play with whatever he wants. She's up for anything. Sun Hao can't believe Yue Hua's house even has tracks. Of course, he had to expect it. After all, she lives in a mansion worth millions. Yue Hua excitedly tells him she wants to show him her arsenal of weapons, but her brother once told her boys might not be interested in that stuff. Then Cheng Hao realizes it must be the same armory he saw the last time he was in the sky. He mentions he didn't bring a dance suit. Yewawa smiles and says her butler already prepared several options. So, Shang Hao suggests a swimming competition. The first to complete a lap in freestyle wins, and the loser treats the winner for a whole week. Yuewa smiles and accepts. They head to change. Inside the locker room, Shang Hao faces a new problem. In his world, he could wear simple swim trunks, but not here. Here, people would probably call him cheap for showing so much skin. He checks the closet and finds all the swimsuits are for women. Not a single one for men. Not a single pair of men's swim trunks in sight, and he won't wear a girl's. Cursed. By bad luck, Chung Hao keeps searching for his, until he finds another set hidden in the house. It looks simple and has no open parts, so he decides to put it on. Something small falls from the suit, but he ignores it and leaves it aside. When he finally slips into the swim trunks, they fit perfectly, clinging to his body like a glove. When Shang Hao comes out, Yue Hua opens his eyes and tells Shang Hao. His face lights up, but he doesn't. He can't help but notice how beautiful she is. They approach the pool and review the rules. They must swim to the other side. The winner will be pampered by the loser for a week. They position themselves, count down, and dive in together. Zhen Hao moves fast and desperately. He slices through the water like a pro. But then, from the ship, he hears the instructor shout that Yohua is drowning. It's true. His heart sinks. He looks around and sees bubbles where she sank. He realizes, Yowawa can't swim. Yowawa coughs hard, barely catching her breath after nearly drowning. Sun Hao and his servant rush to her side, asking if she's okay. Sun Hao can't believe that despite living in such a huge mansion with a pool, she can't swim at all. If she had told him earlier, they never would have played such a dangerous game. She almost lost her life. Jihua defends herself, saying she saw others swim and thought she could too, but Sun Hao isn't amused. He scolds her, telling her she lacks common sense to keep herself safe. She apologizes weakly, her voice trembling like her father's. But before she finishes, she notices something strange. Even the servant starts shouting about Shanghai's clothes. Confused, Zhen Hao looks down and realizes there's nothing left to do. His swimsuit, tight as a second skin, clings to his body, leaving almost nothing to the imagination. Yue Hua turns red as a tomato, almost fainting from the shock. Embarrassed. Zhen Hao quickly grabs a robe to cover himself, his face burning with shame. He checks if Yuhua is okay, but his mind keeps replaying how humiliating it was to almost expose himself. Trying to change the subject, Yuekwa suddenly perks up and mentions there are more fun places to explore in the mansion, like the beauty room. She wants to show her friends. Zhang Hao, still worried, asks her to rest. Yuawa refuses and insists. She says he rarely visits her at home, so she wants to make the most of their time together. San Hao senses something deeper in her tone and asks why. Why is she acting so strange after hesitating for a moment? Yuewa whispers that lately, he doesn't have lunch with her or walk home with her after school. She asks if he's mad at her because his behavior feels so different, not like the Chen Hao she knows. Shen Hao tries to reassure her, saying she's imagining things, but deep down, he knows the truth. The threat of Nan still looms over him like a storm cloud. She's controlling and dangerous. San Hao fears that if he gets too close to Yuewa, Nan might hurt her. He can't tell her, so he explains he has some personal issues and promises that when everything calms down, they'll spend more time together. Jihua looks worried and asks if someone is bothering him. Her family could easily intervene. Sang refuses all help, saying it's his problem, not hers. He wants to protect her as best he can. He gently tells her to spend more time with her other friends. His words hurt. Yahua's eyes well up. She really wants to help him. She repeats that, as long as they're together, she'll do anything for him. But Zhang Hao keeps refusing. Though he's polite, she feels the rejection deep in her heart. Tears stream down her cheeks. She cries that she wants to be part of his life, to stay with him forever. Zhang Hao is stunned, not knowing what to say. He can only apologize. Yahua can't believe he still doesn't understand what she means. Heartbroken, she turns and walks away, leaving Zhang Hao confused and speechless. He's still confused when Yue Hua and the butler arrive and interrupt his call. The butler asks if Yue Hua is causing any trouble. San Hao immediately responds that no, she isn't. The butler mentions he overheard part of the conversation and that Yue Hua can sometimes be a bit temperamental, but San Hao shouldn't take it too seriously. San Hao says it's not her fault and that he shares some of the blame. His intention was to distance himself for a good reason, but he doesn't understand why she seems so hurt. It's true he's been a bit insensitive, but he never meant to imply he wanted to end their friendship completely. The butler sighs and tells him that Yewa thinks very highly of him. Every time she comes home, she talks about Chang Hao and how much she enjoys eating, exercising, and studying with him. It's rare to see her smile so genuinely, especially after years of faking happiness with fake friends. So if Chang Hao suddenly distanced himself, she'd automatically think something went wrong, close off, and believe her world is falling apart. That's why he doesn't want to distance himself from her. Then the butler asks if Yohwa ever mentioned being blackmailed by her classmates. The question catches Chang Hao's attention because he remembers she said her old friends used to extort money from her, though she never told him the whole story. The butler continues, explaining Yuhwa's classmates found out she came from an unusual family, a well-off one, so they started demanding money from her. She thought it was normal and never resisted. Over time, it became routine. Their greed grew. They began to mistreat her, even tried to kill her. One day, she came home beaten and bruised, crying. Her family was horrified to see her like that. Her mother, furious, went to the school the next day. She found the culprits and forced them and their parents to apologize in front of everyone. It was humiliating for them, but the damage was done. From that day on, Yuewa became a target of gossip and awe. No one wanted to approach her. She was completely isolated. The butler says, now that she's finally opening up and making new friends, she's terrified of losing them again. That's why she's so afraid. The butler apologizes for speaking so frankly, but Chang Hao shakes his head and says he doesn't blame Yuewa for anything. He admits he cares for her deeply, so much that he only wanted to protect her from harm. What he didn't know was that Yuewa carries so many insecurities and fears from her past. Then Chang Hao says he needs to see her immediately. The butler nods and tells him Yuewa should be at home, in her room. When Chang Hao enters her room, he finds her standing silently by the large windows, gazing at the beautiful landscape, lost in thought. The setting sun casts a soft glow on her face. She looks fragile and distant, as if lost in her thoughts. But Yuhua already senses his presence and quietly says she likes watching the sky from here. Her father, Lane, had gone on a business trip, and she imagines he flew through the same sky. Any connection to him, no matter how small, brings her comfort, and she says she hopes he returns soon. Senjouse realizes Yuhua's pain runs much deeper than he ever imagined. He calmly mentions that the butler told him parts of her past he didn't know and assures her not to worry, that they are good friends and he won't abandon her easily. Yuewa nods, saying she knows, but her voice trembles as she asks if he's been avoiding her because she's in danger. Sanhao hesitates, then finally admits something stands between them. She tells him that's exactly why she wants to help, not fearing involvement even if it means following him to the ends of the earth. She doesn't want to have regrets again. Jojoa remembers giving a bracelet to a girl she thought was her friend, and when the bully saw it, they demanded she kill her. They also wanted gifts for themselves. When Weihua encounters, they turned on her just as they were about to kill her. Her mother arrived and scolded the other girl harshly. Yuhua tried to stop her, knowing it would only make things worse. But a stern look from her mother silenced her. After that, everyone at school started avoiding her. She stayed home again. Now, looking at Sanhao, Yehua says he's her best friend. She'd face any dungeon again and again to protect him. Sanhao is touched by her words, moved by how much she cares. He tells her it's not fair to make her worry so much. Things are too complicated now to accept her help. For a while, they might have to keep their distance in the game, not just between them, but with everyone. Still, he promises to visit her home whenever he can to keep her safe. Yuhua looks at him in disbelief, her eyes softening, unable to believe someone could be so kind and attentive. Senhao smiles and adds that with all the work at his place, they can spend time together. There, he could even teach her to swim, and she could teach him military boxing. As he speaks, someone suddenly approaches. The person hugs him tightly. She whispers, "Thank you," over and over, her voice breaking. Senhao stands still, surprised by how fragile and warm she feels in his arms. In that moment, something inside her heals. After years of rejection and loneliness, Yuhua finally feels seen. His kindness breaks her. She falls even more in love. Nan is in heaven, center of a devastated city with a bloodied and torn body. He fought bravely to the end, but his death wasn't in vain. His time has come. He looks down, sees the depth, a wound in his abdomen, taking his last breath. His eyes snap open. Another nightmare. Panting softly, he sits up and calls his assistant to ask the departure time. He's told it's already 11 inches the morning. He realizes he overslept again and sighs, frustrated. Lately, he's been struggling to sleep, and even his assistant is worried. His assistant gently suggests seeing a doctor, but Nan dismisses it and decides to go straight. Back to work. While getting ready, he asks about the blood moon investigation. His assistant admits no progress. Nan shakes his head. Another day, another disappointment. They put on their work clothes, preparing for another long, boring day. Boring, but as he looks in the mirror, his mind wanders. He can't stop thinking about Shang Hao. He wonders what he's doing right now. Meanwhile, Shang Hao spends the morning with Yuehua. They're closer than ever. Yuehua laughs, saying they'll be best friends forever and ever. Forever and ever. Shang Hao nervously smiles, unsure if she means friendship or more. Suddenly, Yuehua blushes and shyly kisses him. He asks for a kiss. Sen Hao freezes, face red, lets go of a hand. He laughs nervously, warns not to say such things inside because someone might hear. Before Yuehua can respond, Jung Hao's phone rings suddenly, making him jump. He hesitates, checks the screen, and his expression falls. "It's Nan," he answers with a tense voice. Nan immediately asks where he is. Jung Hao honestly says he's at a friend's house, but Nan's tone hardens. She orders him to come to her house. He awkwardly refuses, saying he's busy. They start arguing, voices rising. Nan coldly threatens to go to his parents' house and tell them no, Shinobu won't bring gifts. Jung Ho panics, knowing she's not bluffing. She's capable of doing something strange. With a trembling voice, he pleads with her not to cause trouble. Nan speaks a bit. She says if he really doesn't want that, he better leave the mansion now, because she's waiting by the door. Shen's eyes widen in disbelief. Before he can react, the butler bursts in, then vanishes. He says a group outside claims they came to take Shang Hao home. Jung Hao and Yuehua exchange confused, helpless glances. They realize they're out of their depth. The bodyguards watch. Nan's men in black ties are stationed everywhere, filling the air with tension. Meanwhile, Yuehua stands firm, backed by her entire household staff, including her butler and security team. In the middle of this chaos, Jung Hao is trapped between them, silently wondering how he ended up here. Yuehua steps forward and tells Chang Hao not to fear. She won't let a bully like Nan push them around. She'll protect him. Jung Hao can't help but feel uneasy. Yuhua's fierce defense is both flattering and terrifying, especially with Nan watching every move. Even Nan finds it amusing, smiling at the idea of a little girl like Yuehua, with just a few years of combat training, thinking she can face an enemy. Someone like her. Yuehua responds with a sharp insult. But before it escalates, Sen Hao raises his voice, frustrated. He sees clearly that if he doesn't intervene, the two women will tear each other apart. He takes a deep breath and approaches Nan first. If she really wants him to go with her, she needs to calm down. Then he turns to Yuehua, explaining he only has a few meetings with Nan and it's no big deal. He assures her he can take care of himself. But Yuehua won't listen. Her stubbornness shows. She says Nan seems too hostile and she won't risk Cheng Hao's safety. Sen Hao glances at the butler, hoping he'll calm Yuehua, but he doesn't. Even the butler looks furious. Nan's bodyguards have parked their sleek black cars in front of the house, blocking the entrance. That's enough to make anyone mad. Nan grows more impatient. She glares at Chang Hao and orders him again. He gets in his car. Before he can respond, Yuehua steps in and yells at Nan to stop talking to her guy like that. Sen Hao panics, seeing Yuehua about to do something rash. He quickly tries to intervene, telling her to stop and that it's not the end of the world if he lets it go. But Nan, always cool under pressure, stops Yuhua's sudden attack with a lucky move. When Yuehua raises his leg to counterattack, Nan narrowly dodges the kick. Her kick slams into the ground, shattering the concrete with brutal force. Yuehua and Shan Hao are frozen. Neither expected Nan's strength to be so terrifying. She stands tall, eyes wide open, cold eyes. She says she didn't start the fight, but she'll finish it if she has to. The tension is electric. The butler, sensing the danger, steps forward and firmly asks Yuehua to pay attention. His voice trembles slightly as he affirms the woman in front of him isn't ordinary. To him, Nan seems like an unleashed demon. Inside the car, Sun Hao remains silent, rage boiling beneath his calm. He turns to Nan, his voice sharp, and asks what she really wants. But Nan, unperturbed, says they'll talk when they get to his place. Sen Hao clenches his jaw, unable to contain his irritation. He accuses her of fighting in front of his friend's house for no reason. Nan instantly defends herself, saying Yuehua attacked her first. Sen Hao rolls his eyes and retorts that she has a terrible temper and no self-control. He adds that if the police hadn't arrived, she could have done something scandalous to a high school student. Because if the police hadn't arrived, he could have done something outrageous to a high school student. Nan looks at him with a hint of guilt and says it was all his fault, that he's still seeing other women, and that if he had stayed home, she wouldn't have lost her temper. Sen Hao can't believe what he's hearing. She admits that she becomes irrational whenever life changes, and that this frustrates him even more. He tells her that he's not one of the men she usually hangs out with, which is different, and then Nan says something that throws him off balance. She's never been with a man like that. Before, she says, Sanjiao. He looks incredulous, finding it hard to believe because Nan is a powerful and dazzling woman who is surely pursued by men daily, but something in her tone makes him doubt. Perhaps she's telling the truth. And the idea leaves him stunned. The more time he spends with her, the more complicated everything becomes. Reaching the end. Arriving at her home in Shanghai, Lau tries to keep his distance and doesn't faint. As soon as Nan sits, she asks if he's having an affair with Yuahua. Sangao denies it immediately and asks what she really wants from him. Nan approaches and accuses him of telling everyone she threatened him when she just wanted to talk. He reminds her she said she'd visit his parents, which sounded like a threat to him. Nan calmly replies that visiting parents is part of the process when you're thinking of asking for more. Jung Hao jumps and stares at her like she's crazy. He yells it's ridiculous because he hasn't agreed to anything, and he won't. She smiles smugly. He won't find anyone better than her. She insists she's the best for him and that he's so cute she wants to love him, threatening him. Shen Hao growls in disbelief, saying there are many men in the world and he could have any. Besides, he adds, they wouldn't make a good couple because he doesn't like aggressive women like her. She pauses, her expression softening in surprise. She admits he might be right, that maybe someone has been living a parallel life, according to her. Sangao realizes she's hinting at the blood moon. He wipes the blood and stands up quickly, trying to cut the conversation short. But before he can leave. Nan grabs his arm. She pulls him close and holds him. She whispers in his ear that she's been investigating the blood moon for a long time, Sangao. He freezes, feeling her breath on his skin. Despite the confusion, a wave of heat washes over him. He tries to step back, insisting he can't do this. But in his panic, he bumps into a table. A ceramic plate falls to the ground and shatters. Nan sighs, looks at the mess, and says she actually liked that plate. Zhangao swallows hard and asks, how much did it cost? Nan raises 2 fingers. Shen Hu's eyes widen and he says 2 million is insane for a single plate. But she calmly corrects him, saying it's worth it. It costs 200 million. San Hao feels his legs give out, almost collapsing, thinking his soul has left his body. Nan stretches her leg toward San Hao, speaking calmly but authoritatively, telling him to leave her body. When she tells him to look at her foot, San Hao immediately refuses, turns his head, and leaves. Frustrated, his patience runs out, and he feels like his soul is being squeezed. Nan sighs and tells him if he won't obey, he has 2 options, pay up or become her father. Anyway, it's a win-win for her. Feeling responsible, she'll be generous. She'll only charge 100 million instead of the full 200. She even gives him 10 months to pay. Until then, she declares his body belongs to her in every way. Jung Hao almost chokes. He knows he can't pay 10 million a month, but becoming her personal servant is just as bad. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. With a flirtatious tone, you ask if he's sure he can't pay, but then Cheng Hao's mind locks up. He straightens up and tells her he'll find a way to pay her every last dollar, every last cent. Yinan smiles, satisfied that her man is tougher than she thought. Later that night, when Shang Hao returns home, he finds Chen Chen waiting for him. She breathes a sigh of relief when she sees him. When he asks why she's still awake, she shyly admits she just wanted to see him. It makes her feel better. She notices the paper bag in his hand and asks what's inside. Sun Hao quickly replies it's just a broken bowl. A friend gave it to him. He hesitates before asking how much money she has saved in her account. Zhang Qian raises an eyebrow and says she has about 3 to 4 million. She's annoyed he's asking about her savings. Realizing he might be in financial trouble, she panics and goes for her credit card. But Sun Hao stops her, assuring her he doesn't need her money. He was just curious. Inside, he's screaming. Even Chen Chen's entire savings wouldn't cover a fraction of his debt. Nan's debt, while Chen Chen feels touched, thinking her stepbrother must really care if he refuses her help. She's proud he doesn't depend on her financially, though part of her wishes he did. Thanks. That night, San Hao decides to do a live stream on his channel. He thinks streaming could be the fastest way to earn money, but his situation isn't ideal. His daily earnings have been flat lately, so he needs something new to boost his income. He calls his manager to brainstorm ideas. The manager tells him some fans have asked him to take off his mask on camera and even promise big donations if he does. Joe feels tempted for a moment, imagining the easy money. But his manager warns him not to do it yet. They need to choose the right time for the reveal to attract more views and bigger earnings. Sincho agrees and says it makes sense. But he still needs fresh content for this stream. So he asks his viewers for ideas during the live stream. Some in the chat ask him to dance, others for less clothing. He's lost. And Hao laughs, calls them little perverts, and says he can't fulfill every wild request. Then he thinks out loud about maybe singing tonight. He's not bad at it. In fact, in his past life, he was pretty good. So he gives it a shot. As soon as he starts singing, the chat explodes with excitement, his followers love his voice, the comments fill with praise and gifts, several fans even send generous donations. For the first time in days, Cheng Hao feels something finally going right though. Judging by the suggestive song requests starting to roll in, his audience seems a bit too enthusiastic for their own good. Cheng Hao scrolls through the requests. He freezes. He reads the message and almost drops his phone. The song is way too risque. The chat floods with laughing emojis. He realizes his viewers are completely wild tonight. Alarmed, he mutters that he really needs to hire new moderators. Everyone's getting too bold with him. Trying to stay calm, he tells them he can't sing that song. He'll pick another and still give his best for the gifts, especially the yacht. He takes a deep breath and starts a romantic ballad. His voice becomes softer, smoother, and more emotional. The comments explode with hearts. Everyone goes wild because his voice matches his face perfectly. Viewers start showering him with gifts, yachts, roses, even castles. Cheng Hao stands there, confused but amazed. He can't believe how generous his fans are, or maybe he underestimated his charm. 3 hours fly by before he realizes what's happening. It's late, he waves goodbye, thanks everyone, and promises more requests tomorrow if they stay connected. After the stream ends, he takes off his mask, exhausted but satisfied. He mutters that if not for Chin Chin being mad about him staying up late, he'd keep streaming all night. Checking his stats, he's stunned. He earned more singing in one night than he ever did playing games. Even after taxes, he has around 50,000 yuan left. Still, it's far from the 10 million he needs monthly. He calculates how many lives it would take to pay Nancy. His phone rings. It's her. Zhenhao grunts, answers, and asks if she's calling to pressure him about the debt again. But Nan surprises him. In a calm, playful voice, she says she just wants a selfie of him. Senjiao blinks, completely confused. He nervously jokes that maybe she should ask his dad. Nan isn't amused, her tone turns sharp. She reminds him that she's the one who financed the money he owes, so he better not upset her. Senjiao realizes he's cornered and needs help, thinking fast. Then he comes up with an idea. He tells her each photo will cost 5 million and gives her 30 seconds to decide. He smiles, thinking he finally found a loophole. He's not selling himself, just his photos. To his surprise, Nan doesn't hesitate. She smirks and counters, offering 1 million per photo. Does Cheng Hao accept instantly? Deciding 1 million is still better than nothing. He takes a cute, playful photo and sends it, proud of turning the situation around. He thanks her. Then, looking at the transaction total, he realizes something. If Nan is willing to pay for photos, maybe Yuhua can help too. Zhenhao messages Yuehua, asking if she can lend him some money. Yuehua, being the pampered heiress, immediately opens her drawer but can't find enough cash. She calls the butler and asks for the card, saying she needs a few million for something important. The butler almost faints at the amount. He reminds her mother doesn't want her to develop wasteful habits. Her withdrawal limit is only 100,000. If she needs more, she'll have to call her mother directly. Yuehua asks him to make the call, explaining Zhenhao needs the money for business. The butler's face turns white. He knows if Yuhua's mother finds out she's lending money to a guy, there'll be a scandal. So he decides to act cautiously. Later, he tells Yuehua her mother refused to authorize the transfer. For now, he can only lend small amounts. Yuehua sighs, clearly disappointed. She says she can only give about 500,000. Zhenhao tries not to show it, but he's desperate. That amount barely scratches the surface of his 10 million monthly debt. He leans back. Clutching his head, he realizes he's completely doomed. No direct messages or selfies will save him from Nan's impossible bill. Next, Zhang Hao thinks about how to earn 10 million a month. For now, he can only live as before, like in his photos. He understands today is another day he'll have to heal. Working like a slave to make money. The first 2 days of singing went well, but now the audience wants something new every time. So he decides to call his manager for suggestions. He talks to Song, who seems hesitant. He frowns slightly at his star's question, but Yang gets straight to the point, asking if she has any ideas for new content, something cute or fun he can share online. Song says he made good money the other day, but if he wants to try something different, there's a new game that just came out. Cheng Hao looks at the game and notices it's already popular, with several streamers dominating it. But it's hard to learn because it's a competitive shooter. He smiles and says he'll try it during the day. Meanwhile, Song can try to get him more ads or promote him on social media. She agrees and mentions his popularity spiked after 2 singing sessions, so if he plays tonight, she'll make sure he's featured. The kid knows it and dives in. It's the best. He quickly realizes it's a shooter, something he's very familiar with. He practices all afternoon, refining his technique until he feels ready. When it's time to go live, Sanhao greets everyone with enthusiasm and tells them he's playing a new game tonight. Some fans are disappointed because they wanted to hear him sing again. But he doesn't care. He wants to try something different to keep them engaged. As he starts playing, it's clear he's good at it just as he expected. Hours pass, and his game attracts a lot of viewers until he loses. Some start accusing him of cheating because his moves seem too perfect. Sunhao gets a bit annoyed because every time he plays well, people doubt if it's really him. So he turns on the camera, still wearing the mask, to prove he's really the one behind the screen. Meanwhile, Tianjin lies on the bed, watching his live stream. She smiles, amazed at how popular his name has become. Her stepbrother gets up, knocks on the door, then enters her room, asking if she's hungry and if she wants some noodles. She pets his head affectionately, knowing he's still alive, and tells him to rest after eating because it's late. The chat explodes with comments, finding their interaction both sweet and a bit strange. Some wonder why Chen Chen lives with Zhang Hao. Others tease them for looking alike. Such a close couple. Sunhao blushes, embarrassed, trying to focus on his game while everyone comments on their relationship. But Chen Chen just smiles and enjoys the moment. She even cracks a joke, playfully asking the viewers if they think they make a good couple. Chungkyun steps closer, eyes gleaming mischievously, and asks if they're really talking about forbidden love. For her, it's all part of the game. Every word, every glance calculated to advance a step further each time she's with Chang Hao. Then, with a sly smile, she tells him to end the live stream. She says he should go to bed early, because she'll be waiting for him. The chat explodes instantly. The audience cheers and teases, convinced Chen Hao is finally about to score. Chen Hao, meanwhile, is mortified. His face turns red as the comments get more intense. Before things spiral out of control or the stream gets reported, he cuts the broadcast quickly. He leans back, glancing at the audience numbers. The numbers are good, but not enough. It's not easy, and the fatigue starts to set in. It's not obvious at first, but then he looks at Chen Chen. His heart skips a beat. She's in his bed, waiting, calm and beautiful. She whispers that she's ready to start. To give him a massage, Senhao almost has a heart attack. He was so focused on work he didn't notice what she was wearing. His thoughts short-circuit. He stammers that it seems inappropriate and risky. Nervous, but Chen Chen just smiles and tells him not to be shy. She promises it will be nice. Senhao, blushing and unsure, takes quick steps toward her. Even she seems surprised by his sudden willingness. Her cheeks flush, but she smiles. Everything. A few minutes later, Sunhao realizes that she's actually massaging his back. Back and confusion flood his face. He really thought she meant something else by that name. Completely. Tianqian laughs, mocking the thoughts running through his head. Sunhao, desperate to hide his embarrassment, asks if she isn't cold in something like that. Chen Chen continues massaging in a soft, suggestive tone. She says she likes dresses like that, and if Shang Hao likes them too, she already knows. Is a bonus. Sunhao admits it is, though he nervously adds that he's afraid he won't be able to control himself. Chen Chen laughs and says she was actually afraid he'd feel uncomfortable in her presence. Her voice becomes softer. She sits beside him, suddenly thoughtful. She says there's a reason she acts this way, something from her past. There's a barrier in her heart when it comes to him, one she can't explain yet. She promises to tell him everything when the time is right. Until then, she asks for his patience with her and her quirks. For now, she has a plan. She wants to take it step by step, closing the distance between them until she's sure of her feelings. The next morning, Shannon is set to return. He wakes up to the sound of a notification. Still half dazed, he blinks at the light of the world and realizes he must have fallen asleep during Chen Chen's massage last night. He opens his messages and freezes. It's Nan. She writes that if he can't take the pressure anymore, he can always come with her and become her obedient man. Shen Hao glares at the screen. With a spark of defiance in his eyes. That's never going to happen. He'd rather die than become a man's husband. Someone's trophy. At school, Shen Hao sings softly, his voice heavy with sorrow as if his heart had broken. His classmates notice the sadness in every note, and the girls begin to whisper, wondering what happened to make her look so lost. Before anyone can ask, Zhou Hua interrupts with his usual energy. He stares at the size of her backpack and jokes, asking why it's so big. Then she opens it, and his jaw nearly drops. Inside are piles of jewelry gleaming beneath the wall. Yi Hua proudly explains that, although they aren't worth millions, her grandmother always said everything is very valuable, especially the diamond and real gold ring. Shen Hao's heart leaps out of his chest. He immediately looks at her. Sanhao questions if he really brought it secretly from his family. He says that's not right, and he needs to go home and ask for permission. If someone finds out, he'll be in trouble. Yuewa's smile fades. She asks if he's angry with her. She says she only wanted to help. Sanhao quickly reassures her. He's not angry, just worried. He thanks her but clarifies he doesn't want her to make a mistake because of him. If you really want to help, tell me. He asks her to introduce him to someone in her family who understands antique appraisal. Yihua takes it seriously, nods eagerly, and promises to handle it. A few days later, Chang Hao visits an antique shop to meet Aunt Yang Fan, a family friend of Ye Hui. As soon as he enters, everyone looks at him like he's a storybook character. The receptionist whispers that Aunt Yang Fan is in charge. Chang Hao approaches politely and explains he needs help identifying an ancient bowl. Aunt Yang Fan recognizes him instantly as Yuewa's friend, which piques her son's curiosity. Chang Hao says the matter is serious and requests to go to a private room. In a private room, Aunt Yang Fan calls her apprentice, a young woman named Mu Hong, from the second generation of collectors. She examines the bowl fragments and asks to go to the storage to study it in peace. Shen Hao unwraps the object calmly. Aunt Yang Fan nearly faints at what she sees. It's the imperial bowl that sold for 200 million. The design is unmistakably authentic, and the craftsmanship is perfect. Song Gao is stunned. He mutters that his luck couldn't be for him. Mu Hong, still amazed, says she didn't expect the mysterious auction buyer to be such a handsome young man. Senhua quickly clarifies that he wasn't the buyer, it was a friend of his. He then asks if there's any way to repair the bowl. Aunt Yang Fan sighs and says it's possible, but it will take a long time. Even after restoration, its value will drop significantly. Mu Hong steps forward with a wide smile and hands him her card. She assures him her shop does the best restorations and not to worry. Before leaving, she adds with a playful wink that he should take her out to dinner someday. Seng Hao takes the card with a polite smile, already thinking about the future, thinking about what's to come. Then he said to meet for lunch and waits for Moon Hong to arrive. When she enters, he immediately notices she's dressed up way too much for whatever she has planned. They walk together to the restaurant table. As they approach the counter, the receptionist smiles brightly and announces a 50% discount for couples. She even winks at Moon Hong, clearly in on the setup. That's when it all clicks for Shang Hao. The whole situation was planned from the start. Moon Hong arranged everything to make it look like a date. He's not happy. People start whispering about the girl walking with a handsome and reserved guy. Soon, the place buzzes with envy. Even Moon Hong notices the stares and her face turns a bit red from the tension. Zhang Hao feels totally embarrassed walking beside her. He can't even hold her arm. Unfortunately, there's no easy way out, and he knows he just has to endure it. Something Shang Hao can't do. What he doesn't notice is a tough-looking girl watching them from a distance, her eyes filled with suspicion. Mu Hong quickly apologizes. He explains he didn't know it would draw so much attention. He did it for the couple's discount. Sen Hao says it's no big deal and gets straight to the point. He asks how much the broken dish could fetch. The woman replies it could easily be worth millions. The last time it sold for that much, it was because someone stole it. The conversation takes a sharp turn when a dangerous-looking girl bursts in. She's Mu Qingyun, Mu Hong's sister. Without hesitation, she starts flirting with Sang Hao, teasing her brother for keeping such a cute guy all to herself and telling him he should learn to share. Mu Hong stands up to defend Chang Hao and demands to know what's going on. He asks what his sister is doing there, but Kim Jun ignores him and keeps staring from the back. She sizes him up, saying she could sell him for a fortune before she even finishes her sentence. Mu Hong slaps her hard and orders her to stay still. Sang Hao feels completely mortified. No matter where he goes, girls always fight over him. He starts thinking leaving home was a terrible idea. King Jun doesn't take that slap lightly. Enraged, he orders his lackeys to attack their enemies. His own sister, Yang, watches the chaos, baffled at how a friendly meeting turned into a full-blown brawl. When he realizes they're actually sisters, he's stunned. Still, he knows he needs Mu Hong's help to sell the package. The situation's getting out of hand, so he finally steps in and tells King Jun to stop hitting his sister. King Jun doesn't like being told what to do, especially by a man, and orders Chang Hao to stay out of it. But San Hao knows there's no way to avoid the fight. He moves fast, delivers a powerful kick that knocks down Kim Jong-un. In seconds, he takes down the entire group of thugs, leaving them scattered on the ground. He turns to Moon Hong and tells her they need to run, it's not safe anymore. But she shakes her head. Her sister has mafia ties, so Shang Hao should flee before it gets worse. She promises to handle the rest. Shang Hao doesn't want more drama, so he listens. He finally gets in the car, or a taxi, thinking he's safe. But what he doesn't know, King Jun's men already have him in their sights. They're planning something much more dangerous, to kidnap him. Soon, Shang Hao is tied up in a dark basement. The gang leader pays one of her men for the kidnapping. He looks almost bored, staring at the ground. Then, a sharp, cunning woman approaches with a cigarette between her lips. She seems street-smart, confident, and dangerous. With a sly smile, she says that with his money, he can always surround himself with handsome guys like him and take advantage of them. His lackey laughs and suggests raising the price for the beautiful cat. The woman who wants it will surely pay more. Love. They're talking about Nan, the woman clearly infatuated with Shen Hao. San Jose stays calm, says he has no reason to fight them and should be let go. He doesn't seek revenge or trouble. The gang leader smirks and says their job is to make money off people. Then Chang Hao realizes they're the same thugs he fought earlier. He knows he needs to improvise an escape plan before it's too late. Things get worse. The leader approaches and offers him a deal if he joins her. San Hao laughs in her face, says he's not into strong women, then with a mocking smile, admits he actually is. But before she can claim him, he wants to test her to see what she's made of. The men behind her laugh, enjoying the tension. They suggest fighting him to test his skills. Even the leader seems excited, clearly not one to back down from a challenge. Meanwhile, Nan's assistant informs her that everyone is in position, waiting for her signal. Nan listens calmly, a confident smile crosses her face. She says they'll burst in when she gives the order because she's ready to save her little man. In the basement, Shang Hao faces the gang members. The fight turns 2-on-1, then 1-on-1, and he holds his ground without hesitation. He observes their movements, quick and focused, realizing they're much stronger than he thought. The best way to survive, he decides, is to use their ignorance of his strength to his advantage, surprising them and taking them down before they understand what he can do. He taunts Chang Hao, asking if he's ready to lose. Then, he launches a full assault, but Chang Hao dodges at the last second and pulls out the jar. He hurls it across the room. Everyone thinks he's running for a weapon, and they're right. San Hao grabs a metal bar and throws it straight at the leader. She attacks. Make it easy for her, he smiles. He smirks, mocking her hidden tricks. He's confident his street skills will overpower him, but she doesn't realize Shen Hao has already closed the distance. In a blink, he softens the bar and strikes her hands hard. She grits her teeth, furious, and kicks him. Shen Hao steps back, dodging the kick. He realizes he's really pissed her off. The room falls silent for a moment. Everyone starts to realize Shen Hao isn't just a pretty face. He can really fight. The thugs panic and scream for him to surrender, saying they don't want to hurt him or disappoint the buyer. Sinjiao, are you a shadow? He smirks, asks them to let him go, promising to spare their lives if they cooperate. But they laugh in his face, too arrogant to take him seriously. He shakes his head, says they leave him no choice, and challenges them to attack. Muzhon is tied up in another room, bruised and exhausted from the beating by her sister and the gang. She tries to reason with them, saying Shen Hao must have powerful connections if he carries something as valuable as that dish, but they don't believe her. Her sister and friends refuse to believe her. They mock her, saying she's just faking pride because their men are dealing with Chang Hao right now. At that moment, Qin Young opens the door to enter the room. She shoves it open, and what she sees leaves her paralyzed. Something terrible has happened. Qin Fang opens the door just in time to witness the chaos. Zheng Hao stands tall in the middle of the room. His clothes are torn, his face smeared, but he looks like a hero. All the gang members lie, defeated, on the floor around him. She can hardly believe it. It's like what you see when another door is full of water. In pieces, Nan bursts in with her men, her sharp heels echoing on the floor. The nervous gang leader turns pale as Nan's voice fills the room. She demands to know who dared to kidnap her man. Nan looks around, impressed by the ruin, and smiles slightly. Shen Hao praises her, saying he always knew her man could handle anything. Her eyes land on something familiar, the shattered remains of the $200 million antique. In that moment, she understands, and her smile fades. She approaches King Fang with a cold, controlled expression, telling him that both the man and the antique belong to her. Everyone knows what happens to those who touch Nan's things. King Fang falls to his knees, trembling. He pleads, insisting he hasn't seen them. But Nan shakes her head. Begging won't help now. King Fang kidnapped the future head of the V family, and there's no coming back from that. Nan announces her clan will take over all of King Fang's shops. She'll make sure they strip her of her position, her inheritance, and leave her with nothing. Only then might Nan's anger be appeased. Qin Fang's eyes fill with panic. He screams, asking if Nan really plans to hand everything to Mu Hong, his weak and fragile sister. He says Mu Hong doesn't deserve anything. If Nan wants to humiliate her, better kill her now. Meanwhile, Shang Hao notices movement behind. One of the defeated rises. But it's a distraction. Suddenly, Xin Feng pulls a knife from his sleeve and lunges at Nan. Everything happens in an instant. Another band member, who had been silent, steps forward and stops her mid-attack. With a swift move, he dehydrates the cake, knocks her down and breaks her neck before anyone can breathe. The room falls silent. It falls silent. Nan doesn't blink. She ignores it. She looks at the lifeless body at her feet and walks straight toward Sheng Hao. She watches him with a mix of amusement and pride. She didn't think he could face a whole group of straight women alone. Sheng Hao sighs. Still tense from the fight, he takes back what he said. He admits she gives the impression of achieving success through ruthless means. Now, he understands she orchestrated everything, not just the kidnapping, but also to claim the Miu family's fortune. He was just a pawn in her bigger plan. Nan looks a bit annoyed. She asks if he really thinks she's that kind of person. Sen Hao looks her in the eyes and says they don't know each other well enough to trust everything. Nan's irritation turns into a mischievous smile. She steps forward with a playful but sharp tone, suggesting maybe it's time to fix that problem by spending more time together. Sen Hao realizes his plan has gone completely wrong. He steps back and warns Nan not to come closer, because he has a weapon, but she doesn't listen. He smirks, knowing she'd never really hit him. Without hesitation, she lunges at him. Zheng Hao panics. He grips the metal pipe tightly and swings it at her face. But in a blink, Nan stops the pipe with an immediate strike. Mid-swing, it bends instantly. Shen Hao stares, pale and stunned, wondering if she's even human. Nan stands straight, calm, and confident. She tells Chen Hao to come with her. He stammers, searching for an excuse. But he only asks why she's so angry. He knows he can't win, and it's smarter not to provoke her. He tries to reason, saying he's tired of fighting and just wants to take a taxi home, rest, and meet another day. But Nan doesn't even pretend to consider it. She tells him she'll give him a much more comfortable ride. Sen Hao keeps resisting, but Nan has no patience. She hoists him over her shoulder like he weighs nothing, pats his back, tells him to relax, like a good boy, completely humiliated. Sunhouse can only sigh as she carries him outside and loads him into the helicopter, tells her secretary to clean up the mess and takes off, leaving chaos behind. He sits, furious, feeling more like luggage than a man. But looking down from the sky, his anger fades. He sees Mu Hong's face below, filled with pain. Her sister just died in front of her, and the image hits him hard. He turns to Nan and asks how she can live with a death on her hands. Nan looks at him and coldly says King Jun attacked her first. She only acts in self-defense. San Hao doesn't believe her, not one bit. She notices his disbelief and explains those thugs were dangerous. They hounded her again and again, and if he didn't know that, if he hadn't stopped them, they would have gone too far. No turning back. At least this way, people will learn not to mess with him, especially those who tried to hurt him for money or fun. Besides, he reminds them that gang was already kidnapping students and selling them. They got what they deserved. Shen Hao still looks at her, unimpressed, tells her not to act innocent. She kidnaps people all the time. Nan laughs softly, says it only happens because he never answers her calls, so she has to take special measures. Chung Hao sighs, asks if she can ever act normal, even once. Once. Nan finally stops. Her voice softens, asks if King Jun was really that bad to him. If so, then Nan must be bad in his eyes too. His voice wavers. Sun Hao feels a pang of guilt. He doesn't want to hurt her. That's it. He admits she's not a bad person. After all, she's saved him more than once. Nancy? He smiles, his usual arrogance melting into something almost tender. He blushes and laughs. He leans in until his breath brushes her skin. He taunts her in a low voice, whispering about her double standards, then kisses her hard. He licks the egg gently, leaving Shen Hao to, before he can protest or fire back a witty response, she kisses him deeply, slowly, and passionately. Shen Hao's thoughts blur. The helicopter lands. Soon after, Nan takes him to her house and gently places him on her bed, telling him not to move. Nan stands in front of Shen Hao, and the poor guy fears she'll eat him alive. He pleads with her not to. But Nan is so excited and agitated that she loses control and lands. She throws all reason out the window. She attacks Chang Hao with a wave of passion. Shang Hao, taken by surprise, reminds her that she saved his life countless times and now he has to repay her somehow. He argues that he's already let her kiss him more than he should. But Nan insists that a kiss isn't enough. She says she needs to feel more of his warmth, more of his flesh. She leans in and starts licking his neck, thinking her moment has finally come. Chang Hao freezes, half embarrassed, half intrigued. He tries to stop her, but Nan pauses only for a moment. Then she teases him, saying his body reacts just like his workers. Chang Hao turns red with embarrassment because, though he protests, his body clearly follows Nan's rhythm. Nan whispers that he should be with her because she can satisfy him in every way, mentally, physically, and even financially. For a moment, San Hao wavers, tempted more than he wants to admit. Meanwhile, Yue Hua receives an unexpected call from his aunt, who runs an antique shop. She says Nan took Shen He. Cao is with her, and Yue Hua doesn't like the sound of that. So he tells the butler to gather everyone because he has something urgent to do and someone very important to save. Back to Shanghai. He tries to regain control and tells Nan that if she really wants to go out with him, she must accept a simple request. Nan? Dan smiles and agrees, and smiles. Chang Hao explains that she just has to sit on his lap, lean on his shoulder, and stay like that for 3 minutes. During that time, he promises to do nothing, just wants her to sit still like a good girl. Nan raises an eyebrow, confused, and says it sounds like a guy thing and doesn't see the point. But Sang-hoo insists it's one of his conditions. If Nan wants to please him, he should do it. Nan realizes he's dealing with a cunning fox, but before he knows it, Nan yields and sits on his lap. His face blushes, his voice softens, and though shy, he seems to enjoy it. Sengao is surprised. He didn't expect obedience, thinking Nan would refuse or mock him. Nan, trying to hide his blush, says it's just a few minutes and he can handle it. Sengao stands still, finding the moment oddly pleasant, but it doesn't compare to when Yuhua sat on his lap before. Suddenly, Nan's assistant bursts into the room in a panic, shouting that something's wrong at the entrance. The moment he sees what's happening, his glasses nearly slip and his mind freezes in shock. Nan instantly explodes, yelling, "How dare you barge in on such an intimate moment?" Before 3 minutes pass, he loses all composure. Nan hears the news from her secretary, already knowing the girl has caused trouble. The poor secretary apologizes instantly, begging for forgiveness. Nan just sighs, rubbing her temple as a headache sets in. Meanwhile, Shang Hao is lost in thought, remembering how in his past life, the CEO of his company was also a workaholic, always locked in her office, chasing perfection. The resemblance between that woman and Nan is almost eerie. In this life, Nan is no different. She leans back in her chair and asks what was so urgent that the secretary burst in. The nervous secretary replies that a girl from the Min family is at the door and wants to see Zhang Hao. Shang Hao's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe Yue Hu is really here. Nan frowns, unimpressed. She says that information was unnecessary and the secretary should have handled it alone. The secretary hesitates, explaining that since Yue Hu is the general's granddaughter, she thought it was important to report. Nan's patience snaps and fades. She fires her on the spot, saying she's no longer fit to work with her. Then she adds harshly that the girl's grandfather retired from the army long ago, so there are no soldiers to fear. Nan turns to Shang Hao and tells him to follow her to see what Yuhua wants. Shang Hao notices Nan's anger and starts to worry. He knows when Yue Wei and Nan meet, it always ends in disaster. As they walk toward the entrance, he feels like he's entering another nightmare. Outside, Yuhua is already causing a scene at the door, shouting to release Zhang Hao or she'll call the police. When Zhang Hao steps forward and asks what she's doing there, Yuhua responds with apparent innocence that she's come to save him. Her words move Chang Hao, and he feels touched, but Nan rolls her eyes and calls it nonsense. She coldly states that if it weren't for her mafia connections, Shang Hao would have been kidnapped by a gang by now. She insists Yuhua put his life in danger. She declares that from now on, if Shang Hao wants to learn martial arts, he'll train with her, and Yu Gyoa must stay away from him. San Hao tries to calm things down, tells Yue Hua to ignore Nan, then scolds Nan for nearly killing her with a look. It's too late. Yue Hua is furious. She takes off her jacket, ready to fight, asks if Nan really thinks she's that great. Nan smirks and accepts, saying it's time to finish what they started. Last time, Cheng Hao, exasperated, interrupts. Says they can fight all they want. He's going home. That gets Nan's attention. She runs after him, insisting she'll find him. They start arguing again about who will take Shen Hao home. He finally says he doesn't need Nan's help. He already called an Uber. Being with her feels like being crushed in a crowd. He just wants to go home and make money from his streams. Yewawa sticks out her tongue at Nan like a mischievous kid. It drives her crazy. Nan orders her bodyguards to stop the police. Stops the car, throws a wad of cash at the driver, buying the car. Jumps into the driver's seat, announces this car is more private. She'll take Sun Hao home. Sun Hao leans back, incredulous. Thinks Nan must be the most impossible woman on the planet. At home, Chen Chen waits in bed, teasing him about looking so serious when she's so attractive. Tseng Hao quickly says it's nothing, just making a mental map, trying to sound casual. Actually, he's on the phone, secretly talking to Nan. She's still angry and won't leave him alone. Just hours ago, when she dropped him off, Nan warned him not to forget the ball, and to return it once it's fixed. San Hao asked if he'd also forgive the $100 million debt. Enan said he'd forget it even if his whole family fell apart. San Hao thought that was going too far. Meanwhile, Yuewa, sitting in the back seat, felt increasingly uncomfortable. She asked Nan to stop the car so she could get out. But Nan coldly replied Yuewa didn't live in that area. Instead, he dropped Zheng Hao at the station. Zheng Hao realized once both were out of sight, the problem would be gone, to be his. Now, Nan texts Chang Hao again, telling him not to overwork. Chang Hao replies he plans to pay back the money as soon as possible. At that moment, Yuhua sends a message saying she's home. Home safe and sound. Sen Hao replies they should stay apart for a while. Next time, he'll take her out for a good meal. When all the chaos finally ends, Shen Hao lets out a long sigh of relief. It's been a crazy day. Was he kidnapped? He faced a gang and somehow had a huge debt cancelled. Now he finally feels free from the weight on his shoulders. But what's his future? Just as he relaxes, another weight literally falls on him. He looks up to see Chen Chen leaning on him, offering a massage before he dies. Before he can respond, she starts kneading his shoulders, scolding him softly for working so hard just to earn money. Saying how Hime, half for pleasure and half for exhaustion, realizes how good the massage feels and how lucky he is to have Chen Chen nearby. Just then, his mother calls Chen Chen from the other room. Chen Chen waves goodbye to Shang Tsung and heads down to his mother's room. In his mother's room, he finds her frowning over a stack of books. One by one, the books hit the table. To Chen Chen's horror, they're all romance novels about two women falling in love. Panicking, he hurriedly hides them, insisting his mom shouldn't misinterpret. He quickly explains the books belong to a friend who teases him and must have left them as a joke. His mom narrows her eyes suspiciously, asking if Chen Chen could be one of those girls. Chen Chen denies it immediately, stuttering that he's not that kind of person, but before he can say more, something falls from one of the books. A pair of women's underwear. His mom's face turns red with anger. In a second, she slaps Chen Chen on the head. She threatens him to find a girlfriend soon or face the consequences. When his mom finally leaves, is that it? Chen Chen sighs deeply. She clutches her head and smiles inwardly. Everything went exactly as planned. Her mother's suspicions burn brighter than ever. So her secret love for Shang Hao will remain hidden. No one will suspect a thing, and with her mother distracted, Chen Chen can take the next step toward Shang Hao without anyone stopping her. The next day at school, chaos follows Shang Hao the moment he walks through the door. A crowd of excited fans rushes toward him, shouting his name and snapping photos as if he were a star. Shang Hao looks exhausted as he tries to escape the group of obsessed girls chasing him down the hallway. A few die-hard fans stand by the door, proudly declaring they'll protect him from the rest, but Shang-Chi doesn't. He knows the truth. He's not safe from those girls either. At that moment, Yilong enters with a big smile, saying he's glad Shang Hao is finally back. Shang Hao laughs and says it's no big deal, he just took a day off. Yilong tells him not to slack off because he's a good student and that he was genuinely worried, thinking Chang Hao was sick. He even mentions that he was planning to stop by his house to see how he is. Shen Hao quickly explains he had a rough fight and needed a day to rest and recover. What he doesn't mention is dealing with a troublesome relative at home. The relative gave him a hard time with pranks and jokes. Zhen Hao almost lost it trying to keep his team in line, but a part of him secretly enjoyed being home so long. Yilong notices Shen Hao's strange expression and asks what he's thinking. Shen Hao just smiles and says he remembered something nice. Yilong changes the topic and praises Chang Hao's gaming skills, saying his latest streams were amazing. Shen Hao is surprised and asks if Yilong really watches his streams, thinking it wasn't his thing. Yilong proudly says he even told Yuewa when they both look over. Yuewa looks exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. He asks why she didn't sleep last night. Yehua responds. She admits she watched all his past streams and lost track of time. Zhen Hao and Yilong are stunned. Zhen Hao tells her not to stay up like that again and insists she rest. But Yuewa smiles, saying she wanted to learn everything about him and it was totally worth it. Zhen Hao sighs, clearly worried about her. Then, as usual, Yilong slings his arm around Shen Hao in a buddy hug, telling him how proud he is. Yuewa joins the hug, leaving Shen Hao both uncomfortable and amused. Later that day, the three walk together, chatting naturally. Suddenly, Yilong remembers they need to buy swimsuits for the upcoming swimming classes. Shen Hao rolls his eyes, knowing Yilong will pick something ridiculous that makes him look too feminine. Determined not to let his best friend ruin his image, Sangao says he'll go with them to help pick something out. He turns to Yuewa and asks her to go home and rest, but she shakes her head. She already slept in class, so she wants to go shopping too. That's when Sun Hao remembers Yuhua still can't swim. He asks her, and she responds. She admits she's tried a few times, but always ends up swallowing too much water. Zheng Hao chuckles softly and promises to teach her to swim every Friday from now on. He reaches the red session, but he feels happy. With that, the three head to the mall together. Meanwhile, across town, Chen Xin sits in a cozy cafe, waiting with her usual calm smile. A tall, handsome man enters, exuding charm and confidence. He greets her happily and introduces himself as her date, Liang Xian. Shin starts the conversation by boasting that the price of a boyfriend in their city usually ranges from $50,000 to $100,000. He says if Chen Chin wants kids someday, nothing better than hiring a maid and a nanny. He adds proudly that he doesn't do much work himself. Chen Chin half listens, zoning in and out as he keeps making ridiculous demands. In her head, she thinks blind dates are exhausting. She'd rather be anywhere else. Her phone buzzes with a message from Chang Hao. He's at the mall buying swimsuits. Chen Chen replies right away, promising to pick them up if it gets too late. Truth is, she only wants to be with Shang Hao, not this egocentric guy demanding attention. She gives Xian a bored look and asks, with disdain, what his special talent is. Xian jokes that his beauty is his best talent. Chen Chen chuckles, unable to take him seriously. She remembers when she asked Shang Hao the same question, he answered just like that. He responds with such confidence and sincerity that she sees him as a real man, a true companion. The boy in front of her seems childish and superficial, but her mom doesn't see Chang Hao the same way. Mom just wants her to date anyone who shows up without caring about her feelings. Chang Hao doesn't matter. Chen gives a polite smile and says he'll try to meet every demand, but deep down, he knows there's no connection between them. He's there, she's there, but his heart is elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the mall, Sanhao was right about one thing. Yilong tries on the most ridiculous swimsuit you can imagine. It's so flashy and feminine that Sanhao struggles to keep a straight face. He's glad he came, because his best friend's fashion disaster would have been tragic. Just then, Yuan Yuan enters, her eyes shining as she praises Yilong's body. Yilong tells her, Ong panics and asks her to stop giving him those perverted looks. Wen Yuan laughs and says she needs to buy swimsuits too, offering to help them pick something that flatters their young skin. She likes to hint. Deep down, you're still the same, trying to check out both of them in their outfits. They wear daring outfits, and Chang Hao and Yilong show obvious intentions. Yilong looks stressed, convinced Yuan Yuan is about to steal their last bit of dignity. So he quickly suggests they split up, each find their own swimsuit, and meet back later. Wen sighs, disappointed she didn't get a single photo of Chang Hao or Yilong in swimsuits. Then Yue Hua approaches and asks Wen Yuan for help finding something pretty for her. Wen Yuan's face lights up again and asks what Yue Hua is looking for. As they browse, Yuan Yuan asks Yue Hua if she's been using the social techniques she taught her to make new friends. Yue Hua smiles, saying, yes, they've worked pretty well. The two girls hug affectionately, showing how close they are, even as Yuan Yuan's influence starts to corrupt Yuan's once innocent mind. After a moment, Yuan Yuan asks if there's anything else Yue Hua wants to share. His cheeks burn. He finally admits, in a low voice, that he likes Chang Hao. Meanwhile, Chang Hao realizes he left Yue Hua alone with Yuan Yuan, the pervert. Panic sets in. He rushes to act, but tension rises. His gaze meets Yuan Yuan in a surprisingly skimpy swimsuit. Yuan Yuan flaunts it shamelessly. Shen Hao blushes, stressed. He wonders if all the girls in class dress like this now. Then he stops. Fear grips him. What if Yuan Yuan picked a dress for Yue Hua? If she did, they're doomed. Yue Hua would never say no to Het. When Yuan Yuan admits that's exactly what happened, Chang Hao demands to know where Yue Hua is. Yuan Yuan, looking innocent, explains she's just trying on clothes and hasn't. They walk toward the drying room. Chen Hao asks Yue Hua if she's okay. Yu Hua hides behind a curtain, blushing and shy, saying she's fine but always finds swimsuits strange. She doesn't understand why she has to wear stockings with her swimsuit. Yun jumps in, explaining that stockings are normal to keep women warm. But a recent study says men love them, women don't. Sanhao confirms the theory instantly, finding Yu Hua in stockings really attractive. She wears white stockings, and Yun takes advantage, pairing a black swimsuit to highlight Yu Hua's cuteness and make her irresistible. The red session begins. Pinata, but stepping out of the drawing room, it's pure chaos. Bomb. All the guys stare with their mouths open. And Yuan is proud. She pulls out another tiny piece of lingerie and orders her to try it on. Before it rains, I hesitate. Chen Hao snatches it from Yuan, declares it shameful, and insists Yu Hua will never wear anything like that. He's overwhelmed, not knowing where to look or how to focus with all the girls dressed like that. He quickly changes the subject, saying they should keep searching or risk being late. For dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan, Zhang Hao, and Yilong argue back and forth, and Yue Hua watches from a distance. She thinks about how just minutes ago, Yuan confessed her feelings for Chang Hao and plans to declare them fully soon. She knows Chang Hao will probably reject her, but believes Yuan Yuan needs to let it out or she'll regret it for the rest of high school. At the same time, Yuehua realizes she must do something about her own crush before it's too late. It's too late. As promised, Yuan finally confronts her feelings to the end. She confesses to Chang Hao that she fell in love with him at first sight, and now she's practically begging for a chance. She insists she doesn't deserve it. Her voice trembles as she says she might not be perfect, but she's willing to work to be worthy of him. Chen Hao listens silently, almost bored, thinking she probably just wanted to see him to say all this. Like ripping off a band-aid, he tells her bluntly that it won't work between them. He doesn't like emotional drama. Wen Yuan thinks his rejection was too harsh because he didn't even think about it. But Zhang Hao clarifies it's not her fault. It's him. He believes short-term pain is better than long-term heartache. Still, he tries to soften the blow by saying they can still be good friends if she wants. Then Yuan realizes she's been used. When Senga returns to class, guilt hits him. He feels bad for making a girl cry because of him. Then, Yilong approaches timidly, and Chen Hao asks, "What's up?" Jilong says someone invited him to the forest shrine today. Sen Hao immediately assumes it's some kind of trap or a fight, so he decides to go with him. But Yilong quickly clarifies that he's going to meet a girl who's been writing him love letters for years, and now she finally wants to meet him. Shen Hao can't believe it. He thinks it must be another day of confessions, since everyone seems to be declaring their feelings lately. He even suspects Yilong might be being stalked by some weirdo. But seeing his friend's dreamy expression, he realizes he's in deep trouble. Jilong keeps saying that this girl has been sending him letters for years and that maybe he should give her a chance. Sen Hao agrees to go with him, but only to keep an eye on things. Soon, San Hao, Yawawa, and Yilong are hiding behind a post, spying on the girl who wrote all those letters. She seems completely obsessed, and Sheng Hao starts to worry that this could go wrong very quickly. Yilong asks, "What's Yuhua doing here?" And Sheng Hao replies that since she's a girl, it doesn't matter to him. If the other girl goes too far, she can intervene. Yilong nods and says she'll reject her immediately. But when he finally gets close, he runs away, a bundle of nerves. Meanwhile, Yehua whispers to Zhang Hao, "What does the name mean?" It doesn't really mean you like someone, but he says it does. It depends, but for him, it's when someone stays in your heart, even if you want to forget them. If you can't let them go, that's liking. Yehua listens intently, about to confess her feelings for Cheng Hao, when something unexpected happens. They look, and the girl suddenly declares her love to Yilong and kisses him. Sen Hao and Yijilong stay there, paralyzed. Shocked and disgusted, Yilong pushes her away and accidentally hits her face. His mouth drops open in panic, realizing he just slapped a girl. He stumbles back into Cheng Hao's arms, crying that she stole his first kiss. The girl falls to her knees, apologizing for losing control and not being able to hold back. She pleads for another chance, but Yilong refuses. He doesn't believe in second chances and orders her to leave. Later, Yilong drowns his misery in alcohol, shouting that all women are trash. Zhong Hao tries to calm him down. Zhong Hao takes the bottle away, telling him to stop talking nonsense and drink water. Yilong insists there's no problem. He's not drunk, then turns to Yuehua, blaming her for not saving him from that humiliating kiss. He starts crying, clutching his chest, saying his purity is lost forever. San Hao realizes his friend is completely lost. Yuehua sighs, saying they're both too drunk to go home. Their parents would flip if they saw them like this. She offers for them to stay at her place until they sober up. Dao turns to Chen Chen, confused, and asks what the hell she's doing there. Chen Chen looks tense. She admits she was worried about him, so worried she thought she might die if it were him. She wouldn't see him. Shen Hao sighs and says he's not a kid and can take care of himself, but as he speaks, he notices Yilong is unusually quiet and distant. Shen Hao raises an eyebrow but decides to go to class anyway. Chen Chen, still uneasy, looks toward Yewa and comes back with me. She asks again who the girl beside her is. Never seen her before. Shen Hao introduces Yuhua calmly. Tiankin smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He explains sweetly that she's San Hao's stepsister. His tone hints at hidden intentions. Seeing this, "Do you know how important Chen Qin is to Zhang Hao? I've played with him." Wada steps forward and politely introduces herself as one of his close friends. She says they spend a lot of time together, her voice soft but firm. Chin keeps a pleasant expression, but inside she's boiling. She notices it right away. Yuehua is in love with Shang Hao, and just thinking about it makes her blood boil. Determined to make her point, Chen steps closer. She hugs Sun Hao. He freezes. She leans in and whispers they'll talk in her room tonight. Uewa's expression changes completely. He burns with jealousy, heart aching at Chen Qin's scene. Zhang Hao, embarrassed, tells Chen Xin there's no need to whisper that in public. Chen Xin smirks, satisfied, and steps back, leaving Sanhao and Yuewa alone. As she walks away, she thinks time is running out. It's running out. If she doesn't act soon, someone else might take Shang Hao. Chang Hao can't handle the tension anymore. He looks to his side. He turns to his two friends and asks, "What's wrong? They were fine this morning, but now they look like ghosts." Yilong speaks first, admitting he's been uneasy since he saw Chen Chen. Chen Hao's eyes widen as he realizes Yilong might have feelings for Chen Chen. He doesn't know what to say, so he quickly turns to Yuhua and asks why she looks so down. Yuhua hesitates, then confesses in a low voice that she's jealous. Chen Hao is taken aback. She says that even though Chen Chen and he are step-siblings, they're too close, and it makes her uncomfortable. She adds that they live together, spend so much time together that she wishes she could be the one with him. Chen Chen laughs awkwardly to ease the tension, and Jinlong chimes in, saying he wants to live with her too. Chen Chen's face falls, and Chen Hao quickly changes the subject before things get out of hand. That night, Shen Hao returns home drained. He calls out to the family, but the house is silent. He decides to make up for yesterday's chaos with a long live stream. He stayed at Yuegua's and lost his usual schedule. But just as he sets up, he hears a blood-curdling scream from upstairs. His stomach tightens. The screams come from Chen Chen's room. He runs and freezes in the doorway. Inside, Chen Chen's mother is beating her with a belt, screaming she'll kill her. Shen Hao is horrified and asks his mother what she's doing to poor Chen. Chen Chen, who is now crying in pain, he steps between them, offering to talk if she needs to, but begging her not to hit so brutally. His mother is furious and tells him to move. Today is Chen Chen's last day in this world. Shen Hao is speechless. The fight ends quickly. Chen Chin stays in bed, clearly in pain and suffering. Sun Jiao sits beside her, carefully bandaging her and asking her to be patient. Chen Qin apologizes for causing so much trouble by not being able to apply all the medicine. He tells her it's okay, though he admits it's a bit embarrassing with all the skin to treat. Still, seeing the punishment, he realizes her mother went too far. Tian Qin's body is covered in bruises and painful infections. Zheng Hao feels a deep pain in his chest. He finally asks what she did to anger her mother, secretly thinking it might be because of the previous kiss, but it's not. Chan Chan responds. She takes a deep breath and says, "I'm a lesbian." She explains that she's always liked girls, not boys. She grew up hating boys but didn't want to seem different, so she forced herself to like them. She tried so hard to get close to him, hoping to change, but she can't. She's a lesbian and can't live with him. Shen Hao sighs slowly and desperately, feeling relief and sadness at the same time. Relief because he finally understands her. Sadness because it means she doesn't want him the way he wants her. Chen Chen says she hates feeling this way and wishes she could be normal. Shen Hao sits beside her and tells her he understands where she's coming from. She asks him to keep it between them because it's too embarrassing for others to know. Shen Hao promises not to tell anyone, but he also knows he can't let Chen Chen stay trapped in her guilt. Does he want to help her? So they search online for people who've been through the same. They find posts where girls share how they started living with a guy and gradually developed feelings for men. Some even claim they became straight again after getting close to someone they trusted. He thinks maybe breaking down that emotional wall with love could help Chen Chen. Does he believe that if anyone can teach her the good things about men, it's him? It's him, so he goes to her room to talk to her. When he enters, he sees Chen Chen is worse off. She curses, tears streaming down her face, and Shen Hao feels even more sorry. He shows her the dog. Chen Chen finds a post. Chen reads it, says it might work, but no. He doesn't want anyone else to know his secret. No one he trusts enough. Half joking, half hurt, she tells Chong Hao to leave before the disease spreads. Zheng Hao, with a kind heart, decides to help her no matter what. He tells Chen Chen he'll do it. She looks at him, surprised and grateful, unsure anyone would make such a sacrifice. Sanjabi, Yao pinches her cheek gently, trying to make her smile. Says they can go slow since they've hugged and kissed before. He places his hand on hers, asks if she feels anything. Then he gently pushes her toward the bed, asks if she feels better now. She feels something. Chen Chin, blushing and sweating, looks away and lies. She doesn't feel anything, but her trembling voice betrays her. Chen Chin says everything seems useless and lies, claiming she feels nothing, not even for a handsome guy like him. Sheng Hao realizes her case is worse than he thought and suspects it might be psychological. Meanwhile, Chen Shen panics inside because Sheng Hao took the initiative and looked incredibly tender when he was on top of her. Sheng Hao calmly says he's going back to his room and tells her to change and come see him later. He promises to do his best to help her feel more comfortable. As expected, Sheng Hao is in his room brainstorming when a voice suggests, in a joking tone, that he tries something sexy like lingerie. No way he's putting that on, even if they kill him. He decides to settle for a short manga shirt. He thinks white and black are colors women usually like, and that wearing them could excite a girl as much as thigh-high socks. Then he waits for his night outfit to work. Soon, he lies down in bed when Chen Qin softly calls his name. He opens his eyes and sees her standing in a red nightgown, looking like a goddess. Does he flinch a little? But Chen Chen shushes him, reminding him that their parents are sleeping. Sang Hao can't help but think she must be some kind of ninja because she entered without a sound. Remember? They're together, and San Hao says they'll hug first, then sleep like always. Chen Chen blushes under the dim moonlight. She can barely make out his face, but his clothes fit him perfectly, making her heart race. Still, she forces herself to stay calm. She takes a deep breath and switches to what she calls her wise mode, trying to stay composed. While they're together, Chong Hao quietly asks if she feels any repulsion and tells her to be honest. He needs to understand what's happening and know what to do next. Chen Qian admits she feels butterflies, but it's okay because he's adorable, and everything he does for her warms her heart. She pulls him closer and tells him if he feels uncomfortable, he can back away. But Shang Hao refuses because he likes being close too. He thinks Chen Chen is so good, he still thinks about her. He starts to gently stroke her back. Their mouths get dangerously close. Chen Chen didn't expect Shang Hao to be so cooperative with her little plan, but now he seems completely entranced. His scent is slightly fresh. He's held back for a long time, not wanting to ruin what they have. The temptation is so strong, he can barely handle it. He quietly asks the others to try holding his hands and arms, because girls seem to like that. Then he says he's going to roll up his sleeves. And Chen Chen almost loses her composure. Her breathing quickens as she looks at his arms, trying not to show how eager she is, because she's definitely going to touch them. Chen Chen knows it's a unique opportunity, and she won't let it slip away. She reaches out her hand and touches Shang Hao's arms and hand. Thinking how lucky he is to experience this, the sensation runs through his body. For a moment, everything is amazing, but Shang Hao breaks the spell. He gently warns her not to overexpose herself. He notices her fingers trembling, fearing she's truly uncomfortable. Chen insists she's fine. She says Shang Hao has worked so hard for her, she can't back out now. Besides, it's the only way. This feels too good to be true. She jokes about getting a nosebleed. She quickly turns away to hide it, trying to act calm. She admits it's still hard being so close to a guy. To calm down, she does her little yoga trick. She breathes slowly, trying to clear her thoughts. Sen Hao silently extends his hand and touches her arm. With a soft voice, he asks if she wants to kiss him. The last kiss was abrupt and clumsy, but this time it feels different. And Chen Chen thinks about it, realizing it might be a good idea. His eyes fill with tears as he laughs and cries, saying he makes a sweet sacrifice for his future. Even with those crocodile tears, he can't help but smile. Shen Hao says it'll be a pleasure to kiss her. See you later. Chen Xin melts completely. Her head explodes, and she can't think clearly. The idea that San Hao really wants to kiss her drives her wild. Without thinking, she leans in and kisses him with such intensity that they almost break apart. Even San Hao is stunned for a second, surprised. That's when he realizes she's taken control, and he realizes he couldn't hold back for a second. Now he's completely swept away by his emotions. Chen Qin pulls back to catch her breath and awkwardly suggests they should prepare a bit first, pretending to calm down. Sen Zhaozhe stands there, stunned, still trying to process what just happened. He hopes she doesn't see him as a substitute for anyone, but Jin is clearly shaken and burning inside, not knowing what to do with herself. So she blurts out that this time she'll take the initiative. Then, before he can even respond, she moves in again. It starts as an innocent kiss between two people who like each other. It quickly turns into an intense session neither can break away from. They've dreamed of this moment more times than they can admit. When Chen Qin finally pulls away, he's breathless. He accidentally says a girl's name, leaving Shang Hao stunned. Shang Hao starts to ask what name it was, but he's confused. Before he can finish, Chen Qin leans in and kisses him again, leaving him breathless. This time, Sun Hao's mind starts to wander. He notices Chen Qin is more tense than before. He realizes her thoughts are against her. Her mind is elsewhere, thinking of something or someone else. Still, it's a passionate moment. Despite his spinning head, he can't deny it was a good kiss. When she finally pulls away, he gasps, dazed and breathless. Chen Qin tries to downplay it, saying it was a bit clumsy but manageable. Shang Hao, still confused, asks again whose name she said and if she's still thinking about another woman. Chen Chen quickly responds that if he thought of another girl, it would be weird. But his tone gives him away. He's lying, and Shen Hao notices. Shen Hao asks if that's the name of the girl he really likes. In that instant, it's like his nose grows like Pinocchio's, revealing his secrets without words. Suddenly, Tianhe feels guilty and starts blaming herself, thinking she didn't do well and maybe disappointed him. But Tianhe, Chen steps closer again, almost impossibly so, with a soft and caring voice, telling him to go to sleep because he has another long day of school and work ahead. Shenhao hesitates for a moment, then asks in a low voice if he really likes women. The question paralyzes her for a second, like it hit a hidden nerve. Over a minute, she becomes aware of what's happening. Then she smiles weakly and says she wouldn't lie to him. If she ever did, she adds jokingly, would he accept the punishment of being her writer? Forever. She hugs him, whispers for him to sleep, and Shenhao finally relaxes. That night, he falls asleep, feeling like the happiest man in the world. The next morning, while Shenhao is still asleep, Chen gently caresses his face. Her expression softens, filled with guilt. She doesn't want to lie, but she fears he'll hate her if he knows everything. She wants to be honest, but the weight of her past and situation keeps her trapped. She can't open up, so she tweaks the truth to keep him close. She vows to be twice as good to earn his forgiveness someday. In the end, at school, Sanjiao wakes up feeling terrible. Still drained from the night before, his body craves rest. But he doesn't realize that just showing up to swim class makes him the center of attention. A group of girls nearby can't stop staring, whispering, and checking him out. Meanwhile, his friend Ji stands beside him, shy and uncomfortable. Zhenhao laughs and tells him to relax and have confidence. But then he notices something odd. His fan club has gathered behind him, cheering and throwing compliments. Shouho is annoyed. Being ogled like this makes him uncomfortable, and he can't believe how loud they are. Who wants to be stalked outside the pool? It's more than he can handle, even if it's true. It means enduring all the tension. When he crosses to the other side of the pool, Yuhua is already waiting. He's testing his own fate. It's a swimming technique, but Sanhao sees he's doing it wrong. It matters more than anything, even if he has to endure stares. As he approaches the other side, Yuehua is already waiting. She tries the swimming technique, but Sanhao immediately notices it's all wrong. He warns her that if she keeps doing it this way, she'll end up drowning again. So he tells her they need to warm up first before starting seriously. They do this. They do light exercises, and while she stretches, he climbs up. Chen Hao accidentally glances at her. His heart skips a beat. She's so beautiful, he can't help but get nervous. Silently, he's grateful she didn't wear the other swimsuit. If she had, he couldn't even look her in the eye. As if reading his thoughts, Yuehua suddenly asks if he really wanted her to buy that revealing swimsuit. Zhenhao freezes, completely frozen. Cheng Hao can't believe how spot-on she was. Yuehua leans in close, her breath brushing his ear. She whispers that if he really wants to see it, he can visit her house, and she'll wear it just for him. Her tone hints at more, and Cheng Hao blushes instantly. He tries to play it cool, saying he promised to teach her to swim. If that means extra lessons, so be it. At his house, he won't say no. He quickly corrects himself, pushing the thought away. Both focus on the lesson. Yuehua should take it slow and get used to the water. Shenhao wants her to go step by step, but she's bold and dives in without thinking. A second later, she sinks and starts to drown. Shenhao dives after her, pulling her out of the pool. She's in front of him, soaking wet, shivering from cold and fear. Her body trembles so much, his chest tightens with worry. He gently asks her to take a deep breath, trying to calm her. Yuehua's eyes are wide and terrified. She then begs him to hold her, needing warmth. Zheng Hao can't believe how scared she looks. It's the first time he's seen her like this. Yuehua confesses, her voice trembling, that as a child, she used to sneak out of her room at night. One day, she fell into the courtyard pool and almost drowned. If not for the people who saved her, she would have died. Since then, she's been afraid of water. Zheng Hao finally understands and softens. He feels she needs comfort, so he agrees to hold her. But before he can move, Yuehua wraps her arms around him so tightly he can barely breathe. He feels her body tense under the pressure as she clings to him. He realizes people are watching them. Panicked, Sanhao tells the instructor, Yuehua has a cramp so no one thinks badly. The monitor nods, letting them go to a private spot. Later, in the locker room, Yuehua is calmer but still shaky. Sanhao asks if she feels better, and she nods, saying she does. Slowly, she admits she still hates pools and feels bad for disappointing. Sanhao shakes his head, telling her not to blame herself. He pushed her too hard. Quickly, he offers to give her a massage. As he starts, Jueguan looks away, cheeks flushed. Murmurs it feels pretty good but adds too quietly that he shouldn't look at her legs. Wants him to massage her neck instead. Sanhao freezes, face burning, understanding. Suddenly, he shouts, incredulous, wondering where his sweet, innocent love went. Jinhao almost pleads with Yuawa not to think dirty thoughts. He just wanted to give her a simple face massage. On her leg, but Yuewa shakes her head. Jinhao tries to defend himself. That's not something you can ask for, let alone say out loud in broad daylight. How much time does he have left? When Zhuhua asks Innocent why, he always replies that he didn't know. He gets nervous and blurts out that it's wrong. Only couples do that, and even then, in secret. They insist it's inappropriate to ask a classmate for something like that with teachers and people around. He warns her that if she doesn't want to be labeled, she needs to watch what she says and where she says it. He tries to soften his tone, realizing he might have been too harsh, but it's too late. Yehua is already affected, her eyes brimming with tears. Jinhao panics, thinking everyone will believe he broke her heart or did something wrong. But before he can say more, she wipes her tears and confesses she doesn't mind being a little pushy. Shanghao is so shocked by her honesty, he freezes for a moment. He thinks about scolding her if they weren't in public for being so bold. Zhang Hao tries to reason with her, saying she clearly doesn't understand how disgusting perverts can be. But Yuewa doesn't care. She just wants her massage and refuses to learn to swim, acting calm and collected. Shanghao decides to make a deal. He promises that once she learns to swim, he'll grant any wish she has, as long as it's not too extreme. Yuewa accepts immediately. Cheng Hao realizes she's much smarter than she seems. She's a spoiled rich girl who knows how to get what she wants. Meanwhile, at the group headquarters, Feng Hong, Nan is buried in work, with huge dark circles under her eyes and a messy desk. She spent the night looking at Cheng Hao's photos and is now turning off her phone. For the first time, she's falling behind because she can't stop thinking about him. The temptation grows until she picks up her phone again. She stares at it, lost in her thoughts. Memories of that passionate kiss flood her mind. At the same time, someone enters a nearby elevator, chatting with an employee. The woman openly flirts, teasing him as they talk and when it's time to leave. Inan is zoned out, daydreaming about Sanhao with a dazed look. She's so distracted she doesn't notice when a woman who looks strangely like her grabs her phone. The woman comments on what kind of guys her daughter seems to like. Nan's eyes widen, and she snatches her phone back, demanding to know what her mom is doing there. Her mom gives her a sly smile, saying she just wanted to see what kind of guy is chasing her daughter. She asks Nan to introduce her to this new guy. Nan, visibly embarrassed, tells her mom to stay away from her and him. That's all. Nan doesn't want to continue the conversation and asks her to leave. Her mother agrees, but gently scolds her, telling her not to sleep at the desk or she'll go outside. Friar, and as she leaves, she glances back at her daughter and shakes her head. Deep down, she knows Nan is head over heels in love, and for her, unhealthy love is nothing more than a dangerous weakness. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a sad-looking woman sits alone in a quiet cafe. Shenhe walks by and recognizes her instantly. She's Nan's former assistant. Surprised, he realizes her suspension isn't over yet and remembers how strict Nan was the last time she punished her, which makes him feel uneasy. Worried, he approaches and starts a conversation. The assistant is surprised to see him. But Shanghao smiles kindly and mentions that he knew she and Nan were soldiers under Yuewa's grandmother. The assistant nods and confirms it. He adds that he's touched that Nan opened up to Shenhao. He confesses that Nan doesn't open up to anyone. Zhenghao quickly denies it, saying it's not exactly like that. He claims Nan is just a good stalker. He fakes interest when he actually doesn't. He laughs awkwardly and admits he doesn't understand what she sees in him, even if he likes her. She used to despise men, and now she's all over him. The assistant sighs and explains that Nan doesn't hate men for being men, but for their weakness. Her father was a quiet, obedient man who always followed Nan's mother. When she left for the city, he fell ill and died alone in the hospital. Even on his deathbed, her mother never came back. When he died, Nan blamed his weakness, not her mother's coldness. She convinced herself that men are dependent beings who end up clinging to women. This belief hardened her heart. But the assistant tells Shanghao that he's different, strong both physically and mentally, someone who can handle a woman like him. Like Nan. Shanghao listens silently and feels a knot in his stomach, realizing he's unintentionally become Nan's ideal man. He jokes that maybe he should act weak and clingy just to scare people off. The assistant chuckles softly but warns him that she might also say yes and go out with Nan. She assures him that Nan would never mark him. She's too sentimental. She even hired retired comrades to work with her. Nan pays them more than anyone in the sector, cares for her people, but Shenhao refuses again. She's too bossy for him. He doesn't take orders well. He's still explaining when a voice interrupts. It's the same voice. Nan's mother approaches and tells them she'll handle it. She's already got the interview under control. Senhyo and the assistant are confused as the older woman greets them with a charming smile. Without hesitation, Nan's mother uses her influence to clear the cafe. She wants privacy. She sizes up Chung Hao, smiles, and comments that the guy her daughter likes has changed. He looks good and has a great body. She even asks how long they've been dating. Chung Hao is completely surprised. He denies it instantly, but she laughs and calls him a womanizer, sure that many girls chase after him. They continue. Chang Hao tries to stay calm and asks why she keeps doing this. Nan's mother says she wants to talk alone in a quieter place. The assistant immediately steps in, sensing danger. She lies, saying Nan already set up the meeting with Chang Hao and she's there to take him. She suggests Nan's mother deal directly with her daughter. Nan's mother narrows her eyes, clearly not buying it. With a quick snap of her fingers, she calls Duda. Duda doesn't know what's coming. She hesitates for a moment, then obeys. As soon as Duda is within arm's reach, Nan's mother punches her so hard she collapses, completely unconscious. Shen Hao's mouth goes dry, and he tightens his lips, terrified of being next. Nan's mother smiles, flexes her hand, and says she's glad she still has strength. Then she turns to Chung Hao and orders him to... He realizes he's in serious trouble again. In the private room, Wei examines Chung Hao closely. She notes he's surprisingly calm for his age. Most students would panic. But Chung Hao isn't just any student. Chung Hao smiles lightly and says he's seen many strange situations since getting involved with the pandemic. Inside, he's tense. He knows Wei was a gang leader, and one wrong word could turn things ugly fast. Wei leans back and says she likes that Nan isn't into weak or delicate men. But she notices Shang Hao doesn't seem excited about her daughter. She asks him straight why he doesn't want to be part of the family. Shang Hao keeps his tone polite but vague. He answers without confirming or denying any connection with Nan. He adds that if she has no more important questions, he should leave. His family doesn't let him stay out late. Wei smirks. Since he seems in a hurry, she gets to the point. She wants to make a deal, something only he can do. She explains she's noticed Nan's obsession with him. Nan would never refuse his suggestion. Senjiao blinks, confused, unsure where the conversation is going. Mrs. Wei continues, inviting him on a trip. She wants him to bring Nan, and she'll give him the address. When he takes them there, her men will capture her. In return, Zhen Hao will receive a huge sum, enough to move his family abroad and live in luxury. Zheng Hao can barely believe what he's hearing. Nan's own mother wants him to betray her. He protests that she's his daughter and no mother should plot something so complex. Coldly, Mrs. Wei responds that this has nothing to do with family. She wants to regain control of the company. There are no mother-daughter feelings left. They are rivals, competitors for the family throne. Zheng Hao insists that maybe she should stop. Nan deserves to lead because she's strong and capable. Under her command, the company is thriving. But Mrs. Wei laughs softly and says it's not about money, it's about power. The power that comes with the crown. And since Shang Hao doesn't feel much for Nan, he might as well accept her offer and get rid of her. Shang Hao falls silent, pretending to think it over, but deep down, he knows he could never do it. Even if he took the money, he couldn't live with himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Nan's assistant is chained to a chair, bruised and exhausted, but she's a trained soldier. Her body endures the pain. Realizing she must warn Nan, she uses her emergency communication bracelet to send a distress signal. Nan receives the message and instantly understands her mother is out of control. Without hesitation, she orders her team to prep the car. No time to waste, because this time, she's the one coming to the rescue. Back in the private room, Shang Hao tries to find a middle ground. He calmly explains that Nan has powerful allies. Kidnapping her won't be easy. He says, no matter the grudges, the family should sit down and resolve their issues. Like civilized people, instead of destroying each other. Deep down, he prays the universe doesn't drag him into this mess again. He just wants peace, but peace clearly doesn't want him. Mrs. Wei frowns and calls Nan ungrateful, saying she's never appreciated her. She rants that Nan is still angry over her father's death, and any chance of peace died long ago. She spits out bitterly that if she had known Nan would end up like this, she never would have brought her into the world. Sengala watches with disgust, thinking she's a terrible adult, unable to take responsibility for her actions. He asks her to calm down, saying she's talking nonsense. It's not Nan's fault, really. Her anger is justified. If not for her mother's negligence, Nan's father might still be alive. He demands that she face her mistakes and apologize to Nan. From what he's seen, Nan might forgive her if she tries to make amends. He reminds her that family should live in harmony, not war. Mrs. Wei narrows her eyes, realizing Shang Hao is trying to protect Nan. She laughs, thinking he must really care for her. She declared war on Nan the moment she hit her secretary. And as long as the secretary isn't compensated, the war continues. She tells Shang Hao he can keep the girl for a few days while he lures her into his trap. He just needs to take the money and disappear. He'll never work again. Shang Hao rejects the offer immediately. Mrs. Wei looks at him for a moment before letting out a sinister laugh. She rises slowly, her face cold as ice. Then, in a chilling voice, he warns that if he doesn't accept the deal, he and his family will be his hostages, completely at his mercy. Chen Hao's anger erupts. He asks if she really thinks she can threaten him or his family. He stands up, saying he's leaving now, and warns that if she tries to stop him, he'll defend himself. He reminds her it's her fault for not bringing a companion. Mrs. Wei actually enjoys hearing his confidence and taunts him, asking if he really has the guts to use force against her. Really? Tang Hao coldly tells her to find out for herself. Meanwhile, Nan and his men arrive at the temple. Coffee. She orders her bodyguards to step aside. Her secretary sees her and runs in panic, screaming. They're both inside the room together. Nancy stays calm and tells her man to unlock the door. To the secretary. She announces she'll go in alone and they should wait outside until she gives the signal. Then she heads for the bathroom. She's yelling and cursing her mother under her breath. As she approaches, she hears strange noises from inside. It's Chang Hao's voice. He sounds agitated, asking if it was all just a test and if Mrs. Wei wasn't the victim. Nan freezes by the door and tries to listen. Inside, Mrs. Wei calmly explains that those who approach her daughter usually have bad intentions, and Nan is deeply involved in the mission. She just wanted to see what kind of man he was. Sang Hao, frustrated, asks if Nan knew his mother was there and if she really touched him. Mrs. Wei replies softly that Nan has no idea. She says Nan would be furious if he knew his mother did something like this, and sighs. She sighs, explaining that her daughter always hated her interfering in her affairs. But the truth is, it's the first time Nan has fallen in love, and curiosity got the better of her. Mrs. Wei admits Shang Hao is right. Nan Hao is impressive, and she comments that Nan clearly has good taste in what he does. She smiles and adds that there's something else she wants to ask. Sang Hao listens, cautious but curious. Mrs. Wei explains that Nan's birthday is in a few days, and she wants him to give a gift in her name. She says Nan would never accept it if it came directly from her. Sang Hao gets annoyed, thinking if she had started with this. They could have avoided all the drama and had a real talk. He asks why, if the family cares so much, it wasn't always like this. Yes, Mrs. Wei lowers her gaze and finally tells the truth. In her time, elders made many decisions, she says, because her family was large, and they always cared about preserving the legacy. But after Nan was born, her father fell seriously ill. They couldn't have more children. Then Nan's grandmother started pressuring her to find another partner for the family's future. She resisted, but the arguments got ugly. In the end, her husband sided with his mother, saying he could endure his wife marrying another man, if it meant protecting the family line. For Mrs. Wei, that was too much. She saw it as a betrayal of their love, so she left. She chose a comfortable, carefree life, pretending to have escaped her troubles. Years passed before she realized Nan had grown up without her. Now, she only wants her daughter's forgiveness and trust, hoping Shang Hao can help. But Shang Hao shakes his head silently. He apologizes, saying he can't grant that favor. If Mrs. Wei truly wants to make amends, she must do it herself. No one can replace a mother's love, and no gift from another can heal childhood wounds. With that, Zheng Gao leaves the room, but he freezes in the hallway. Nan is just a few steps away. As expected, Zhen Hao comes with Nan and asks if she really did everything she could. She says yes, then apologizes softly. He reminds her that he warned her this could happen. Despite that, he still went and risked his life. Zhen Hao asks if she plans to talk to her mother. But Nan says nothing will change. Their relationship is over, and they are now strangers. She asks what he would do if his mother suddenly showed up. Sang Hao realizes she might be right. He thinks it never happens to him because it supposedly doesn't. His own mother left when he was a kid, and he never forgave her. Nan then asks if he's happy with his new family, even his new sister. Sang Hao says yes. Nan smiles slightly and suggests they all move to her place. It would make it easier to protect them if they lived together. Plus, her family couldn't manipulate her through him in the future. Sun Hao thinks she's moving too fast and asks why they should live with her. Nan calmly says he's her man, so they should live together. This confuses Sun Hao because he doesn't remember accepting her proposal. Nan insists they'll end up together one way or another. This starts to make Zheng Hao nervous, but before he can argue, Nan slams on the brakes. The car screeches to a stop. Zheng Hao yells, asking what she's doing. Nan takes a deep breath and starts talking, finally letting it all out. She says her father chose to settle instead of facing his feelings, and her mother chose to run away instead of confronting him. She declares she won't repeat her parents' mistakes. Then, she takes Shen Hao's chin in her hands, her voice low but firm. She declares he's hers, she'll never give him up, and she'll keep chasing him until she brings him home. Sanhao thinks his words sound extreme, but when she runs her finger over his lips, he freezes. Her eyes bore into him. He regains his composure, asks her to go slow, not push so hard, reminds her to focus on the road. They're still on the highway. Nan glances at him, quietly asks if they should go home. Sanhao grunts, shows her the middle finger, orders her to take him home, pulls out his phone, sees Chen Chen crying, calling, hesitates, then answers. Chen Chen's worried voice asks where he is. It's late, he's not home. Sanhao lies, says he's at Ji's place, will be back soon. Nothing watches him suspiciously as he hangs up. Sanhao turns, tells her to take him home now. Nan smiles ironically, comments on his newfound manipulation skills. Sanhao replies he learned it from the test. This catches Nan's attention. She notes Chen Qin seems very interested in him. Sanhao explains it's just because they live together. Anan isn't convinced. Thinks it's never that simple when two attractive people live together. Soon, Sanhao becomes the last. Back home, Chen Qin greets Sanhao at the door as usual. Sanhao apologizes, saying he lost track of time and forgot he was the owner. But Chen Qin isn't in the mood for excuses. He stares at him and asks why he looked at him that way. Shen Hao tries to keep his composure, thinking a lie might work, but Chen Qin has done his homework. He calmly admits he called Ji a while back, and Ji told him Chang Hao left through a bridge. Zhang Hao's freezes, panicking about when she started digging so deep into his life. Tianqin takes a deep breath and says she isn't Zhang Hao's mother. She's always felt alone. Alone because her mom works too much. She only feels less alone when Chang Hao is around. She admits she really considers him her favorite person in the world, but now she feels she's been too emotional, too unpleasant. She hit a nerve, while Chang Hao never shared those feelings. From now on, she says she needs to step back, set boundaries, and stop interfering in his life. Even after saying all that, Chen Qin can barely hold it together. Her voice trembles, and tears well up in her eyes. Sen Gao can't stand seeing her like this. Panic grips him, and he grabs her hand, begging her to wait and let him explain. But instead of telling the truth, he lies again. He says he went out to dinner with a friend and didn't mention it, fearing she'd worry. He adds that it was just a casual friend, and if he had told her it was a woman, she would have been devastated. His voice cracks as he apologizes, but Chen Qin doesn't want to hear it. She turns away and tells him it's a price he'll have to pay for a while. Zhang Hao feels crushed. He can't bear the rejection and falls to his knees, convinced Chen Qin is disappointed. She's always been kind and attentive, and now he's let her down. He curses his life, wishing he could erase everything. Chen Qin tries to stay calm, but she can't. Inside, she's panicking. She's torn because she's glad Zhang Hao was honest, but she's terrified he might not be. She fears he'll get angry and stop talking to her forever. She gives herself a brief pep talk, trying to sound confident, though her heart races. She reminds herself to hold back, to act like she knows what she's doing, because deep down, she knows Zhang Hao has feelings for her. She can't act like a silly girl all the time, but guilt eats away at her. He kneels, realizing he pushed her hand away earlier, and perhaps it was too rough. His mind lingers on the woman Sun Hao had dinner with. He needs to know who she is. Later, that night, while everyone is asleep, Chen Chen sneaks over to the blue laundry basket and retrieves Shang Hao's underwear. He sniffs it carefully, and his heart aches. The perfume on his clothes is the same scent as the garments he burned last night. Smelling another girl's fragrance on it again only intensifies his suspicions. He wonders if this is the woman and decides that, for now, she'll be his next victim. The next morning, Zhang Hao yawns as he gets ready. Apparently, the family is coming to pick up Zhang Hao's elderly aunt and cousin. Chang Hao's father calls him lazy, a boy who sleeps face down all day, but Chang Hao defends himself by saying it's just a dream. He's tired. Chin Chin adds that he can sleep in the car if he wants, although there's a sharp tone in her voice that makes him nervous. He still has to sort things out with her. As he gets into the car, Chung Hao thinks about his cousin and his aunt. He remembers his cousin as a handsome young man and a good friend. He misses him and is a little excited to see him in this world. Suddenly, Chang Hao's father breaks and asks who the girl staring at them is. Everyone turns around, and the girl drives off. They see Yue Hua at the entrance to the road, staring at Shen Hao. Shen Hao's father asks who that girl is, and Shen Hao quickly replies that she's just his classmate and nothing more. Then he turns to Yu Gua and asks what she's doing there. Yu Gua, oblivious to the awkwardness, says she came to ask if he wants to see a painting together. Chang Hao's parents realize Yu Hua isn't just any friend. She's a suitor, boldly showing up uninvited. Chang Qian doesn't take it well. San Hao decides to introduce Yowawa to the family. Sensing the seriousness, she asks Yowawa to stay with her at the house. She bows before everyone. Years of training kick in. Her manners are impeccable, her tone delicate, and her posture refined. Even Chang Hao's parents are impressed. Yuhua remembers the butler's manual: to win a good man, impress his family. But only Chen Chen doesn't recognize her right away. She looks Uewa in the eyes and asks if she really wants to date San Hao. Without hesitation, Uewa says yes, that she likes him. I like him. San Hao freezes. Everyone is shocked except Chen Chen, ready to reprimand and crush Uewa. But Chang Hao's father steps in first, telling her she's too young to fall in love. Chang Hao defends himself, saying it's not what it looks like. Yewa was homeschooled before joining school, so she hasn't interacted much with others. She's clumsy and unsure of what to do, or say. Noticing this, he and Ji helped her learn to talk to others. Now she's just a good friend, but his father isn't buying it. Does Chang Hao think he's a fool who can't read a simple situation? He smiles at Yuawa and says if Chang Hao is interested, it's fine, but don't chase him. Sangao quickly says relatives are arriving. They'll talk later. He urges his father to stick to the plan, but Uewa doesn't. Yuhua stays silent, wishing he'd finally fall in love once and for all. Shang Hao's mother joins in, saying Yuhua can only fall for him. Not Shang Hao. Poor Shang Hao can't take it anymore. He's losing control. Shang Chen steps in, asking everyone to calm down. They can go pick up the aunt while she takes Yuewa home. Shang Hao's parents almost agree, but his mother hesitates. Something crosses her mind. She remembers Chen Chen can sense everyone. She looks back and sees Chen Chen too close to Yuawa. What she doesn't know is Chen Chen has another plan. He wants to question Yuawa to see if she's the girl Shang Hao has been secretly dining with. But Chen Chen's mother misinterprets it, thinking he's flirting with another girl. Yuhua isn't exactly innocent. She stares at Chen Chen and runs her finger over her lips, hinting they can still talk and fall in love. Chen Chen's mother drags her away, almost throwing her, and orders her to behave and control herself. Chen decides enough embarrassment for today, tells Yuehua to come back later and go home for now. Yuhua bows again, all polite and elegant. Everyone agrees she's cute, but too formal. Tianqian can't stop thinking about her. The scent he detected on Cheng Hao wasn't Ye Hua's. This means another woman might be involved. He needs to talk to her soon. At the station, Zhang Hao's father greets his sister and son. San Zhao looks at his cousin, the so-called femboy of the family. He can't help but miss the handsome man he used to be. When the family returns home, his aunt is excited. She looks around and lights up, saying how good San Hao looks, joking that girls must be drooling over him. Shang Hao's mother laughs and mentions a girl even showed up at their house before, though she left quickly. The room fills with chatter, and the mood lightens. The atmosphere becomes calm. Aunt says Tianqin has become a very pretty woman and wonders how many admirers she has. Chen Hao's mother smirks. She can't help but tease Tianqin. Tianqin glares at her mother, clearly annoyed. She insists Tianqin should at least blush. They call her beautiful. Shen Hao stands up, saying he'll help his dad in the kitchen. He knows his dad has few years left and wants to spend time with him, see his aunt and cousin. Before he can leave, Chen Chen interrupts, saying how much Shen Hao has grown and how handsome he is. She jokes that, with his looks, they'll go out to pick up girls. Shen Hao isn't amused, but it's clear they've both changed over the years. To avoid the conversation, Shen Hao suggests staying with the women and helping his mom and sisters. Chen Chen immediately dismisses the idea, saying they only talk about boring adult stuff like money and men, and she couldn't care less. When Shen Hao suggests helping their dad with the food, Chen Chen gets nervous and stops him. There's an important lesson about being handsome. A handsome man should only do handsome things. She warns him not to ruin his soft, delicate hands by cooking. If he really wants to marry into money and live comfortably, don't worry. Stay away from the kitchen steam, no matter what. Takes a deep breath, says he'll only help if his dad asks. Chen Chen isn't done yet. Insists they hang out. They head to Chen Hao's room. Chen Chen looks around, laughs, says the room is cute but too big. Not typical for a young guy. Jokes that with a room like this, Chang Hao will never get a girlfriend. Out of nowhere, asks if San Hao has someone in mind. San Hao quickly denies it, says no. Chen Chen boasts that his girlfriend bought the outfit. Chen Hao realizes his cousin is a shameless gold digger. Chen Chen asks if Chen Chen treats him well and if she has a boyfriend. Zheng Hao says she treats him well but doesn't have a boyfriend. Adds that many men chase her. Mentions a stalker he saw recently. Chen Chen laughs. Says his mom always brags about Chen Chen being a famous medical genius. Says if he were Chen Hao, he'd be head over heels for her. Chen Hao panics inside, thinking about her. Chen Chen already has a girlfriend. He should focus on her instead of saying those things. Chen Chen just smiles, admits he has needs. Doesn't want to limit himself to one person. The door opens. Chen Chen says lunch is ready, tells them to come down. Chen Chen instantly switches to his good guy role, smiling politely. Chen Hao can't believe how fast his cousin can manipulate people. As they leave, Chen Chen stops him for a moment. In a softer tone, she says she hasn't been doing well lately, and they should talk alone later to fix things. Shen Hao agrees, and they head to the table. Lunch is silent. He barely eats, and Chen Chen notices but doesn't say anything. Just as he finishes, his phone starts vibrating. He apologizes and answers. It's the receptionist from the art shop where he left his broken bowl for repair. Shen Hao asks about the cost. The receptionist says his girlfriend already paid and left a note. Shen Hao freezes, totally confused, because he doesn't know which girlfriend paid this time. He realizes he needs to get to the bottom of this and decides to leave immediately. Chen Chen feels a bit hurt because they were supposed to talk after lunch, but she quickly calms herself down. She doesn't want to control Shen Hao like before. She only asks him to come back soon so the family won't worry. Chang'as is grateful she didn't get mad over something so small and leaves feeling lighter. Chen Chen, still leaning on the table, follows the conversation and comments on how kind and considerate Chen Chen is for worrying so much about her brother. Chen Chen calmly replies that he cares for his entire family, not just Chongqing. He continues, since Chong Hao is so handsome, he needs to be careful with both guys and girls approaching him. Qin Shen gives him a sharp look and tells him to shut up because she's got it under control. At the workshop, Shang Hao picks up the fixed bowl from the receptionist, who smiles and hands him a note. A girl has already paid and asks him to visit later. Shang Hao instantly recognizes the handwriting. It's from Nan. Without wasting time, he grabs the package and heads straight to the Fang headquarters where she works. Here we go. He walks in without knocking. Yinan looks up, frowns, and mocks his manners. Zhenhao says if she doesn't want him there, he'll leave. But Nan doesn't let him go that easily. She asks him to wait, and they'll have dinner together when she's done. Sanhao sighs and pulls out the package, explaining the repair cost should be deducted from the total. To get a better price, he plans to auction it later. She looks at him and says if the bowl is fixed, he should just give it to her so they can finally move on. Sanjabi. He hesitates, because with Nan, things usually end up her way. He's tired of it, always the same, and it drains him. Gasto. The edit. When she acts strange again, she'll sell the bowl. Nan approaches with an unreadable face. She snatches the bowl from his hand and tosses it in the trash without a word. Senhao freezes, mind blank. Then horror hits him. He remembers all he did to fix it, the people he met, favors, and money spent, all for nothing. He runs to the trash, voice breaking, begging her to give it back. His heart aches seeing something so precious and expensive ruined in an instant. Nan doesn't flinch. She coldly tells him a broken bowl isn't worth much and she doesn't care about money. Before Senhao can react, she grabs his wrist with an unsettlingly strong grip. A dry crack echoes, chilling his blood. Pain shoots through his arm. He realizes in shock his hand might be broken. He remembers in that moment he's not in his old world. Here, men are much more fragile, and his weak body reacts too easily even to a simple touch. Nan looks genuinely apologetic and a bit sad as she examines her wrist. She says there's no damage to joints or tendons. It's just a mild sprain, but she insists a doctor should check it. Shen Hao feels strangely moved by her concern. Trying to change the mood, he asks if it's a good time to find out if Nan was really a retired soldier. He wonders aloud how her skin can still be so smooth. Nan smiles slightly and says whether she was a soldier or not. She fought in a battlefield where she almost died. She looks at him seriously and says if he really cares, he can be a friend. He can ask her anything. She'll tell him everything, but only if he stays the night with her. Shen Hao instantly feels he can't do it. He changes his mind again. Just as he's about to leave, Nan asks him to stay for dinner. Sung, he mutters that she's still as stubborn and spoiled as ever. Nan smiles and says she read the novel he wrote. The world he described felt so real, she had to talk about it with him. These words make Shen Hao nervous, as they sound like she might have discovered something about him. But he's also curious about what she's learned about the moon. A red moon. He sits down, pretending to talk casually about his novel, while his stomach growls with hunger. He hasn't eaten since morning, too anxious near Chen Chen. Nan finds him cute and showy. He waits impatiently for food. Suddenly, he asks what it would take for her to spend the night. Zhenhao, startled, asks him to stop being so pushy. Nan stretches his legs and tells him to look her in the eye when he says things like that. Sang Hao is indignant. He tries to lie, saying he was just admiring how expensive her clothes looked, but it's an obvious excuse. Nana takes advantage and sits on his lap. Zhenhao freezes and asks her to behave, but Nan whispers that, since he's destined to be hers, he doesn't need to hold back. The poor guy is confused and nervous, not knowing what's happening. He wants to push her away, but the warmth of her body on his lap is too tempting to resist. He blushes involuntarily, and Nan notices. She doesn't like losing control. Sen Hao warns her. If she keeps provoking him, he'll give her a good spanking. He tries to push her away, but she barely moves, like pushing against a wall. His body is still weak, and Nan calmly tells him to take it slow because his wrist, she's still injured. Jang Hao grits his teeth, feeling a surge of strength, and in a quick move, he pushes her and ends up on top of her. For a moment, the air between them shifts. Nan looks into his eyes. She feels something powerful, something she can't name. She whispers that it must be connected to the blood moon he crashed. He's been studying it and adds that he wants to share. Back at the residence, Chen Chen lies around, yawning and doing nothing. He can't stop wondering, why Chen Chen? Chen Chen isn't interested in him because all he wants is to spend time with her, nothing more. But suddenly, he sees Yuewa standing outside his home, outside his house, and he perks up instantly. He thinks he's finally found a worthy rival and feels lucky. 2 beauties in one day. He greets Chen Chen cheerfully as he passes, but she dodges him and keeps walking, ignoring him. Chen Chen stands there, uncomfortable, wondering if he smells bad or said something wrong, out of place. Just then, Chen Hao's parents arrive at the door and ask what he's doing outside, noticing Yuhua too. Chen's father still looks annoyed and scolds Yuhua for hanging around their house again instead of being at her own. Yuhua remains composed, surprising them both. She then hands them a bag, saying it's a small gift for the family. Is there a part for Chang Hao too? Chang Hao's father sighs. He tells her to give up and stop chasing Chang Hao. He firmly states he won't allow his son to fall in love. While he's in high school, even Chang Hao's mother seems to pity Yuhua and gently scolds her for wasting money. Chen Chen, standing nearby, can't believe what she's hearing. The idea of such a beautiful girl chasing Zhang Hao leaves him completely confused. Zhang Hao is stunned, but Yuewa quietly defends herself, saying she doesn't want to fall in love with him, just wants to stay by his side for the rest of her life as a close companion. Her words, however, don't sit well with Chang Hao's parents. They exchange glances, thinking she's being shameless for saying it so openly. He faces them. Despite her pleading, the father hesitates, glancing back at the gift bag, unsure. San Hao's mother remains composed, giving Yuewa a polite but firm smile, asking her to stay home. Keeping her distance from Shang Hao would be best for everyone. Chen Chen watches silently, plotting in his head. He thinks if he plays his cards right, he could benefit. He aims to control Yewa and even make her fall for him. But before he acts, Yewa dreams about him again, surprising everyone. She stares at Zhang Hao's mother, calmly and determined, saying she won't leave Zhang Hao alone. Insists he's important to her and she wants to be by his side no matter what for the rest of her life. Her words silence everyone. Even Chen Chen is impressed by her courage for a moment. Meanwhile, San Hao and Nan are together, and San Hao finally asks about her near-woman experience. Death. Nan's expression softens as she begins to explain. She recounts a mission where she was severely injured, believing her life was over. Just as her vision started to fade, she saw something extraordinary in the sky. A blood-red moon, shining brighter than anything she had ever seen. Then, everything went black, and she fell into a deep, endless sleep. When she finally woke up, she was miraculously alive and healed. Since that day, she has believed it was the power of nature. That blood-red moon that saved her? Shang Hao listens attentively, though with skepticism. He suggests maybe it was just an illusion caused by her injuries, but Nan shakes her head, insisting it wasn't. She assures him it's impossible. Her wound was fatal, far beyond what any normal medicine could heal. She explains she has been studying that strange phenomenon ever since, and it has reappeared recently. The blood-red moon appeared again. Her voice trails off as she looks directly at Shang Hao, telling him the blood-red moon went out. The night she saw it for the second time was the same night he appeared in this world. Nan says when she started to suspect something, she began closely observing Shang Hao's behavior. She soon noticed something about him felt completely different. Different from the information she had before the blood-red moon appeared. His actions, his words, everything felt different. That's how he viewed the world, it seemed. It was unusual. Reading the universe in his novel, Nan realized something chilling. The world in his story was unusual. Disturbingly similar to what she saw in her dreams. That's when she was convinced he and the blood moon shared the same heart. They shared a mysterious connection. Sen Hao stands still, realizing this smart and beautiful woman truly trusts him, maybe more than anyone else. Suddenly, Nan stands up and approaches him, her gaze sharp but calm. Sen Hao blinks, completely bewildered. As she starts unbuttoning her shirt, he panics. But Nan only lifts the shirt a bit, showing a small part of her abdomen. She explains seriously that she had an explosion there. A fatal wound, but it's now completely healed, not even a scar left. She was the sole survivor of a mission, where everyone else died. Since then, she's been trying to uncover the truth. Now, she wants to know more about his world. Shen Hao understands he can't keep lying. He takes a breath and says he'll tell the truth, but on his terms. He'll help, but only when he's free. She can't call him whenever she wants. He also warns her not to contact his family or friends, and not to use him for her research without permission. Nan listens quietly, sighs, and smiles slightly, saying her life is in danger. His conditions sound dramatic, but she accepts. With that settled, Sangao takes a deep breath and finally confesses. He came from another world. After seeing the blood moon, everything changed when he woke up. He found himself in a completely different world where everyone was strangely feminine and delicate. That's where his story began. Meanwhile, at home, Changhao's father keeps thinking about Yuewa and her stubbornness. He looks at the backpack she brought and how her clothes stuck to her from the heat. She must have been out for a long time. Feeling a bit guilty, he says they don't have bad intentions, and that she can be Shanghao's friend if she wants. He gently asks her to come home because it's late and her family will worry, but Yuewa shakes her head. She replies that she wants to play with Shanghai. When she finds out he's not there, she hands over the gift bag, bows politely, and leaves silently. Changhao's parents exchange glances. They understand how persistent and determined that rich girl is. When they open the gift, their eyes widen. Inside, there are incredibly expensive-looking jewels that sparkle in the light. Chen, however, looks annoyed. She can't stand that a cute and elegant girl is pursuing Shanghao instead of him. Changhao's mother carefully examines the jewels, saying they seem surprisingly authentic. Just then, Chen enters and asks what's going on. He notices the commotion and sees the pieces on the table. He raises an eyebrow and asks who gave them. Shanghao's mother replies it was Yue Wu. Chen mocks and claims the jewels look fake. He says Yue Hua's feelings must be as fake as her gifts. Chen frowns and picks up a sapphire ring from the pile. He squints his eyes. After a moment, his expression changes completely. He recognizes the ring instantly. It's a well-known national treasure, something priceless. If it had a price, it would be worth tens of millions. Everyone is stunned. The room falls silent as they realize they dismissed these unexpected jewels as fakes. They underestimated them just because they were poor and couldn't imagine owning something like this. Zhang Chenghao finally explains everything. His real name is Zhang Chenghao, but he doesn't belong to this world. Nehan listens in stunned silence as the truth sinks in. He understands that parallel universes and alternate spaces can intersect. They're real, and his mind races with possibilities. Chenghao continues, explaining how things work differently in his world. There, men chase women. Nan, curious and amused, asks if men even take off their shirts to attract passengers. Couples. Shenhao, a bit uncomfortable, admits it's pretty common. He adds it's just a title. A regular guy. Ignoring his departure, she leans in playfully and asks him to take off his shirt to prove his point. Shenhao blinks, completely thrown off, but tries to explain that in his world, men took off their shirts without hesitation. Especially after a fight or when it was hot. Just hearing that, Nan turns red to her ears. She's never heard anything like this in real life, only in those shady corners of the internet. Now, curiosity takes over. She insists again for him to show her. Shenhao gets nervous, scratches his neck, and slowly starts unbuttoning his shirt. As he notices the hungry gleam in Nestor's eyes, he realizes he's fallen into her trap. Embarrassed, he can't back down. He takes off his shirt, feeling a wave of discomfort, and leaves. And suddenly, he remembers the Blood Moon Goddess's warning. If he doesn't become a true man, he'll be completely assimilated. The thought chills him for a moment. He wonders if he's already starting to change. Nan, on the other hand, is completely mesmerized. She's never seen anything like it and can't stop staring. She blushes and murmurs that the men in her world are incredible, but in the end, they lose their lives. She asks him to put his shirt back on. Zhenhao obeys quickly, feeling he's lost a lot today. His composure, dignity, maybe even his sanity. Nam finally clears her throat and says they'll work as partners from now on. She accepts all his terms and conditions. Jane Henadias breathes a sigh of relief. He adds that she'll be busy for a while and has matters to attend to. Nan gives Shanghao a mocking look and invites him to stay overnight, but he instantly rejects it, not even if she paid him. Meanwhile, at home, Chen sits silently, examining the sapphire ring again. The shine reflects on her face. It reflects in her eyes as she realizes how easily Yuewa can give Chenghao something so rare and expensive. A wave of jealousy hits her. She can't compete with Yuewa's wealth, but an idea forms in her mind, one she's too scared to try. If she plays her cards right, she can use that gem to hunt for fortune and ensure Shanghao is hers, no matter the cost. When Shanghao arrives home, his father immediately scolds him for being so late and demands to know why Yuewa sent such rare gifts. So expensive. Upon inspection, they find almost 80 of the diamonds are real and worth a fortune, so they can't accept them. Shenhao's eyes widen. He thinks Yuewa must be crazy to give him something so expensive. Meanwhile, Chen comments on how rich, beautiful, and attractive Yuhua is, emphasizing how incredibly wealthy she seems. Chen Hao's father, Lo Reagan, warns him again not to get involved with anyone just for their money, not even as a friend. Sang Hao insists there are no romantic feelings between him and Yuhua. They're just good friends. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, who hasn't received a single gift from Yuhua, feels terrible. If she'd given him such jewels, he'd be the happiest man in the world. Jealousy eats at him. He wonders why Yuhua prefers Shan Hao over him. A devious plan forms in his head. He swears to continue, to win Yuhua and get rich through her. If he fails, he can always try with Qin, who he thinks is even more attractive than Yuhua. After all, he's surrounded by beautiful women everywhere. He just needs to trust his supposed charm. That same night, Yuewa arrives at Cheng Hao's house, and he immediately asks her to take back the gifts. They're too expensive, and his family can't accept them. Chen believes his moment to shine has arrived. The first rule of being charming is to play the weak. Play the weak and approach the strongest woman, the one who exudes confidence. The second rule is to leave lasting impressions, so he rushes to build trust with Yuhua. The third rule is to provoke physical contact, so he pretends to trip, hoping Yuehua will catch him gracefully. But Yuehua, with no grace, kicks him away instead. Then, she innocently asks if he's okay, pointing out he tripped over nothing. Zhang Hao is embarrassed and asks her to stop kicking his cousin. Chen feels humiliated as his seduction plan crumbles. Yuehua turns to Cheng Hao and asks if he doesn't like her gifts. Cheng Hao's parents quickly explain they're too expensive to accept. Shang Hao adds that friendship doesn't need gifts. The family tries to return the food politely. But Yuehua misunderstands, thinking everyone hates her now, even Shang Hao. Then, Shang Hao's parents realize their mistake. Chen steps in, saying since Shen Hao and Yuehua are just friends, no one should hate her. In fact, Chen loves having her around. Her real goal is to stop Yuehua from making a move on Shen Hao, keeping him for herself and neutralizing the threat quietly. She offers to take Yuehua home. But before she can, her mother interrupts, insisting she'll take Yuehua home. She knows her daughter too well and suspects Chen's interest in girls might not be fake. Chen realizes her plan to pretend to be a lesbian might be backfiring. Inside the car, the situation gets uncomfortable. Chen's sister is asked to sit in front. This leaves Chen and Clark alone in the back. Chen, always opportunistic, tries to impress Yuehua again. He suggests they connect on social media to buy her some jewelry. Senhao quickly steps in to defend her, saying Yuehua is busy and can't just mix with anyone. Chen's face turns red again. Then, Senhao, not noticing, puts his arm over Yuehua's feet. His action catches Chen's attention instantly. She warns him not to get too close, claiming the car is small. But Senhao misinterprets her tone, thinking she's jealous of how close he and Yuehua are. Yuehua thinks her sister must have fallen for Yuewu, explaining her strange behavior. Yuehua has a charm that works on both men and women. So, Senhao decides to work harder over the next few days to help Chen and get her back to normal. The next morning, Chen calls him for breakfast. When he comes down, he asks where their parents are. She replies that they stayed at the cousin's house and left early, so Zhang Hao realizes they're alone. The perfect moment to carry out his plan to help her. He approaches her. Suddenly, he wraps his arms around her from behind. Chen freezes, her face turns red, and she doesn't understand what's happening. Chen Hao whispers that he lied before, and he's sorry. Chen, who planned to reconcile with Zhang Hao after breakfast, is completely taken aback by this unexpected affection. His touch is warm and comforting, and her heart races. She feels it's the best morning she's had. She smiles shyly and says what happened before was sad, but it's in the past. They should look to the future and appreciate each other. From now on, they need to be honest with each other. Senhao nods, but deep down, he still has something to hide. This thought brings a small wave of guilt. But he promises that once everything is resolved, he'll tell her the truth. They reconcile. Chen Hao takes the chance to ask if she's fallen for Yuehua. Chen looks surprised and a bit disgusted. She bursts into laughter and tells him not to bring Yuehua home again. She can't control herself with her and reminds him he wanted her to be charged. Shango meets Diaz and says it's time for their special training. Chen blushes instantly. Her heart beats faster because she knows what it means and gets excited. They enter Shango's room. Shen Hao and Chen stay close for a long time. The air between them heats up. Chen feels like she's living one of her cherished dreams. It's a secret. She can barely believe it's happening. A moment she imagined all her life, now almost real. Meanwhile, far from home, the secretary visits the daycare where Shang Hao and Chen studied. She greets the teacher politely and asks for details about them as kids. The teacher hesitates but finally opens an old envelope filled with files and photos. As she does, Her expression changes. Her hands tremble slightly, and a wave of fear washes over her. The secretary watches silently. Then she says she's looking for something specific, something strange about a girl who once attended the school. She asks how a girl could have the power to blackmail a teacher into covering for her. The teacher's face pales as the truth of the past resurfaces. She used to see Chen Chen's face in her nightmares. Now those nightmares are becoming real. She trembles and asks the secretary how she knew all this. The secretary simply replies that it's none of her business, that she only wants to know what happened then. The teacher breathes heavily and says that she will never forget Chen Chen as long as she lives. Years ago, she was the teacher on duty when it all began. She was the one who questioned little Chen Chen, begging her to say where she had taken Changhao the day before and what she had done to him. But Chen Chen was a strange child. She listened silently and then lied, saying that they had only played together all day. She even asked if Shanghao was all right. The teacher tried to counter, saying that Shanghao couldn't possibly be all right after what had happened. Chen Chen had taken him without permission, kidnapped him, and put him in danger, all for a game. The teacher lost her patience and threatened to call Chen Chen's mother, saying that she was too unstable and dangerous to stay at the kindergarten. It was then that Chen Chen, still calm, blurted out something that left the teacher speechless. Little Chen Chen told her that it wasn't smart to snitch because, in the end, it would also be the teacher's fault. The teacher. She reminded her that she was in charge that day, and that if she hadn't been so careless, Sun Hao would never have been kidnapped. If the truth came out, the teacher would lose her job and her reputation. Chen Chen said if she wanted to report her, she could try, but they'd both go down. The teacher understood the terrible truth and panicked. Chen Chen smiled and said she'd stay quiet if the teacher did too. She just had to keep Chen Chen's secret about taking Shen Hao out of school. If one truth came out, the other would too. The secretary listens and asks if the teacher ever recovered from the incident or the threat. The teacher shakes her head and says it didn't end there. Even after Chen Chen's threat, she called the girl's house and tried to report it, but things didn't go as planned. The family said Chen Chen wouldn't return to daycare and they were moving. After that, Chen Chen stopped coming to daycare and moved. Everything was swept under the rug, but the teacher insists it never felt fully resolved. The secretary asks if she has any idea what happened to the boy while he was kidnapped. The teacher responds that she doesn't know the full story. But she heard from other students that Chen Chen used to treat Changhao like his personal toy. She sighs and says now, seeing them, it almost seems those stories came true. Shen Hao and Chen Xin are together again, and no one sees the manipulation behind their relationship. Meanwhile, Chen Xin is lost in thought, completely unaware of the dark conversation about her past. She's in a daze, closer to Shanghao than ever, and feels like she's on cloud 9. She used to think he'd want a strong woman, but now she realizes Sun Hao likes to be in control. She looks at him with admiration and affection, her heart overflowing. Smiling softly, she says he's the most beloved person she's ever known, the most incredible person she's ever met, San Juan. Chao feels like she's living a moment with Chen Xin, so she asks if she wants to continue training. Chen Xin tilts her head, confused, and asks what he means. Sun Hao tells her she needs to get used to a man's touch. If she keeps trying and doesn't give up, one day she'll fully accept herself. He's determined to be by her side, no matter what. Chen Chen notices he's trying to stay calm on the surface. But deep down, he's just as passionate about her as she is about him. Chen Chen blushes and whispers that he can do whatever he wants with her, and she won't complain. Zheng Gao starts to sweat, nervous and excited, and slowly takes off his shirt. The air between them grows thick as they share moment after moment. They lose track of time, lost in each other. They're breathless, hearts racing. They can't stop. Zheng Hao takes off his shirt. Chen Qian, blushing like a tomato, can't believe it. He takes the lead again, bold and unexpected. For her, it's a dream come true. Everything went as planned. She smiles cunningly, thinking of the future. All the training since childhood wasn't in vain. He remembers when he kidnapped him to teach him some things, and it finally paid off. His goal was to turn him into a playful man who would chase her, a charming husband and loving father. Outwardly, but passionate and daring behind closed doors. For her, he's perfect. Now, only one final step remains to be completely honest with him. Zheng Hao continues the moment, intimate. But this time Chen Chen gets nervous, fearing they're crossing too many lines too fast. Sun Hao, on the other hand, can't hold back anymore. Since he returned to this world, he yearned for this. The content of a woman, and now he finally has it. He tells Chen Chen this will help him overcome his fear of the opposite sex. Chen Ken's heart races, torn between fear and desire. She's happy, but feels everything slipping out of her control. Zheng Hao calms her gently. In that moment, Chen Chen realizes she no longer has any control. She starts wondering if Sun Hao is already this intense as a young man, what will he be like as an adult and husband? The thought makes her blush and worry that her body will never get a break. She even thinks about what kind of doctor she'll need to see when Sun Hao leaves her, completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Sun Hao finds Emma adorable. Scared and embarrassed, he never imagined women in this world could be so shy and reserved. He smiles weakly, saying there's no time to dwell on the past. But just as he's about to continue, a sharp pain pierces his stomach. Emma immediately asks what's wrong. Sun Hao starts to pale and feel unwell. He realizes it must be a hormonal change and quickly calculates in his head, remembering he thought it would happen at the end of the month, not now. Suddenly, Sun Hao understands that in this world, men menstruate instead of women, and he didn't expect the pain to be so intense. Emma rushes to his side, telling him not to move while she gets water. Then, she tenses up, thinking about how close they were to going too far and how she completely forgot it was the end of the month for Sun Hao. But one thing is clear. Sun Hao definitely feels more for her than he admits. This realization gives her courage, and she decides that no matter what happens, she'll confess everything soon, even if it risks their relationship. She can't hide her true feelings any longer. She prepares breakfast. He asks her to take something warm to feel better. Zhang Hao starts to recover slowly, but he's still not fully well. He asks Emma if she has any pain medication, since she's a doctor. Emma says the drugs can help, but they might have side effects. Still, she explains, it's a good seed. This process regulates their hormones and releases built-up stress in their body. When it's over, he'll feel more balanced. Balanced and calm, she offers to give him a gentle massage to ease the discomfort. Emma starts to massage his stomach gently, asking him to relax while she plays soothing music. The peaceful atmosphere makes him feel safe and content, something he hasn't felt in a long time. Listening to the music and feeling Emma's careful touch, he realizes he doesn't want to return to his original world. He wants to stay here with her. The idea of leaving and going back to a world without Emma is unbearable. Meanwhile, Nan is in her office, furious, reviewing old kindergarten records of Zhang Hao and Emma. She knows something is seriously wrong with Emma, but she needs more proof before acting. Her secretary asks what the next step should be. Should they invite Emma directly? Nan takes a deep breath. She knows she's breaking her promise to Zhang Hao. She says, even though he asked her not to contact him, she has no choice. Chen looks at Chen Hao's peaceful, sleeping face. She thinks he's irresistible. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating. She turns it off right away, relieved she caught it in time. If it had kept ringing, Chen Hao would have woken up. She sighs, acknowledging her mistake. She vows to be more careful next time. As she grabs her phone to silence the notifications, a message appears. It's from an unknown number, with her kindergarten file attached. The sender asks her to meet. Duncan freezes, her head spinning. Someone is investigating her, and it's not good. She looks at Zhang Hao's calm face. She leans in and gives him a gentle kiss on the cheek, silently promising to always keep him safe. Meanwhile, Nan sits in a quiet restaurant, waiting for Chen. When Chen arrives, she gets straight to the point. She asks if Chen is the one investigating her. Nan stays calm, speaking lightly, as if it's no big deal. But Chen is already on edge. She demands to know who Nan really is. Nan doesn't hesitate. She likes it. San Hao and Chen should leave him alone. Chen almost laughs, pretending the situation amuses her. She always laughs. She always knew this day would come. Zhang Hao is tall, good, and handsome. Of course, many girls would want him. She met him. She grabs his shoulders and acts like just another admirer, nothing special. Then she smiles defiantly, saying Nan should step aside because San Hao clearly likes him. Nan doesn't flinch. She pulls out a neatly organized packet of photos and places them on the table. Her voice stays cold as she asks what Zhang Hao would think if he saw those photos. The images show Chen, watching Shen Hao for years, following him and noting every move. But Chen doesn't budge. Her expression remains firm. She asks if Nan really thinks she can threaten her with that. She assures Nan that Chen Hao will believe her no matter what, because if she tells him she was protecting him, he will believe her. Nan tightens her grip. Her jaw clenches as she retorts that the one who has protected Zhang Hao since childhood is her, not Chen. She insists she cares about who he is, not his appearance. That's why he belongs only to her. She accuses Nan of twisting the truth to make Chen look bad. She even says if Nan got that photo, such easy access to information, she must be very rich and powerful. Chen voice sharpens. Nan can use all her money to make others bend, but not San Hao. He's a man of principles and a good heart. That's why he needs her help. Nan feels attracted, but calls it childish stubbornness from a rich girl who can't handle a no. She adds it's a shame because San Hao actually loves her, not Nan. The tension thickens. Nan claps slowly with a cold smile, saying Chen is capable of blackmailing a teacher at just 7 years old. She then introduces herself as the CEO of Feng Hong. The name hits Chen Qian, and for a second, fear flashes in her eyes. Nan calmly sets down her coffee cup and says she promised Chen Hao she'd never harm his family. But if Chen Chen crosses the line, she won't consider her family anymore and will make her regret it. Standing to leave, Nan adds one last thing. Chen Chen talks so confidently about her love for San Hao, but has she noticed San Hao isn't the same as he was in kindergarten? Do those words hurt? Chen Chen's smile fades, confusion mixing with anger. Something in those words doesn't add up. A spark of suspicion ignites. He starts to wonder if the Chang Hao he's known is really the same, always. At home, San Hao wakes from his nap. He sees Chen Chen sitting by the computer. She notices him and approaches with a warm smile, offering a hot water bag for his cramps. Then, in her usual tone, she drops a playful bomb. She mentions reading his novel while he slept. The world he describes feels strangely real. Her tone softens as she says it almost seems like Zhong Hao came from that other world. Chen Chen comments on how vivid Zhong Hao's imagination must be. He quickly denies it, saying it's nothing special, and he writes pretty casually. Chen Chen laughs and says she didn't expect him to like girls so much, given how the protagonist is always surrounded by them. She jokes, asking if he ever felt so lonely he created a girl to take care of him. They start discussing it, and Chen Chen even offers to take him to a psychiatrist if he ever feels too lonely. He hands back the heating pad, reminding him that, be careful. Without warning, she hugs him tightly, saying if he ever feels uncomfortable or has anything on his mind, he should always tell her. She promises to always be by his side. The next day, San Hao keeps thinking about that strange conversation and Chen Chen's odd behavior. While having lunch with Yuehua, she surprises him by offering a toy she made especially for him. San Hao smiles and asks if she's kept all his ancient jewels safe. Yuehua feels, then says no. She opens a lunchbox full of food and tells him she brought a whole feast just for him. San Hao laughs a little and says he doesn't want it. He tells her to relax. She doesn't have to be perfect or try so hard to impress him, but Yuehua insists they are perfect. She just wants to be by his side and help in any way she can. Chen Hao explains that sharing small things like toys is fine, but giving jewels is too much and can cause problems. Yuehua frowns and says she only wanted to show her good intentions. She asks if she made his family hate her more. San Hao smiles warmly and tells her she's adorable and people don't work that way. He explains she should observe how her body reacts. The others act and then decide how to respond. Yuehua admits she hasn't spoken much with people before and just wants to make them happy. Chen Hao reassures her, saying he's always happy when he's with her. Still, Yuehua worries his family might not accept her. He sighs and tells her they don't hate her, they just don't want them to fall in love too quickly. But Yuehua remembers how Chen Qian treated her and says Chen Qin seems to like her the least. She senses hostility from Chen Qin, as if she wants to keep her away from Shanghai. Sanjiao notices Yuehua's insecurity and stands up, telling her not to force anyone to live in her house. He reminds her that she's Yuehua, the granddaughter and heir of a powerful family, and she's amazing, just as she is. She smiles and suddenly realizes she learned how to swim. Chen Hao smiles and suggests they celebrate. He comes up with a plan. They'll have fun that weekend. When she arrives, Shen Hao waits and is surprised to see her so apologetic. Almost like a date. Yuehua blushes. She shyly pulls out a small diary titled Things for a Perfect Date with Shen Hao. He realizes she's been preparing for a while. He didn't even know such a thing existed. Yes, but when she opens it, the first item says, go to the movies. She proudly shows him the ticket she already bought, saying she's been planning this for weeks. It's their first date, and she wants to make him the happiest man in the world. Zheng Hao smiles tenderly, takes her hand, and tells her he'll always be happy as long as she is. They hold hands and walk together to the movie theater. Yuehua looks a bit uneasy as they enter the crowded theater. Zhen Hao notices immediately. He leans in and asks, what's wrong? She hesitates, then admits there are too many people and wonders if everyone eats popcorn during the movie. Song Hao laughs and says they can, as long as they don't make too much noise. They find their seats. Yuehua watches in silence, amazed by the huge screen and people laughing and talking. Sang watches her for a moment and realizes she must be used to watching movies privately in her mansion. He's sure because he knows Nan has a private airport, so it wouldn't be strange if Yuehua had a personal cinema too. Just as the lights dim, Shang Hao's phone starts vibrating. He sees Nan's name on the screen. Yuehua looks at him and quietly asks if he's busy. Shang Hao thinks for a second but decides it's Yuehua's special day, something she's been looking forward to. So he cuts the call and saves the message. He focuses all his attention on the screen. The movie starts and they stay quiet. Soon, Sun Hao realizes it's another typical romance film. He usually finds these boring. He didn't expect Yuhua to pick something like this. She always prefers action, soldiers, and weapons. But before he can complain, he feels her hand gently brush his. He turns to her and whispers if she needs anything. Yuewa blushes a little, leans close to his ear, and whispers that the guide she read said couples can hold hands during movies. And they can even kiss afterward. Sunhao blinks, surprised, realizing Yuewa has her own style. She looks serious and whispers that it's been a long time since they kissed. He sighs, trying to stay calm. He keeps his composure, explaining that kisses are for when you really like someone and are usually between married couples. Jo Wan looks at him intently and replies that if they need to get married to kiss, maybe they should get married. Sanic. Shang Hao is completely stunned. He tells her she relies on him too much. She shakes her head, opens her small manual, and points to a line saying girls should take the initiative. Before he can react, she leans in and tries to kiss him. Elle panics and whispers that they're still in the cinema, but Yusuke doesn't. Uiwa doesn't stop. She climbs onto his lap, looks him in the eyes, and confesses she likes him a lot. Then she starts kissing his neck. Shang Hao's head spins, his heart races as he struggles to hold back. He knows it's wrong, but he can't deny he enjoys the closeness. When the movie ends, they leave the cinema with the air between them thick and tense. Yuewa, content, pulls out her little manual again and flips to the next page like nothing happened. Zhenhao, however, looks more frustrated. He tells her sharply to stop following that guide and just listen to him. Senhao, still curious, asks to see Yuehua's diary. When he opens it, he finds a total mess. Romantic advice. Pulled from the worst places. A real chaos. Senhao sighs, rubs his forehead, and gently scolds her, saying she can ask for anything but not to follow those ridiculous lessons because none of it is acceptable. Yuewa, a bit embarrassed, admits she just wants to be with him and that he can ask for anything. Senhao realizes he needs to show her what a real date should feel like. He confiscates the diary and promises to teach her the meaning of true happiness himself. To start, he takes her to a video game cybercafe. Yuhua looks completely lost as they enter, her eyes darting from one flashing screen to another, and the players are so noisy. Zheng Hao laughs a little and asks if she's been to a place like this before, but Yuhua denies it and says her family can't see it. Senhao smiles and tells her it will be their little secret. If anyone finds out, he'll be the one in trouble for bringing her. He asks her to choose an avatar and explains that, although she grew up with strict rules and formal education, she needs to learn to let loose from time to time. He reminds her that she's already amazing, smart, well-mannered, and from a good family, but what he truly wants is for her to be happy. He starts teaching her how to play, how to aim and shoot, and in just a few minutes, Yuewa gets the hang of it. And Changhao can't help but smile. She realizes she learns quickly and that her love of action movies and guns gives her a natural instinct for these kinds of games. She's focused, competitive, and aggressive. And surprisingly good. When time's up, Yuega pouts, asking me for one. More, but Shanghao tells her they can't get hooked and it's time to move on. They step outside into the bright sunlight, chatting about the sky, about the experience. Sanhao admits that, even though he has a computer at home, coming to an internet cafe feels different. More than that, I don't know. Nostalgic and strangely comforting. Yuega, strangely in agreement and clearly excited about the day. He nods. Suddenly, his phone rings. He answers, listens, then hangs up. Senhao asks if he needs to go home, but Yuehua shakes his head and says he wants to spend the whole day with him. Zhenhao smiles at his determination. They continue their day. Their next stop is the game room. They play all sorts of games, laughing and cheering like kids. Later, they head out and stroll through the mall, still buzzing with excitement. Yuhua looks around happily and says he wants to take lots of photos to capture every moment of the day. Zheng smiles softly. He tells him it doesn't matter, they'll have many more fun dates like this in the future. As he says this, a sleek black car pulls up beside them. Zhenhao's heart races as he approaches. Thinking it's Nan, but when the door opens, it's not her. Yuhua's butler steps out, bows, and announces that Yuhua's father has returned. He adds that Yuehua's father wants to see Yuehua and also meet Chang Hao. On the other hand, he wants to meet his mother too. The man reviews everything he knows about their friendship. Do you remember Shang Hao asking Yuehua for money? Not long after meeting, the sum wasn't small. Plus, Zhang Hao often gets into fights and has become a minor internet sensation. Now Yua has even brought him home. It's all strange and exciting. Her father is curious to meet the guy who spends so much time with his daughter. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao is nervous and a bit scared. He wonders what Yuhua's father wants today. The tension is so high, he feels almost kidnapped. He even imagines being accused of kidnapping a well-bred lady. The butler, noticing his anxiety, tells him to relax. He assures him that his master is a decent man who doesn't mock others. When Shanghao enters, he sees Yehua's father at the head of the table. They greet each other politely. Shanghao immediately notices the strong resemblance between the father and Yuehua. The man starts by asking if he had fun that day. Then he tells him to change because he looks a bit messy. After he leaves, Sanhao senses a strange heaviness in the air, like something bad is about to happen. Yehua's father starts eating and comments that Yehua always talks about how well Sanhao takes care of her. He adds that, as a father, he wants to thank him. Shanghao responds that it's nothing. However, he notices the man doesn't even look at him while speaking. There's something cold and distant in his tone, like he already dislikes him. Suddenly, Yuehua's father drops the formalities. He says if Shanghao really wants to get close to Yuehua, he should put a price on it and do it, and stay completely away from her. Senhao is stunned, though not surprised. It seems like a typical cliché. He insists they're just friends. But Yuehua's father remains angry, saying she skipped a family dinner just to be with him. Senhao gets nervous because he didn't know. He quickly apologizes, saying Yuehua never mentioned the dinner. The father sighs and says he doesn't blame him, that he should be grateful, and slides a credit card across the table. Senhao feels instantly offended. He tells him he's misunderstanding everything, that he and Yuehua are just good friends, but the father insists. This angers Shanghao even more. He says he feels insulted, and if Yuehua's father weren't her dad, he would have already hit him. Shanghao takes a deep breath and defends himself. He says the father's completely wrong. When he met, Yuehua was a quiet, shy girl, almost disconnected from the world. Over time, he discovered she's actually very kind and delicate, just not good at expressing herself. He explains he became her friend out of kindness, treating her with sincerity, not for any ulterior motives. He acknowledges the difference between their worlds, but wants to be there for Yuehua when she needs him. That, he says, is what true friendship means. He tells her father to pick up the card, calling him an idiot. It's an insult to both of them. For their friendship, the father, impressed, smiles slightly. He says being young and passionate is okay. It's okay. Then, half-jokingly, he asks if Chen Hao has been selling himself since Yuehua brought him home. Chen Hao gets nervous and advises him to trust Yuehua more. She's stronger than he thinks. Yuehua's father chuckles and admits he might have been harsh. He confesses Shan Hao seems like a good guy, even attractive, and they soon speak with more respect. Naturally. In the end, the father says he wants Shang Hao to remain a good friend to Yuehua. As they say goodbye, he and Shang Hao walk to the gate. He tells Shang Hao they should have lunch again someday. He's proud Yuehua came. Yuehua found such a good friend. Before leaving, he turns and, in front of his daughter, says he needs to make something clear. He repeats that Shang Hao and Yuehua must only be friends, never date. This scares him. This clearly angers Yuehua. Zhang Hao doesn't say much, but he promises to control himself. Soon, Yehua's father announces he'll be gone for a month. He whispers to the butler to watch Shang Hao while he's away. As soon as he leaves, Yehua turns to Shang Hao and asks if his father made him uncomfortable. Shang Hao smiles and assures her it's nothing. It just shows how much her father cares. It's nice to see that love. But then he checks his phone and sees several missed calls from each of them. When Shang Hao gets home, he finds Chen Chen sitting alone, drinking. She looks tired, messy, and especially disappointed. Sunhouse approaches and asks what's wrong. Without hesitation, she demands to know why he didn't answer her calls. She complains that he's always late and it worries her. Shang Hao realizes he's let her down again. He apologizes, saying he didn't hear his phone. Calmly, he asks her to stop drinking and go to bed. For some reason, Chen Chen is in a strange mood. That night, he tells her not to apologize. It's normal for someone his age to hang out with friends, but if he truly regrets it, he must spend the whole day with her tomorrow. Senhua agrees, saying she just needs to talk to the platform. She has streaming work in the morning, but after that, she's all his. Chen Chen smiles and says they have something in common. They both have things to do, but they can enjoy the day together later, relaxed and having fun. Chen Hao then tells her to wash up and give him a massage. As she walks away, Chen Chen silently understands something. First, it was Nan, and now Yuehua. Why both of them? Gradually, they try to take Cheng Hao from her. She decides to make Cheng Hao belong only to her and will do it. The next day, Chen Hao has a meeting with his manager, Song, who clearly cares for him, though she hides it behind a professional tone. She tells him his fan base is growing fast, and it's time to protect it. She presents a plan to make a short video about Pure Land and promote it with various streamers. If he agrees, he'll have to wear a revealing outfit for the photo shoot. Sen Hao immediately rejects it, saying he won't do it. He won't show his body just to get more views. Song smiles and suggests a second option. Can he do the shoot dressed as King Arthur in full armor? When Shen Hao sees the reference photo, he actually likes the idea. The armor looks powerful and fits his tough image perfectly, so he agrees. The only problem is, the shoot is after lunch, leaving Chang Hao surprised. It almost feels like he just accepted a date with Song in disguise. Still, it has to be said, Song leads him to the shoot, and everything is perfectly professional. Zhang Hao puts on the shining armor from head to toe and poses in the square. The wind blows, people stop to watch, and he becomes the center of attention. Cameras keep firing, and the crowd loves it. Meanwhile, at a corporate meeting, a young woman is on the street. She's giving a presentation elsewhere. She talks about how the beach where the shoot takes place now attracts cosplayers.com and foreign tourists, making it a great opportunity for development and investment. She asks the drone pilot to zoom in for an exclusive shot. But when the drone gets too close, Sengao notices. He doesn't like being filmed without permission. He grabs his prop sword and throws it at the drone, which crashes in the sand. The presentation falls into an awkward silence. The hostess panics, apologizes, and promises to find out who did it. Suddenly, an authoritative voice fills the room. Nan, sitting at the head of the table, tells her coldly that if it happens again, she'll fire her. Everyone falls silent. It turns out the meeting is organized by Nan's own company. Are they planning to invest billions to develop the new technology? Beach area. Zhang Hao returns home, still in his costume, completely exhausted. Turns out posing for a photo shoot is way more tiring than it looks. Just as he's about to sit down, the doorbell rings. He thinks it's Chen, probably forgot her key, but it's Nan. She looks annoyed, especially when he accidentally calls her by another girl's name. Before he can explain, she hugs him tightly and says if he doesn't answer her next call, she'll show up at his door again. Xingzhou tries to calm her with a sigh. They end up sitting together in the living room. Nan insists that since their relationship is now professional, they must trust each other and answer her calls. Of course, she still wants to keep an eye on him and have control. Streetjo nods nervously and says he'll contribute more and be a better team member. He offers to make her tea, but Nan ignores him and instead mocks his cosplay costume. Saying it fits him too well for someone who claims to be working, Sengho sighs and asks if he really came just to scold him. Deep down, he thinks it's ironic that Nan pushed him to fame and now can't handle his small amount of it. He tries to explain that in his world, men are strong, dignified, and keep their word. He insists he's not selling his body, just doing cosplay, but Nan loves to tease him. She grabs his neck and reminds him he still owes her for the drone he destroyed. Zhang Hao instantly realizes his luck has run out. Of course, it was his drone. He offers to pay and asks how much it costs. But Nan smiles mischievously and says she has another payment plan in mind before he can react. She lunges at him and kisses him. Nan whispers that it's his costume that excites her. Shen Hao responds mockingly that in his world, she'd look perfect with cat ears and a maid's uniform. Nan laughs and says if he wants to see her like that, maybe he should dress her. Qinggao decides to play along and brings her to his place, to his lab. Nan notices he's becoming more bold and confident, and she loves it. He tries to lift her, but she's stronger than she looks and fights his attempts. Nan bursts into laughter and decides to let him go, realizing she went too far. Senhao mutters a curse about his weakness, and they kiss again. The tension between them heats up the room for the next half hour. When it finally ends, Zen lies there, disoriented, and asks what she really came to talk about. Nan gets nervous. She turns serious and says she wanted to talk about the blood moon. She explains it appears irregularly, but there was a lunar eclipse before the last one. Zheng Cho shrugs. Lunar eclipses happen every 14 months and aren't always visible. It's not special, but Nan shakes her head. This one was different. They usually occur on the 15th or 16th day of the lunar month, but this one happened on the first day. A lunar eclipse during a new moon is almost unheard of. She explains the same rare phenomenon happened when Chang'e arrived. There was also a national magnetic disturbance, though its intensity varied by region. According to her investigation, the critical point of that disturbance was halfway between the last time she saw the sun moon and the blood moon. That means there was another eclipse during a new moon, and something from that event might be connected to Shen Hao's arrival. Shen Hao starts piecing things together, realizing there might be a direct link between both phenomena and his soul's transfer to this world. They keep arguing, absorbed in the mystery, when Chen Qin's voice echoes through the house. He announces he's home. Shen Hao freezes. Panic surges through him as he realizes there's another girl in his house. Tian Qin drops the grocery bag. She stares at Shang Hao, eyes wide. She's not shocked by the other girl. She's stunned because Shang Hao is dressed in a ridiculously cute costume. For a moment, she thinks she's hallucinating. Her legs go weak as she asks why he's dressed like that. Shen Hao quickly explains it was the fans' idea to create a small fan base. Chen Qian notices he's really hiding. She tries to stay composed, but can't help thinking how cute he looks with his blonde hair. Shen Hao says he's going to shower. Chen Chen immediately offers to give him a massage afterward. He laughs and says no, but he admits Gay might need her help because the costume is too tight to take off alone. He tells her to come up to his room. Chen Chen visibly accepts the moment. Too excited, they start talking about how embarrassing cosplay can be. When Chen Chen hurries, Shen Hao asks her to slow down. The song is speeding up. They have plenty of time. In her head, she prays Nan will sneak out. Her body is drenched in sweat. Her shirt sticks to her back. Chen Chen's eyes follow him closely. She thinks he looks incredibly handsome. She jokes that he smells good. That light fragrance suits him perfectly. Smiling, she says if he keeps wearing cute outfits, she might turn straight again. Zheng Hao laughs. He says maybe that's the goal. He promises to do it again and plans to buy more cosplay outfits. Even wear them during live streams. Chen Chen loves the idea. She insists on choosing the next one. Then, Chen Hao heads to the shower while preparing food. Chen Chen daydreams about all the uniforms she wants him to wear. She even brought a flower secretly to put in the bathroom. Sen Hao keeps thinking about the costumes and how weird the situation is, but when he turns, he freezes. He needs help. Nan is sitting in the bathtub. Surprised, he asks why she didn't leave. Zhang Hao frowns, asking what's wrong. But before he can speak, he hears Chen Chen approaching. Thinking fast, he yells that he slipped on the marble and got a scrape. It's not serious. Zhen Hao turns blue again. Nan, frustrated, tells him to leave before his stepsister comes in. Nan glares and says he never promised to leave. Zhen Hao sighs and asks what's wrong this time. She seems distracted. Then, in a low voice, she asks how men in his world can get so close to a woman without a path. Sang Hao grumpily replies, it's easy. Here, women don't barge into bathrooms as intruders. Nam rolls her eyes and mutters that Chen Chen must have wild fantasies, wanting him to dress up in all sorts of things. She calls it a dangerous game. Sen Hao scolds her for listening again, but Nan just smirks. She warns him that Chen Chen might not be as innocent as she seems. If she ever finds out he's not her real brother, she might lose it. Shen Hao tells her not to worry. Just as Chen Chen shouts from outside that the milk is ready and she'll give him a massage later, Nan's face twists with jealousy. Zheng Hao insists he leave the house and stop interfering with his family. Nan, visibly upset, approaches the window and says she knows Chen Chen is up to something. For now, she must stay quiet and gather evidence so Shen Hao finally sees what's happening. See the truth. With a sharp look, she peeks out the window and says she'll meet with her. He meets him at noon. Before leaving, he adds that he can handle his domestic affairs anytime and will soon unmask Chen Chen for what he really is. As promised, San Hao visits Nan at her mother's house. He greets her family and is surprised to see she's not just a master at the office, but also in the kitchen. He decides to help, rolling up his sleeves and commenting on her skilled knife movements. Nan smiles and says she wasn't born knowing everything. She asks jokingly if it's not normal for girls to cook in his world. Sen Hao gets a bit nervous and admits it can be surprising, but boys in his world cook too. He adds that he's not exactly delicate, just someone who lived alone for years. When he tries to take over the wok, he realizes the fire is way too high. Instinctively, he moves closer to Nan for protection, then awkwardly backs away, embarrassed. He takes it in stride, saying it's been a while since he cooked, and he's a bit rusty. In truth, he never cooked. He always relied on takeout for his meals. Nan gets a bit bossy and tells him to sit down instead of getting in the way. San Hao obeys silently, watching her move with confidence and grace. He never imagined someone as dominant as Nan. He has a surprisingly affectionate side. He finally sets the plates on the table. He's stunned. The food looks like it's from a 5-star restaurant. He takes a bite. The flavor melts in his mouth. It's absolutely delicious. Nan smirks and asks if her cooking is better than Chang'e's. Who is Chen Chen? Zheng. He quickly replies, there's no comparison. Chen Chen is family. Nan's expression changes when you ask about Chen Chen. How does he really feel about Chen Chen? Zheng, he honestly says Chen Chen is the best girl he's ever met. She treats him well, and he's happy to be her sister. Stepsister. Nan frowns and points out that a good stepsister shouldn't use her identity to get so close. Cheng Hao sighs and tells her not to spread those rumors. The women here, he explains, worry too much about their reputation. He adds that Nan always distrusts others and should relax sometimes. He insists he really likes Chen Chen. Nan looks at him closely and asks if he's serious. Shang Ho nods firmly, saying yes. Nan falls silent, realizing Chen Chen has gotten under her skin. She forces a smile and tells him to eat. San Hao thanks her for the food and reminds her not to contact his family. Nan's smile mirrors his. She knows Shang Hao has a good heart and treats Chen Chen like family, but she also knows Chen Chen sees him as a friend, as something more, a toy he can control. Determined to test her suspicions, Nan starts gathering evidence to show Shang Hao who Chen Chen really is. Later, Nan's secretary enters with new information. They followed a lead linked to a daycare and found something strange. Further investigation reveals the involved parents were mysteriously matched. And it seems Chen Chen orchestrated it all. Nan listens intently as the secretary explains Chen Chen has been manipulating situations for years using others to get close to Chang Hao. He's been persistent since they were kids. Nan clenches her fists and mutters that someone like Chen Chen doesn't deserve to be by Zhang Hao's side. When Zhang Hao leaves, Nan makes another call to her secretary, asking about the progress on the report, linking Chen Chen to the manipulation of Zhang Hao's father and his encounter with her own mother. The secretary says the document is almost finished. Nan leans back with a confident gleam in her eyes. She knows she's closing in on hitting Chen Chen where it hurts and soon plans to make him pay for crossing the line. Meanwhile, at home, Chen Chen decides it's time to come clean with Chen Hao once and for all. Chen Chen is in a good mood, arranging flowers around the room. The soft fragrance fills the air, and he hums to himself, enjoying the calm of the afternoon. When Sun Hao comes home early, she smiles and greets him warmly. She explains that her mom hasn't returned yet, so she wanted to come back early to tidy up. But her smile fades when she realizes Sun Hao isn't alone. Next to him stands Yuhua, shy but calm. Yuehua politely greets Chen Chen and bows her head in respect. Sun Hao immediately tells her not to do it again. It's a bit awkward and too formal between friends. Chen Chen forces a laugh, but her stomach twists. She didn't expect visitors, especially not Yuehua. Trying to stay calm, she asks Sun Hao why he didn't let her know he was bringing someone home. Sun Hao apologizes and promises to give her a heads up next time. He leans in and reminds her it's not the time. Yuehua has social difficulties and usually spends all her time studying at home. He brought her here to help her relax and see something different. Yuehua quietly puts on some slippers and tells Sun Hao she's ready. Tiankin watches the scene closely, noticing how natural Yuehua talks to Sun Hao and how comfortable they seem. It feels way too intimate, almost unsettling. They trust only each other, but something feels off. Sun Hao leads Yuehua to his room to talk, and Chen Chen forces a smile, worried about Yuehua. She'll prepare food for everyone. Turning to the kitchen, her expression hardens. She tries to convince herself it's fine, but deep down, she feels a new sting of jealousy. Sun Hao asks Yuehua what she wants for dinner. But she's too distracted by being in his room. She keeps talking about it, her excitement filling the air. Sun Hao feels embarrassed by her enthusiasm over something so simple. He tries to calm her, telling her not to worry. If she really wants to, she can learn a few tricks about organizing. How he keeps his room tidy. That suggestion makes Yuehua even more excited. Curious, she goes straight to his drawer to see what he means. But before Chang Hao can say anything, she pulls out a pair of ridiculously cartoonish boxers and shows them, asking what they are. Just then, Chen Chen enters the room. The timing couldn't be worse. His expression freezes, clearly not liking what he sees. Sun Hao immediately starts pleading. Not to misinterpret the situation, but the tension is already palpable. They all sit in an uncomfortable silence until Tian Qin. He breaks it down, saying the facts are crystal clear. The girl entered his house and immediately started touching Shang Hao's clothes, especially at night. All the intimate stuff, somehow... He tries to explain again that Yuehua doesn't have any inappropriate intentions. She just lacks a sense of personal space. Chen Chen observes Yuehua for a moment. Gradually, she starts to believe him. The girl really doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. This is the first time she's seen Yuehua, and the second time she's seen Chen Chen. She's too innocent, too open, and too clueless to be plotting anything, though Chen Chen doesn't like how close they've become. She decides it's time for Chang Hao to spend less time with people. To save face, Chen Chen invites Yuehua to her room, saying she can show her some organization tips. Yuehua smiles, thinking Chen Chen is kind, but Chang Hao doesn't like it at all. The idea of Chen Chen, who might have confused feelings, being alone with his friend doesn't sit well with him. He intervenes, insisting Yuehua not bother Chen Chen. He gently pulls her toward his side, even joking that Chen Chen could teach her how. Chen Chen isn't pleased. She sharply tells them girls need girl time, not always relying on boys. The tension is thick. They argue over who has the right to protect Yuehua. Before anyone can process, Yuehua's emotions explode. Chen Chen leans in and suddenly kisses Zhang Hao on the lips. It happens so fast, Yuehua, caught between them, can't even react. She's squeezed between their bodies, struggling to breathe. She starts to panic. When Chen Chen finally pulls away, Yuehua is nervous, apologizing, and admits she lied. Yuehua's taxi arrives, and it's raining outside. They say goodbye under the gray sky. Sun Hao fades into the rain. He anxiously asks Yuehua if she saw anything, but she seems dazed. She was so overwhelmed earlier, she can't remember what happened. She laughs uncomfortably, saying she doesn't recall anything. Sun Hao forces a laugh, pretending everything's fine, but his mind is elsewhere. When Yuhua finally leaves, he silently pulls out the keychain he once gave to Chang Hao. He notices something strange, almost painful. Blood? Chen Hao might actually have feelings for Chen Xin. He turns to the house and sees Chen Xin on the porch. The rain falls heavily between them, and his heart tells Chen Xin. He moves faster, remembering what she confessed just moments ago. Chen Chen looks at him and admits she lied about being a lesbian. Her voice trembles, but her words are firm. Yao asks if her whole story about her orientation was a lie from the start. She answers, yes it was. She's sorry, but not entirely, because that lie brought them closer. Closer than ever. Sen Hao is stunned, can't believe what he's hearing, yet something inside him already knew. Chen Chen steps forward, hair drenched by the rain, and starts confessing how much she truly likes him. She explains her mother would never have approved of their relationship, so she pretended to be a lesbian to avoid her mother's attention. Dao thinks the whole plan sounds completely crazy, but before he can say anything, Chen Qin's desperation intensifies. She steps out into the rain, forgetting the umbrella and shoes. She keeps talking, her voice shaky but filled with emotion, admitting she knows it's a crazy plan, but she's even crazier for Shang Hao. He doesn't want to lose him again, not after everything. Sun Hao tries to calm her, saying he'll catch a cold if he stays in the rain. But curiosity takes over, and he asks what she means by losing him again. He wonders if she's talking about that incident in kindergarten. Chen Chen looks at him with soft, glassy eyes and says he must. Must not remember it, but it changed her life. It was very painful, and she's carried it with her all these years. She promises she'd do anything for him now. Stay by his side. She says she wants to make it up to him, to spend the rest of her life with him, and reveals she's been following him secretly since elementary school, watching over him from a distance. The rain keeps falling as they talk. Chen Qin is about to confess her love. But someone interrupts them. Nana appears from the shadows, her voice sharp and firm. She declares everything she told Sun Hao before is true. She asserts Sun Hao only sees Chen Qin as family, but the reality is different. She accuses Chen Qin of being a manipulator who has lied to him from the start. She begs Shang Hao to go with her to show him what's really happening. Chen Chen steps in front of her immediately. Sun Hao yells at Nan to leave his house, his voice cracking with emotion as he pleads for her to stop spreading lies. She insists she can protect Shang Hao and doesn't need to listen to anyone's poisonous words. Sun Hao stands between them, silent, torn by confusion. He gently hands the umbrella to Chen Chen, asking her to go inside and wait. He promises to return with the answers he needs and give her his final decision.